the sacrifices you needed to make, and you got some of the rewards last night. Can you take us back to the off-season and the decisions you made?
Yeah, well, I got to my exit meetings at the end of last season after we lost to the Saints in that final. Obviously an extremely bitter loss for me personally. Obviously losing to my old team in my first final and not having the impact for my new club and in that game nor the season. And, I had a couple of really strong conversations with some people at the club about what I wanted to do and what I wanted to achieve the next year and how I was going to achieve that. And, it's one thing for you to say these things in exit meetings and stuff, but it's another one to do it. So I got back to Canberra, where I'm from, my family is, and hired a personal trainer 3 or 4 times a week. And then, obviously, I think you might have seen I did all my training with Jack Steele, so we're pushing each other running-wise. So I was running with an All-Australian midfielder for the entirety of the off-season, so that definitely pushed me along and helped kind of light the fire under the belly. And then kind of when I got back to Melbourne, I just decided that I'm going to absolutely do everything that I can from a professional sense and a preparation sense in terms of extras and in terms of off-field stuff and in terms of everything at the club, and starting to pay a little bit of dividends. So, yeah, it feels good.
Well, you've done so well, and some of that off-field stuff that you spoke about, I think you've got off drinking, is that right? And I think you mentioned last night.
Yeah. I'm trying to go for 100 days sober, and I'm currently 93, and everything in my life is going really, really well. So maybe I'll have to extend it out for the whole year. We'll see how we go. But it's definitely one of those things that just kind of creeps in, I guess, as a professional athlete and as a sportsman, or even as a human, in trying times last year, and the years leading up to that, a couple of years might lead into a couple too many's, and as I'm sure you've seen in the system, Lingy. So it's nice to have a kind of reset button from that side of the game and that side of kind of our culture and society. So yeah, it feels really good.
You're abstaining, Josh. I can confirm, as I wandered out of the ground yesterday and made my way back to the car, I just slipped into a little pub in Spencer Street, and there were 3 people sitting at the bar. The bartender came over, poured some shots, including one for themselves, and they toasted your 10-goal effort and downed a shot in celebration. So
wow,
a few people out there were very pleased with your performance. The Dogs fans were absolutely just so pleased with everything yesterday. It was a brilliant game of football from your perspective. Josh Bruce, the 10-goal hero, is with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand with Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas.
Is 10 the most you've kicked in a game, including juniors? Because it's a lot of goals, and you hear some weird and outrageous numbers of what players kicked in juniors, but is 10 the most you've kicked in a game?
No, I've kicked 12 once in about under 14s. Yeah, I had a big day out down in Canberra. There was a team, an old team called Tuggeranong. They didn't have the numbers that day, so I think we had to send a few players over there. And yeah, but that was a long time ago, and it's the most goals I've kicked, for a long, long time. So it's a pretty special one, and it's just good to have the fans there yesterday. To be honest, that was almost the best part about it, because everyone's had such a tough year last year with COVID and not being able to go to the footy and all that. So yeah, it was really, really pleasing to do it in front of our home crowd.
You talk about the sacrifices that you've made over a pre-season, obviously, with an off-season with a personal trainer, not drinking now. But is that also on the back? Do you feel the pressure? Obviously, a number 1 draft pick comes in that you know is a key forward, and that you've also got Josh Shackey sitting there. Do you feel the pressure of that? And that's what, the penny's dropped here. I've got to work my backside off, or these guys are just going to go straight past me?
No, not really. I mean, I've dealt with those kinds of things before. I mean, I was at the St Kilda when Paddy McCartan obviously got drafted as number 1 pick as well. So it's kind of not really something that I think about too much. All my reflection was all internal, and my motivation was internally based. I don't really look for things outside of that and things that I can't control about, to motivate me and to make me better. But I mean, I've been really enjoying working with Shaki and with Jamar and trying to make them the best players that they can be, and preparing them for the next 10 years of their career. So hopefully we can leave a legacy at the Dogs amongst the key forwards of hard working and preparing well, and hopefully it can become a fruitful period for the club.
your partnership with Aaron Norton looks like it works. I don't see you too often getting in each other's way. Norton flies, you lead. How much work do you two do on that partnership? Is that mainly out in the ground on the training track, or are you watching a lot of footage together to see what positioning is?
Yeah, it's a combination of both. So we sit on each other's tapes a lot with Ash Hansen, and obviously having last year, Aaron had a few injuries last year and didn't get the continuity that he was after, and he was able to complete a full pre-season this year for the first time in his career. So just that continuity on track, working out what each other wants to do and the way that we want to be predictable to the mids and with our leading patterns. And as you said, not necessarily getting each other's way has been really good. And, I think he's been underrated for his performance last night. His contest up the field essentially allowed me to kick goals a bit deeper. He was phenomenal, bringing the ball to ground, 2 against 1, 3 against 1, and just his second efforts. And he's a special kid. He's one of the hardest trainers I've come across, and his day's going to come. He's had a great start to the year, and I think it's starting to see the fruition of that.
Josh, I'm just intrigued about the game in general. We've seen Tex Walker after 3 games is on 17 goals. Yourself, you've kicked the double figures last night. Is it too simplistic to say it's because of the man on the mark? Has it changed it that much that we're going to see more scoring? Or is it something else that we're not quite picking up that's meaning teams are a lot more attacking?
I think a majority of it is the rule changes. I think, just the ability for guys to have that extra couple of metres to make their kicks a little bit lower and not kicking over fingertips and hitting those 45s and not necessarily having to kick it over the man on the mark has made a huge difference. And it just makes the ball movement a lot quicker, and therefore it doesn't allow teams to get back defensively and have huge numbers in the back line and supporting them. So you're in a one-on-one contest as a forward, or a 2v2 or 3v3. So it's exactly what forwards are after. And I think a combination of that, the kick-ins, and then, I think the game, I love Queensland. I love playing in Queensland, but it was slippery last year. Like, very slippery footy. Yeah. Like, it was playing wet weather for the majority of the year. And I think shorter quarters, slippery footy, back under the lid in Melbourne. I think we're in for a good year of footy, and I think a short sample size already, but there's been close games, high-scoring games, and just exciting footy. And yeah, the forwards are benefiting at the moment. I hate to be a defender right now.
Josh Bruce is with us on the lead. Josh, we romanticise about the days of 100-goal seasons, and we haven't had one since 2008. With what you've seen out on the field as a forward, do you feel like that possibility is open again for someone to achieve that 100 at some point in the next few years?
Well, potentially, yeah. You obviously need an absolute freak of nature like Buddy to kick one in the modern-day game. I think just based purely around the way team defences are, I think it'd be pretty unlikely still. But I think it's definitely within the realms of possibilities for the Coleman medalist to be kicking, north of 70 goals. What's Tex on? He's kicked 6, 5 and 6
already.
Yeah, in 3 games. If he keeps up that ratio, then he'll kick 100. But I think it'll be interesting to see how the game settles over the next month or two as well. As a bit of fatigue and travel and weariness gets in. But at the moment, it's a good spectacle for sure.
Just back to Lee's point, Josh, about the man on the mark, and you spoke about kicking over the hand, so the ball now comes in a lot lower. Have your cues then as a forward changed? Does that make you lead differently? Does that make you position differently?
It does, yeah. It allows, because you know that they're going to be able to crib off the mark and play on a little bit more, it allows you to set your man up a little bit more and come at the leg and be able to lead in pockets of space that just simply you wouldn't have been able to kick in last year or the years previously, because it was definitely a much more contest long down the line side, because there's pockets of space that are just inaccessible for kickers. And now just being able to literally just have that little bit of sideways movement, and it just opens up so many different pockets of space that as a forward, you're licking your lips, you're just waiting for them to get shoulders out, and then when they're shoulders out, you can get to work inside 50. So.
The fans loved it, Josh. There was unbridled joy in the stands yesterday. I don't think some of them could believe how good it was, what they were witnessing in terms of your performance and more broadly the Bulldogs yesterday. Congratulations and all the best for a huge clash in Ballarat next week against the Lions.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, big one coming up. Appreciate it.
Kitty Flanagan is Fisk.
Fisk with a K. Oh, hello. Not Fisk as in Justice Anthony Fisk, yes.
Marty Sheargold is her new boss.
What are you, 50, 55? 47.
Julia Zamiro is his sister.
She's been struck off.
I've not been struck off.
And Aaron Chen is the webmaster.
I'm the webmaster.
Webmaster, he's our probate clerk.
Kitty Flanagan's very own ABC comedy, Fisk.
Pretty lame facial hair.
You too, lady.
Rude.
Streaming now on iView.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of netball.
Fierce. Girl power. Girl power. This is the story of the girl who was unstoppable, Louise Savage, bred by champion surfer Stephanie Gilmore.
Warning 1. Don't ever ask Louise Savage what's wrong with her. Warning 2. Believe Louise Savage when she says that something is wrong. Warning 3. Don't ever tell Louise Savage she can't do something. Now, let's roll. What's wrong with her? The nosy lady gawked at the girl with the strange metal things on her legs. Calipers, they were called. They were supposed to help her walk. The girl crossed her arms and frowned at her mum. What does she mean, what's wrong with me? There's nothing wrong with me. Her mum grinned proudly and patted her on the head. That's right, Louise, she said. There's nothing wrong with you. You're a champion. Suitably embarrassed, the nosy woman slunk away. Louise Savage didn't like the word wrong. Sure, there was something about her that wasn't quite the same. Those metal things on her legs, for instance. But that was just the way it was. Tell me again why I need these things, Mum. Louise couldn't remember. It happened when she was a baby after all. But she was born with a condition called myelodysplasia. Try saying that 5 times super fast. Myelodysplasia. It meant she wouldn't be able to use the lower half of her body like most people did. Her mum recalled the terrifying moment when she saw her baby for the first time. One leg was trapped underneath your body, she said, and the other was over the top, right up to your shoulder. Ouch. Louise was glad she couldn't remember that part. There was no explanation for her condition. She was just the way she was, just because. That didn't stop people from trying to fix her. Before her 8th birthday party, Louise had already had 22 operations. They operated on her hips, her feet, and her spine. She knew every inch of the hospital walls, but could hardly remember the inside of her classroom. Getting around became complicated. She tried laying belly down on the skateboard, pushing herself along with her hands, kind of like a clumsy turtle. Some doctors had a theory that it was best to at least try walking, so she clomped along with plasters up her legs, iron splints and crutches. But all of the contraptions were more of a hassle than a help. She walked at the pace of a snail, all straight-legged, with a stiff back and chest. Enough is enough, Louise thought to herself. She fronted her doctor, demanding that he let her try a wheelchair. Whee! It was love at first wheelie. Finally, she could keep up with the other kids. Louise was on a roll, and that's where she'd stay. Her wheels gave her speed on land, but she was also a bit of a fish. Her mum had put her in swimming lessons as a toddler, just for a bit of exercise. But before long, Louise was flying across the pool like a motorboat. She was sports mad, a natural. Everyone told her that she could go pro. Australia did tend to be the home of super swimmers. Then, Louise's body stopped cooperating. Her spine was curving, and she needed 2 operations to straighten it. She pulled on the familiar butler's hospital gown and daggy white shower cap, surgery fashion on point. She took a deep breath and blacked out. The surgeons placed a metal rod in her back with 8 screws. The second operation was supposed to be easier. Another rod with a hook on the end. As soon as she woke, Louise knew something was wrong, and she rarely used the word wrong. "It hurts," she said. The medical staff wouldn't believe her, but an x-ray showed the hook had come loose. Louise was right. Something had gone wrong. She spent 4 months bedridden, 4 months flat. The nurses would flip her like a pancake every few hours. Worst of all, she couldn't play any sport for 2 years. 2 whole years. That was real agony. When she made it back to the pool, her body had changed too much. Her fishiness was gone. But Louise wasn't the type of person to get upset. She still had her superhero upper body strength. She just had to figure out what to do with it. If she couldn't be the best at swimming, she'd be the very best on land. Louise started racing wheelchairs. She loved the feel of it. With every gust propelled by her turbo arms, she knew she'd made the right choice. She pushed and pushed some more. She got stronger and faster. She was as fast as an African black mamba, as fast as a roadrunner, the actual real-life bird, not the cartoon, as fast as the best human sprinters with legs that worked. Louise Savage, Australia! It was no surprise to be chosen to represent her country at the World Championships for the disabled. That was when she saw her, Connie Hansen, the greatest wheelchair athlete in the world. If I can beat Connie, I can do anything, Louise thought. Connie and Louise were pitted against each other in the 800 metres. With her head down and her arms pumping like pistons, Louise set her sights on the finish. As the line drew near and she propelled forward with the force of a jet, she realised that she was alone. Connie was behind her, eating her dust. From that point on, everyone feared Louise. She was unbeatable and a medal magnet, winning gold in countless world titles, and then the pinnacle for wheelchair races, the Paralympics. Still, there was one competition she hadn't won, the Olympics, with no para in front. An 800-metre wheelchair race would be held at the Sydney Olympics as a special demonstration event. But not everyone was happy about it. Debate raged in the media. You can't win an Olympic medal if you have a disability. That's what the Paralympics are for. Was wheelchair racing a real sport? Should people who have nothing wrong with them be able to participate? The questions made Louise's blood boil. The fact some people thought she couldn't win an ordinary Olympic medal, that she didn't deserve one, that she had something wrong with her. Louise's hunger to prove the haters wrong was ferocious. The Olympics was the world's stage, her chance to show everyone how fast she could be, her moment. The roar of the crowd was out of control when Louise rolled into the stadium. She buckled her helmet, whispering her tried and true pep talk. You're here now. There's nothing more you can do to get yourself ready. You've done the work. You deserve to win the race. This is your race. Louise bent forward, nose level with her front wheel. Her chair felt like a part of her body, a powerful extension of herself. The gun blasted and she shot across the starting line, her hands moving like lightning. Louise was in lane 1. Not a good draw, but she gritted her teeth until they almost cracked. She couldn't let the others block her way and box her in. Her head bobbed up and down with every monstrous surge. Her enormous guns flexed and pumped and pushed with more force than ever before. A quick glance backwards revealed she was out of reach. It was as if she was protected by a force field, radiating danger. No one could get close. Suddenly, 2 racers sped up, trying to isolate Louise on the inside. It didn't work. On the home straight, Louise was soaring. She could have sworn she was actually airborne. More than 100,000 people rose to their feet in the grandstands. They were the wind beneath her wheels. As Louise rolled closer and closer to the end, their roar grew louder and louder. She summoned up every last shred of energy, refusing to pull back even the slightest pinch. With a final fierce grunt, Louise crossed the line, a chair length ahead of the second place getter. Her arms dropped, heavy with exhaustion. The result blared over the loudspeaker. First place, Louise Savage, Australia. She found the strength to raise her arms in victory. But it wasn't just for her. It was for all of the racers. Anyone who had ever been told there was something wrong with them. Louise and her rivals held hands and wheeled around the stadium together, absorbing all the colours and sounds. It was only when she rolled towards the podium for the medal ceremony that she was sprung back to reality. "I'd like to remind you that this is a demonstration event," said the Olympic Committee spokesman. Her medal was about half the size of those given to the other Olympic athletes, the able-bodied ones, the ones who didn't have anything wrong with them. And then the crowd roared again. As Louise scanned the thousands of faces and saw the pride in their eyes, she realised that she was a real Olympian in the minds of the people who mattered the most. There was nothing wrong with Louise Savage. She was just the way she was, just because. She was a champion, and she had just won gold at the Olympic Games. How awesome was that? Thanks so much for listening to the story about the incredibly fierce Louise Savage. I'm Stephanie Gilmore, and I'm a 6 times world surfing champion. If you liked this episode, make sure you tell your fierce friends about it. Be sure to subscribe to the podcast so you don't miss out on any other great stories like this one.
Catherine, wake up, her mum yelled. You have to train. She opened one eye and looked at the homemade poster on her wall. I am the world's greatest athlete. She rolled over and groaned. Think of Anne-Marie, her mum said. You've got 2 good arms and 2 good legs. Use them. Anne-Marie was Catherine's older sister. She had cerebral palsy, which meant she couldn't walk or talk. Catherine threw back the covers and never complained about training again. Kathy Freeman, Australia. She leapt as the gun burst. Everyone was on her side. Their enthusiasm was carrying her across the finish line as she carried their hopes on her shoulders.
The moment that Kathy Freeman has worked towards, that moment when she will stand on the highest position of the Olympic victory dais.
She did it! Catherine Astrid Salom Freeman had won an Olympic gold medal. Aboriginal and Australian flags waved throughout the crowd. She draped the flags together and waved them in the air. She smiled as she thought of Anne-Marie and giggled to herself as her words rang true. I am the world's greatest athlete.
How cool was that? I love that story. To hear it, subscribe to Fierce Girls wherever you get your podcasts or on the ABC Listen app. Never underestimate yourself and keep being fierce.
Roll the credits. Fierce Girls is produced by a bunch of super fierce women. Its executive producers are Justine Kelly and Monique Bowley. It's produced by Laura McAuliffe and Rebecca Armstrong. The stories are written by the uber-talented Samantha Turnbull. Judy Rapley is the amazing audio engineer who puts in the cool sound effects like this one. Kelly Reardon is the boss who lets us make fierce podcasts like this one. Fierce Girls is a production of the ABC Audio Studios. Over and out.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
Conversations.
What did the leader of the cult look like?
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
Just like a friendly grandpa kind of person.
Someone who's seen and done remarkable things.
As females, we had to wear skirts and dresses. We weren't allowed to cut our hair. We weren't allowed to wear black, purple, red, gold, royal blue.
Hear the latest conversations weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio and follow on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes.
What a high-quality game this is. Tremendous.
It's so good to watch.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, new day, new day, beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers hard against the boundary. Time Tillman.
Oh, no.
That is a great goal.
Paddles it to his own advantage. Bangs it up into the top deck.
Kick it inside forward 50. Massive void.
What a mark! That's his trademark. Snap from the pocket, splits the middle. This game is going up a gear.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The Easter Monday clash between Geelong and Hawthorn has become a much cherished part of the annual football fixture. And the Cats and Hawks come to the MCG on a coolish day, but blue skies above the ground and a real buzz around the stadium as fans come back from their Easter break and get ready for this big game of footy at the MCG. And two teams, irrespective of ladder position, who often find their best when they come up against one another. Alistair Nicholson to call the action for you today alongside Matt Clinch. Clinch is down at ground level with Mark McClure, who will be one of our experts today. In a moment, they'll be speaking with a man who knows this occasion well, Matthew Scarlett, the assistant coach from the Cats, and later, James Sicily, injured Hawk, is going to join us. With me in the commentary box, though, a very good afternoon to Collingwood Premiership player Luke Ball. G'day, Bally.
G'day, Al. It's great to be here. It's my first time back, actually, since round one last year, which was played in front of no people, of course. But then we're still, before everyone relocated up to Queensland, there was the odd game at the MCG here, but MCG bathed in sunshine, parked out in the car park, and there are people that have set up, the trestle tables and having, lunch before they head in. So it does feel like Melbourne and, footy is getting towards back to normal, isn't it? So looking forward to this one. Obviously, these two teams, we know their recent history. So hopefully they put on another, or they add another one to that chapter today.
Yeah, if you go back to 2008 when Hawthorn shocked Geelong in the grand final, they've played 26 games since that point. 12 of them have been decided by less than 10 points. So let's hope this afternoon we get a game of that calibre, a tight one at the MCG. Let's get a feel for conditions down at ground level, and another two members of our broadcast team are down there and ready. It's a good afternoon to Matt Clinch and three-time Carlton Premiership player Mark McClure.
Thank you very much, Al. It's great to be down at ground level in the lead up to this Easter Monday affair. And Matthew Scarlett, Geelong champion, now part of the coaching crew, can join us to preview this contest. Scarlett, welcome. It's been a while since you were playing, but does the occasion still hold when you come along on an Easter Monday?
Absolutely. This is as excited as I've been coming to a game for a long time. Obviously, the drive up to Melbourne from Geelong and just being in the best stadium in the world against a big rivalry. So our guys can't wait to play.
There's obviously the extra intrigue about Isaac Smith playing his first game. There's been a bit backwards and forwards, but I did like Chris Scott's comment that he's probably one who's proactive when it comes to the banter. So what word of advice do you give him against facing his old side?
Look, it's going to be difficult for him. It always is for those guys against their former teams, and he's been a champion of Hawthorn for a long time. So I think he's probably been a little bit nervous during the week, but he'll be fine once the game starts. And really looking forward to seeing him play on the MCG. Obviously, he's been an opponent of ours for so long, but we can't wait for him to play today.
Given the rivalry, could you ever imagine a Geelong player ending up at Hawthorn?
No, I don't think so. And I remember the first day, him in the Geelong colours, I just said, mate, that doesn't look right. Clark, I wouldn't be too happy about that either.
Mitch Duncan comes back into the lineup. Supposedly the plan was always to try and get him back by round 3. How's he travelling with the calf?
Yeah, he's going well. Yeah, he's been pretty good for a couple of weeks now. So obviously he'll come into the midfield mix and might spend a bit of time across half-back as well. But always good to have one of your best ball users back in the team.
Matty, how do you assess your form?
Our form, first week was horrible, mate. We were really poor against Adelaide last week. We started the game really well, but felt like we were disappointing in the last half. So we're still finding our way. We're certainly not playing great football. Hopefully we can improve today. So we don't know where we sit in the competition, but we understand we're not playing great at the moment.
Do you feel this is a danger game for you because you're not really in great form?
Danger game? Well, we don't know. Hawthorn might end up better than us this year. So danger game, I don't know. So we respect Hawthorn. They're always a good team. So look, we're looking to play better than last week because we only played about a quarter and a half of good footy last week.
It interests me what you do with Blitzavs. Sometimes you have him down back. He's a All-Australian fullback, but you don't actually play him there. Why is that?
He plays there sometimes. Look, we need a few Mark Blitzavs in the team. He obviously, we think he gives us a great advantage around the footy. He played around the ball a lot last year. I know we don't want to reflect on the past too much, but he's like an extra midfielder when he's playing in the ruck. Brilliant athlete, as everybody knows. So, look, wherever we use him, he helps us. The answer is we need two of him.
So you look after the defence. Now, the defence is different this year. There's no zone here.
It is different.
And it's a one-on-one contest almost every time. So it's interesting to do.
It is, yeah. I think the football is a lot better to watch. Although it is harder to coach the defence, there's a lot more one-on-ones now, and the defenders actually have to learn how to defend now. So I like the way the game's looking at the moment, but it does make it harder for the defensive coach and defenders, but that's okay.
I reckon you'd actually go okay with this style. How do you go watching it?
That's what it used to be like. We used to have to play one-on-one, and there was no zones, and you'd have to beat your opponent, and maybe your teammate could come off and help, but maybe you couldn't. So it's sort of almost gone back 10 years.
Your defence is going so well that Mark O'Connor's getting roles in the midfield. Had a great job on Lockie Neal last week, kept him to 3 in the first half. Will he get a job today?
Yeah, he will. He'll be inside mid. On one of the Hawthorn gun mids. Obviously got O'Meara and Mitchell in there that we need to take care of. But Mark's had a really good, apprenticeship in the back line over the last couple of years and played on some really good forwards. So it was no surprise he was able to go into the midfield and do a really good job for us last week. So I'm not sure whether he's going to be permanent mid, but he will be in there today.
Did you watch much of Sydney and Richmond the other day? Because seriously, they handled it really well, Sydney. Shift passes into the forward line, separate the defence. Really good stuff.
Yeah, they've got a really good balance at the moment. I watched the second half of that game. Obviously, they're playing probably the best out of any team in the competition at the moment. Really good balance of attack and defence, and they look really quick and energetic at the moment. I thought they were outstanding.
So your defence is up to this?
I think so. We'll find out, I suppose. But obviously, Hawthorn tests a lot of teams out with their ball use, and they do try and open the ground up. So it's going to be a really big challenge today.
I'm sure Geelong fans are keen to see Max Holmes, an early draft pick from last season. Has got some sprinter pedigree in him with his mum representing Australia at Olympics. What will you expect from him today?
Yeah, I think you've just covered it there. He's an unbelievable athlete. He's got the speed and power. So we're talking about one of those Sydney young players, got the speed and power. He is probably our best runner. He can test out blitzers with his endurance, but he's also quick. So I think Scotty's got him starting on the ground, on the wing. So look for a real pace and cover the ground. So I'm not sure whether he expected to be in the team this early, but his last couple of weeks in the VFL's been outstanding, so get his opportunity.
And finally, Jeremy Cameron, how's he travelling?
Jez is going well. Hopefully he's back in next week, so he's a little bit frustrated, obviously getting to a new club and wanting to do really well, but obviously suffered a couple of injuries, so I'm pretty sure he'll be back in next week.
You've recruited some older type players. And
experience.
Of course, that, yeah. One or the other. What do you want to do? But is this your last chance to get one? A premiership in the next 2 years?
It's hard to say, mate. It really is. Like, we might get another couple next year and the year after, and your club can change really quickly. Yeah. So, look, we expect to do really well this year. I expect us to challenge and to win it this year. I think we all do. But it's really hard to forecast where your team's going to be in 2 years. Like, we might keep getting some really good older players and hopefully start at the top. So, last chance, I'm not sure, but we don't want to just keep making prelims and grand finals and letting the opportunities slip.
But you're an ageing group, and we know that sometimes.
We're an experienced group, mate. You're right. You're exactly right.
As Mark knows, it's all how you sell it. I know I said finally, but we were talking about it on Saturday. For those teams that played in deep into the finals, grand finals like Geelong, does it feel like it's been a shorter turnaround in a reduced pre-season into the early stages?
Yeah, it's good. We're getting back into Melbourne and Geelong, getting back into training. It was good to see the guys again, but it's a quick turnaround, and we can see those other teams that have had a bit more preparation. They're clearly playing a little bit better than us at the moment. So our challenge is to get up to their standard really quick. So hopefully we can take a step forward today with our experienced players.
So from a coaching side of things, does it change a little bit in the first couple of weeks, given personnel will come back in and the style of footy we're seeing?
A little bit, yeah. Obviously the game's changed. What we were saying, there's a lot more free-flowing attacking footy. So first week we were really disappointed with how we moved the footy. We felt like we moved the footy okay for a half last week, and good opportunity on a big ground today to hopefully attack really well and hopefully kick a big score.
Good on you, Scarlo. Thanks for your time. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys.
Stella's put him through his paces, so he was happy to have a chat. I think Aldo might continue that off here, so I'll throw it back up to you and Luke Ball.
Just drop a microphone in, Clinchy. I think the best bit's about to come. Just on the conditions down there, mate. In the commentary box here, there's a real breeze coming through the window at the moment. Does it feel pretty blustery down there to you?
Yeah, it does feel quite blustery and probably a slight breeze blowing down to the city end, so it's probably more swirly than favouring one side, but it is, as you would have heard in the mic, quite windy here at ground level, so I wonder whether that might impact the early stages of the match.
Good on you, mate. We'll be back downstairs to you and Mark McClure, and Sellers can put one of his Huntingdale Golf Club co-members through his paces a little later on. James Sicily's going to join us in the pre-game as well.
Back to the corner, Sellers, to regroup before he comes out swinging again. I thought he gave as good as he got then, Scarlett.
What do they call it? The end wells, get those on the eye, and a little bit of water in the mouth.
Yeah,
Sellers will be ready to go again shortly.
As good as he got, which is very much the Matthew Scarlett way.
So they're not old; they're experienced. Was what
it's all
Matthew
about perspective.
Scarlett was
it's all about perspective.
What's your perspective on the way Geelong has built its list and added with those experienced players?
I like it. I think they've identified. This Kate is all about winning, and ultimately, yeah. So I think they've identified that, and I think it's particularly skewed is the wrong word, but whilst Joel Selwood's there, whilst they've got Dangerfield there, they attracted Dangerfield down, they wouldn't feel like they owe him premiership success, but they do, with these sort of guys that have been such great contributors and stalwarts to the club, it's almost like they feel like they again, owes the wrong word, but they're compelled to continue to find ways to stay at the top, and if that means getting an Isaac Smith or a Sean Higgins in, Jeremy Cameron, who we haven't seen yet, then I think that's great. There's a bit of a US model to it, isn't there? That's that we're just going to keep topping up until we get one, and they're bloody hard to win. They were a quarter and a half away from, and probably some Dustin Martin magic away from winning one last year. So if they win it last year, then we're lauding it, aren't we? And then we're sort of talking about them going again, and I think those sort of players will come into their own later in the year. We love going early, and we can only go on with the evidence that that's in front of us at the moment. But it is round 3, and I get this feeling that these younger sides, with the changes from last year to this year, quarters back to their full length, interchanges in, so there's a double whammy there. These experienced guys, older guys, experienced guys with miles on the clock, pre-seasons on the clock, will come into their own. When the winter months come upon us. So the challenge is to scrap enough wins early in the year while you're not playing well. But they'll be there. They'll be there when the whips are cracking. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
Geelong hasn't broken the bank to get these players. I mean, they've paid what they needed to pay for Jeremy Cameron, but Isaac Smith and Sean Higgins haven't cost them the earth. And then we're seeing, Francis Evans has got his opportunity to play this year as a young player, making his debut at the start of the season. Now we've got Max Holmes coming in as a young player to make his debut as well.
Myers a couple of years ago. So it is important that and it's interesting they bring Holmes in. Or they've clearly identified, speed is a bit of an issue perhaps over the first couple of rounds, and you can argue that has been a bit of an issue over the last couple of years. So you're right, you need to keep sprinkling in some younger talent with those experienced players, and if you get the mix right, then it'll work well. But I fully expect them to be, Greg Wells, Stephen Wells down there, he knows what he's doing, and I fully expect them to be thereabouts when, as I said, when the whips are cracking at the end of the year.
I'll tell you what, we've unleashed a beast down at ground level, Luke Ball. Mark McClure is just wandering around owning the joint at the MCG at the moment. He's just gone past the Channel 7 set. Cameron Ling Grandstand Zones in TV action today. Sellers has gone past and just basically jumped on the set with Luke Hodge and Cameron Ling and had a bit of a yarn. I think they must have been in an ad break, but whether...
He looks at home, doesn't he?
He absolutely...
He's in that forward 50 region too.
He's marauding. He's just down there doing plenty of good work, Sellers, and he's going to be speaking with James Sicily shortly on Grandstand AFL. This is the build-up to the annual Easter Monday clash between Geelong and Hawthorn at the MCG. Crowd is building. Nice afternoon for football. It's not a hot day, but no threat of rain. Blue skies above and a bit of a breeze around the MCG. Just a parking update for those that are coming to the game today. Gate 3 is now closed. Gates 5 and 6 are due to close in the next 15 minutes. Gate 7 is now open only to the accredited pass holders and disability pass holders. So that points to a decent crowd this afternoon. We're still only at three-quarters capacity for venues, so the MCG is allowed to have 75,000 people inside the ground. I'm not sure we would get to that number, but you typically do get a very good crowd for this match, with many people getting out of Melbourne at the start of the Easter break and coming back on the Monday, and many coming to this game. The stall gift has been run and won. We'll bring you a replay of the men's and women's races. Hayley Orman from South Australia took out the women's gift. Edward Ware took out the men's gift. We'll replay both of those races for you during the build-up to the match at the MCG today as well. We'd love to hear from you on the SMS 0437 774 774 0437 774 774. Are you coming into the match today? If you're not, are you taking it in? Where are you going to be listening, and what are you up to? 0437 774 774. More broadly, what have you made of the football to start the season? Because to my eye, Luke Ball, we've got a really good style of football, and it took a couple of subtle rule changes. They've tinkered, they've tried, they've had focus groups and session after session to find answers to open up the game, and they've managed to do it.
They've nailed it, have they?
I think that the signs are there that the man on the mark rule and giving the fullback a little more room at the kick-in has opened the game up significantly more.
And then players having to stay out there longer and getting fatigued, and probably having to stay... Forwards having to stay in their positions a little bit more. It's gone, it's stretched the ground out a little bit because it's just too taxing to play the way that they were with unlimited interchange. Again, everyone says it, small sample size, but the 3 games that I've seen, that's certainly been the case. Team defences, and we just heard Matthew Scarlett touch on it before as well. Whereas once it was just, when they've got it, okay, all 18 of you out there are involved in the team defence. Now we're seeing a lot more one-on-one footy. I love the centre bounces. I love watching the good centre bounce teams work their magic in there. We saw the Eagles the other night really put Port Adelaide to the sword, and their dominance in there, they were able to really control the game from there. The wingers are staying out and the forwards are staying back, and so it's certainly been enjoyable. The scoreboard has ticked over more, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting talking to someone who was talking to Steve Hocking the start of the year and asked him the question, is there an unintended consequence that you might have been worried about with these rules? And, paraphrasing, his point was that maybe more blowouts would happen. Yeah, I know we've seen some really close ones. Thursday night was great.
Blowouts this round.
We already have. And I want to talk about our rival code, but the NRL tweaked a few things in a similar way, and they're getting a lot of blowouts.
Yep.
They're getting some real blowouts. I think one team hasn't scored for 3 rounds. Anyway, it's interesting to keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah,
just that these tweaks have meant that the younger, less talented, less experienced teams aren't able to hang in there for long enough.
They're more vulnerable.
They're more vulnerable on the turnover, more vulnerable with their running capacity, their skill level, and are getting scored heavily on the turnover. So early days, I think the general consensus is that it's good, isn't it? That everyone's enjoying watching it. But I know they'll be keeping an eye on the blowout factor as well.
Yep, 0437 774 774 is the SMS number if you've got a point of view on that. We can take you back downstairs on Grandstand AFL and get inside the Hawks side of things. Matt Clinch and Mark McClure with injured Hawk James Sicily. Clinchy.
Thank you very much, Al. As we touched on before, perfect conditions at the MCG, 19 degrees and a blue sky above us. James Sicily is one man who would love to be out there today. You can come and join us on ABC Grandstand. James, obviously the ACL in August last year. How are you travelling?
Yeah, look, I'm going all right. About 7 months in. Am I speaking of this one?
I think that one's not working. Try this one.
Yeah, right. So 7 months in. Potentially get back maybe close to the end of the year, but sort of be determined on how the team's going and if I'm ready and available, then it's tracking that way. So, yeah, still a little bit to go, but ticking along nicely.
So how do you go watching, and do you have an official role on match day?
Yeah, I am a bit of an emotional watcher. I'm more calm when I'm playing, but At the moment, I'm just observing upstairs next to Clarko, which can be quite eventful sometimes. But, yeah, look, I'm watching with ease at the moment. It's not too frustrating not being out there. I've sort of wrapped my head around being a spectator for still a little while.
I thought driving in with Sellers was one of the challenges, but you and Clarko sitting by side might be an interesting little insight as well. So what have you made of the Hawks' opening couple of games? A good come-from-behind win against the Bombers, and last week the Tigers were a bit too good. They held you at arm's length.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting. The list is probably in a spot where it hasn't been for a long time. It's pretty young, and I think with that comes just sort of excitement because some players we haven't seen before are playing here. Like, so Brocky's having his third game, and we can see the emergence of CJ, which is really exciting. And there's still some younger guys developing at Box Hill playing really good footy. So, yeah, it's a different club to be around than what I have been used to, but it's really good.
What about you? You got 12 months off? Yeah. No golf?
Yeah.
Is it killing you?
Yeah, it is. Golf's really the only thing that gets me outside. So hopefully next month I can start playing golf. And then, yeah, I'll be a little bit happier. But I keep trying to wind the physios up to let me out as soon as possible. But, yeah, still a couple more boxes to be ticked before I can play golf.
We saw a really good side in Sydney the other day. I've got some really good young kids, and you've got some too. Tell us about the ones that you think will be stars in the future.
It's pretty exciting, like watching Brocky, Tyler Brockman, what he can bring. Also CJ, like I mentioned before, he's just such an athlete, and once he can sort of get a few more games under his belt and iron out some of the sort of deficiencies that he has, I think he'll just be a really, really solid player for us. And then we've got two young guys that we also drafted in Connor Downey and Denver, who ultimate professionals, and I'm sure they will play a lot of footy for us in the future as well.
Let me tell you, this is a winnable game for you guys. The competition's pretty even, as you can see, and if you actually use the ball well, it's an easy game to win.
Yeah, no, it's when we're watching upstairs, the game looks so easy, but
it is easy up there.
It's really weird, like as if that guy didn't see that man. He was just so open. But yeah, look, it probably is a good time to get the Cats. They don't have Cameron and Dangerfield. Probably not at their strongest yet. So I mean, it's going to be a good game regardless. Wherever these teams sort of match up. I mean, wherever these guys are positioned ladder-wise, it always seems to be a pretty close game. So hoping for another exciting one, and it'll probably be another coin flip like the previous years.
So Clarkson's employed a zoning defence in the past. Yeah. You can't do it now. It's actually very interesting. It's very difficult to do because the chip passing around the place has just turned the game around.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of space out there to try and do a zone nowadays with that man on the mark, new man on the mark rule. But I mean, it makes it more exciting, and you probably just have to play a little bit more one-on-one and just beat your guy, which is a little bit old-fashioned, something that you're used to.
When have you ever played on a man?
Well, I have a philosophy of just defending the ball and not the man.
Oh, good luck today. I hope you go really well. A young team won the other day. Sydney beat the Tigers and did it really well. Don't tell me you can't do it either.
No, well, I'm definitely rooting for Hawthorn.
Just as he goes, Sis, do you ever see Sellers down at Huntingdale?
I do. He always gives us crap for being in carts. So he's always at the clubhouse abusing us as we go through the turn.
Soft.
What do you play off when you were playing?
So play off about 8. I haven't played to 8 at Huntingdale for probably 3 years. It's so hard, that track.
Play off 8 then.
I was going to say, that's too good for you, Sellers.
Because when I go to these other courses, they make it so much easier. But yeah, Huntingdale is way too hard. Yeah.
Well, you got the thread. It's far easier upstairs. So if you get sick of Clarko, come and sit alongside Sellers. Great to see you. Good luck with the recovery.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
James Sicily downstairs with Mark McClure and Matt Clinch. I can't imagine Sellers in the clubhouse at Huntingdale abusing people as they make the turnball. Can you?
Footy play, just preserving the legs. They'd probably be recommended by the physios to employ the carts. I can't believe that Sellers wouldn't use a cart, to be honest. We might grill him on that when he gets back upstairs.
We might need to get that clarified, whether he does from time to time.
I can't see him walking around, especially a hilly track like that.
He was doing the gardening across the Easter weekend, and he came in complaining about being sore from that. So
yeah, he's on the Voltar, and said so. Yeah, we'll have to pick him up on that. But that was a good interview. Well done, Sellers. A little bit less aggressive, wasn't he, with his golf buddy than he was with Matt Scarlett, but anyway, it was good.
Where do you see Hawthorn, Paulie? It's an interesting... I think most people, and this is demonstrated in the way Geelong has assembled its list for this year, they're there with a shot at a premiership, and that's certainly how they see things, as much as Matt Scarlett was saying to Sellers and Clinch. He doesn't really know where they are just yet, but their list and the way they've recruited suggests that they feel like the premiership window's open. What about Hawthorn? Where do you see them?
Yeah, well, in a sense, I mean, all the focus has been on Isaac Smith today. He really embodies the direction of the two clubs in a way, doesn't he? So he leaves Hawthorn, being a multi-premiership player there, to go to Geelong. I think, I haven't heard him sort of declare this publicly, but you would assume, because he sees them, and clearly, you know, they again got within a quarter and a half last year. He sees them as right in the go zone to win the premiership. So, you know, there's been such great recent history with these two clubs. In a sense, yeah, as I said, he embodies the slight sort of divergence of where they've tracked since, you know, those halcyon days of the Hawks, in a sense. Geelong have stayed up there, kept topping up, kept, you know, trying to stay up there, and albeit they're you know, the Selwoods of the world were a bit younger back then compared to, say, a Hodge, Mitchell, Lewis. Whereas the Hawks, they haven't bottomed out. We know that, and they're not going to do that while Alistair Clarkson's in charge. That's not their way at all. They have just gone back a little bit, haven't they, and had to be a bit more creative and find new ways. They certainly traded away a few early picks to get O'Meara in, to get Mitchell in. So they haven't necessarily gone through the draft. Last year was the first time they've really done that, and we just heard James Sicily talk about some of their early picks looking really promising. And some of the other guys, you know, he mentioned CJ, who's a rookie, you know, Will Day, who's unfortunately out today, he's a later draft pick. Young Brockman's a rookie, I think, as well, or certainly a late pick. So they've had to be a little bit more creative about it. Nevertheless, again, whilst they've got the master coach in charge, they're a dangerous team. And again, hopefully we see that today. And we know that, you know, playing against Geelong, hopefully, you know, that little bit of extra meeting behind that, hopefully that brings out the best in them today.
We saw what Mark O'Connor was able to do against Lachie Neale last week, as much as Chris Fagan felt that some of the tactics used were a little dubious and perhaps not within the laws nor spirit of the game. And Matthew Scarlett has told us on Grandstand AFL today that there'll be a job for Mark O'Connor in the middle. So is it going to be on O'Meara, or is it going to be on Mitchell? Mitchell's had 39 possessions against Essendon and 37 against Richmond to start the season.
It's going to be really interesting, and it'll give us an indication as to who Chris Scott thinks is the more damaging of the midfielders. I would probably go to... Oh, it's interesting. Probably go to O'Meara. He's obviously more explosive. The only thing, I think Tom Mitchell sometimes gets a bit of a bad rap. You know, he does set up a lot of their play. I know he gets a lot of the footy, and for him it's as much about score involvements, I think, rather than pure possessions, you know, pure touches, because we know he's, you know, so good by hand and he can flick it around. He works back really hard, but O'Meara's the explosive one, isn't he? He's the one that probably gets more footy centre forward. So, and on paper anyway, physically looks a better matchup. I mean, O'Connor's 191, so he's a genuine, you know, 6'3", tall athlete. Having said that, you know, I found it fascinating that he went to a 5'9" Lachie Neale last week and you know, put the blanket on him, didn't he? So, yeah, it'll be fascinating. We'll know pretty early on, won't we, though, who Chris Scott's identified as the main danger in the Hawks midfield.
We're building up on Grandstand AFL to the Easter Monday clash between Geelong and Hawthorn. The Cats lost in the first round to the Adelaide Crows by 12 points, bounced back last week, just hung on against Brisbane by a point. Hawthorn, like the Cats, 1 win, 1 loss. Defeated Essendon coming from the clouds to win that match by a point in round 1. Defeated by Richmond at the MCG last week by 29 points. The teams are through. No late change for either Geelong or Hawthorn. The medical subs today will be Charlie Constable for Geelong, and for Hawthorn, Tim O'Brien, who lost his spot in the 22 for Mitchell Lewis. Max Holmes to debut for the Cats. Mitch Duncan in for his first game of the season on return from the calf injury. Chad Wingard in for Hawthorn on the way back from a calf as well, and Lewis, as mentioned, on 0437 774 774. Lots of your thoughts coming in. The new stand rule is a winner, but nothing is perfect, so don't expect this to be. The next important changes needed are: 1, increase the distance for a valid kick to 20 metres, so marks are no longer paid for 10-metre kicks. The umpires are allowed to make mistakes, but a 20-metre no mark will ever be paid for a kick less than 15, okay? Yep, so for a kick that is at 20, none will ever be paid. That's a thought of one of our listeners on Grandstand AFL. We'll get to more of those throughout the afternoon.
Know the story with ABC News Digital. Get the latest breaking news with live notifications whenever you want, wherever you are.
They are considering going to zero emissions.
We'll go ahead as planned.
And abruptly ended the case.
It will help us all get back to normal and back to all the things that we love.
Those are the kind of things that work.
There's hope for a brighter future.
ABC News, Australia's most trusted news source. Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes.
What a high-quality game this is. Tremendous.
It's so good to watch.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, new day, new day, beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers Harding. It's the boundary time.
Oh, no! That is a great goal.
Paddles into his own advantage, bangs it up into the top deck.
Kick it inside forward 50. Massive boy!
What a mark! That's his trademark. Snap from the pocket, splits the middle. This game is going up a gear.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It's a wonderful scene at the MCG for Easter Monday football. It's a tradition that began back in 2010 and pits two of football's fiercest rivals, two teams that find a way of having very close encounters regularly. Geelong and Hawthorn coming up for you on Grandstand AFL with Alistair Nicholson, Matt Clinch, Luke Ball, Mark McClure and Andrew Mays will be with us on the boundary this afternoon as well. The two changes for the Cats: Max Holmes in to make his debut. He is the son of Lee Naylor, a gold medalist at the Commonwealth Games in Kuala Lumpur in the 4x400 metres in 1998, and himself a very good junior athlete in the hurdles. Mitch Duncan comes in to play his first game of the season. Chad Wingard in for his first game of the year. Both of those players returning from calf injuries that slowed their start to the season. Wingard in for the Hawks alongside Mitch Lewis. There's no late change. The medical subs are Charlie Constable for the Cats and Tim O'Brien for the Hawks. If you're joining us for the first time today, both these teams 1-1 through the opening couple of rounds of the season. We've been taking your SMSs on 0437 774 774. Luke Ball, H in Buninyong, asks this question: could the season we're seeing result in a player kicking the ton again? Lance Franklin, the last to kick the ton back in 2008.
Wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, and Favola kicked 99 in the same year, didn't he? Well, I hope so. Yeah, we're off to a good start, aren't we?
Yep.
We're tracking that way. We probably didn't think, Sellers, if we had said that Taylor Walker would be the one on track before the season, you would have written your own ticket, wouldn't you, for that? But it's great to see some legitimate key forward, v key back, one-on-one. It was a great one. Darcy Moore at Collingwood, he's had a couple of great battles, hasn't he? Your boy Harry Mackay is starting to emerge, isn't he? So to answer, was it H's question?
Yep.
I
it's
hope
possible.
So. Yeah,
it's possible.
I hope so.
It's possible. Tex is on target if he continues the way he is. Last year, I thought he was gone, and I reckon he thought he was half gone too, because the game had changed. It was so defensive. There's people going back. Now, the game is completely set up for forwards, and that's how it should be.
Josh Bruce joined us on ABC Grandstand AFL on the lead on Saturday afternoon after his 10-goal performance against North Melbourne. So kicked 14 goals in 17 games last year. Has 14 already this season and 10 against the Kangaroos. But his feeling was, with the man on the mark rule and the stand rule, the player not being able to deviate left or right, the person with the ball kicking inside the 50 now is going around the man on the mark rather than kicking over the man on the mark, and it means the ball's coming in faster, flatter and harder, which naturally is going to make it a lot more difficult to defend.
You move, they hit.
Clear evidence of that. Yep. Clear evidence of that. And it's the money kick, the kick inside 50. It's the most important kick of the game. And yeah, again, some really clear evidence of teams, and I'm sure they would have practiced it. When the rule was announced, and it's meaning that the Swans. So you spoken about them on the interview before. They've been great examples, haven't they? They've used it well. They've brought some young talent who are both beautiful kicks as well into the team. And it's paying off.
Warner,
it's good.
Wicks,
Goulding, and Campbell.
Super.
Yeah,
Campbell, super.
Really highly rated
left-footers.
kicks. Yeah, really
left-footer guy.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so I love that side of it. The one that standing on the mark inside 50 when an opponent's having a clear shot at goal, you should be able to move around a bit to put them off.
I don't think you're allowed to.
I know you're not. I'm saying you should be able to.
I think they're pretty hot on it too, just quietly.
Oh, God. Well, they are. Yeah.
They want to see you in the 50 straight away. But look,
if you're 35 out, you should be able to dance around a bit and
let me tell you,
a cartwheel like Jeremy Howe did the other night.
Let me tell you, this is much more exciting than what we've seen over the last 8 to 10 years. To me, football, there's not many ball-ups and throw-ins. The throw-ins and ball-ups have dropped right down. So we don't need them. That's not what we're after. We're after the ball moving.
We need some of them.
Yeah. Well, the ruckmen do, but we don't even need them.
It's a bit of stoppage work.
The death of the all of a sudden the inside midfield is an endangered species.
Sellers has been killing off the ruckman for years.
I mean, come on. Patrick Cripps was gone, wasn't he, last week? Before the weekend's game?
They just jabbed him up and away you go again.
I'm just saying the inside midfielder all of a sudden is an endangered species.
But
they'll adjust. Like the Patrick Cripps of the world.
They've never been.
I tell you what.
Well, let me tell you, why isn't the big one for me is I can't think of his name. The best player at Richmond,
Dusty
Martin. He didn't get much work the other day either. The ball inside, they had one pick him up and one in the middle pick him up. Cochin didn't touch much. They played a zone defence. They were terrible.
There was no doubt that your quintessential inside mid has to be able to adjust a bit and play a bit forward, even go back a little bit. But I'll tell you what, come the end of the season in the finals, when the contested to uncontested ratio flips and the ball's a hot ball, you're still going to need some inside mids to go and win the footy, mate. I'm telling you, you're still going to need your Patrick Cripps, Bontempelli, all these sort of...
Well,
there's a few out there. Dangerfield's not out there, obviously, tonight, but Fife, all these sort of guys. And again, I know they have to play multiple positions, but let's not get too carried away with that too early on in the season.
Let me tell you, can we get some bloke who's tall win the Brownlow medal? Can we try something like that? Because all of it has been a midfielder's medal for so long. It's a nightmare. So why wouldn't this change that? So the forwards who get some marks.
What about Maxi Gawn?
And then we saw Maxi
Gawn. He
played
last night.
Yeah. Well, there you go. There's another one. The ruckmen have come back into play, but sometimes they've got to move around the ground instead of tapping it down to no one. As we know, taps don't matter. It's where you put them and who takes them away.
3 last night, didn't he? Kick 3 in a 20-plus possession. So
that's a big game.
Valuable, don't they?
Rucking against a player Matt Flynn, who played 3 games.
And he did that the week before. He did as well.
And Hickey kicked 2 goals the other day. Fantastic in the centre. So you've got to change your game to adapt.
The Hawks are out on the ground at the MCG. Good crowd in. Sun's out for Easter Monday football. This is Grandstand AFL. We'll get the match preview in a moment from Mark McClure and Luke Ball, Al Nicholson and Matt Clinch to call all the action for you. But the time-honoured stall gift is a key part of Easter Monday as well. The races have been run and won. And we can take the women's race for you now on Grandstand AFL.
So Ormond on the outside, the favourite. Women's gift final, $40,000 first prize. Just about set. So Ormond got away pretty well. Wang Lacutia there. Blue running well, Santilia. Figuera starting to get into it. Ormond's in front. They're starting to come at her. Ormond's in front. Montaigne's there, but Haley is a comet. And she wins. It's Ormond's gift. She hung on from the outmark. And she gets the $40,000 in the Change Our Game women's gift.
I think I'm in a dream right now. I've had such a rocky season. I've been so injured. There was a period of time where I was like, I may as well just write this season off, but I just didn't give up and I believed in myself. And it just happened. I'm just scared, I can't believe it. I just put the blinkers on, just treated it as another run. I wasn't nervous in the slightest, which is pretty rare for me.
We're watching the replay at the moment with Thea Figuera and Grace Kelly storming over. Could you feel them coming?
Yeah, definitely. I could also feel my hamstrings tightening up as well, so I was like, just stay relaxed.
How long have you been running for?
Been running since I was 6 years old. Just started at Little Athletics, and I don't know any different. I just love to run.
That is the sound of pure elation. Hayley Orman from South Australia taking out the women's gift at Stawell. We'll bring you the men's race in just a moment. Speaking of the race, the Cats are making their way up it at the MCG. Joel Selwood with a last-minute instruction to his team. They'll be fired up to face their old foe today. It's one of the great modern football rivalries. Geelong and Hawthorn, and Isaac Smith running out against the team he won 3 premierships with. That's been an interesting part of the build-up to this encounter. The Cats are out on the ground. They're running down towards the punt road end where the Geelong cheer squad is positioned. Have to be expecting a crowd in excess of 50,000 here today. Perhaps we'll even get somewhere around the 60,000 mark. The preview coming up on Grandstand AFL, but again, courtesy of Channel 7, let's take in the men's race from Stawell. The Stawell gift. Here's how it went down.
Stawell gift final. Set! So Paul got a good start. Edware got a flyer and he goes up to lead, followed by Baird, then Ireland and Hove. Houlihan coming at him. So it's Ware. Paul fighting back. It's going to be close. Edware hanging on and Edware gets there. He won best dressed and now he wins the gift. It's never been done before. Third final. Finally gets the win. That is a great run.
The money's nice, but the prestige of Stawell. Fell in love with this place the first time I came here. 2008. Didn't even know what pro running was. Fortunate enough to win the Bill Howard Restricted, and it all started from there. My obsession with this race, and third time lucky. I can't believe it.
You came so close a couple of times. Second, it's a decade ago. What's happened in a decade?
A lot, mate. A lot. You know, COVID kind of worked out. I was a good boy over winter. Not a lot of partying, not a lot of drinking. Training in the morning, you know, getting up at 6 a.m, religiously doing sessions at, 6:45, day in, day out, and didn't come here expecting this. Training for 200s all year, and mate, this is amazing.
Ed Ware there after he took out the Stawell gift for the men. Terrific performance from him. Those race calls courtesy of Channel 7. So from a time-honoured tradition to a more recent Easter Monday tradition. The first of these matches between Geelong and Hawthorn on Easter Monday was back in 2010, and here we are today ahead of another highly anticipated clash between the two. Alistair Nicholson and Matt Clinch to call the action. Your experts on Grandstand AFL are Luke Ball and Mark McClure. On the SMS 0437 774 774. Kevin says, looking forward to the call, boys. Beautiful day up here at Myrtleford, Victoria. I think the crowd will be down at the G. Half of Melbourne have been in Myrtleford over the Easter, reckons Kevin. Good on you, Kevin. Thank you. And Wayne from Elizabeth in South Australia. With the demise of the goal square, will we get to the sad day when they won't bother marking it on the ground anymore, says Wayne. So the goal square is still there. They were actually trialling an enlarged goal square, which they felt looked ridiculous. They've just pulled the man on the mark back further. So I don't think the goal square will ever be taken away. Steve Hocking, yes, prepared to tinker with the rules, but also at his core has the heritage of the game in mind.
Yeah, the charter, the original charter, and there still has to be a pair starting the goal square at a centre bounce, doesn't there? So there is still a strong purpose for it.
Yeah, well, one of the things that Steve Hocking's done, and he's actually changed the game with this rule he's put on with the standing on the mark. I hope it was his, and there's a lot of people claiming it. I was with a bloke last night who claimed it. But
we're at the Portsea pub.
Yeah, what Serena was. I talked for an hour, and I didn't say one word.
Yeah, I think okay.
Anyway, but
not a former president, Sellers.
He could have been.
Of course, it was his.
Anyway, but. But they have changed the game dramatically, and I think for the better, for mine. I mean, we've had a clogged up game for 10, 11, 12 years where you can't move the ball, you kick sideways and backwards. Now we're seeing positive football. People are leading into space, that the actual zone's starting to get hurt. These two sides have been sensational in this century, in the 20th century, and the whole thing about it is that they've played in so many grand finals. They've been great rivals for a hell of a long time. The Cats are still up there. They're on their last legs, I reckon. They've got 2 years left in them with the ageing group they've got, and we've talked about that. to Matty Scarlett, and he doesn't believe it, but after he got off the air, he certainly did. Anyway.
He's not going to talk to you again.
I haven't convinced him of it by the end.
Anyway, so it doesn't matter. But look, I think they've got a chance, and they've got a good side, and without Dangerfield, and they're without Rowan, and they bring in a young kid called Maxie Holmes, and then you've got Henry coming in, and Jordan, John Clark, and those sort of guys.
Speed. They
want speed,
haven't they? Yeah,
absolutely they do. You know, and one of the things about them has been they've been up there for so long, but they can't get the ultimate. That's what they want. Their form has been, I reckon, so-so. I don't think it's been A-grade. They've been challenged on a lot of occasions. Can the Hawks challenge them? That's the key for mine. Can their youth actually stand up and have a look at Saturday's game and see what they did and try and emulate it? Because it's a good practice, good thing to look at and try and work on, because that's the way the game's going to go.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, and I know you asked James Sicily about that as well, in terms of the Richmond-Sydney template, in a sense, and how the Swans have tinkered with their game to take advantage of the new rules, and part of it's personnel based. We spoke about the talent they've been able to bring in terms of their kicking skills, being at such a high level. The Hawks have always been a good kicking team. They've always prioritised kicking, so you'd think that the new manning the mark rule would suit them. So you'd hope that we'd see them employing a kick mark game.
They've got plenty of speed.
Yeah, and they've been able to. You're right. They've been able to add some speed to the mix as well with young CJ, and it's good to see Jarman Impey back. He's an important player for them. Off half back. So I think we'll see though. I think we'll see a tactical battle early on. I think the Hawks will try that that kick sort of mark, that work their way through. Really try and we know Geelong's defence. The legacy of the last few years, love to be to roll off and play together and support each other. Matthew Scale sort of intimated that they haven't been able to do that as much over the pre-season, the first three rounds. You still think though that would be ingrained in them, and when they're at their best, Tom Stewart, Lockie Henderson, Mark Blitzhoffs, they're coming off to support each other. So I'd be surprised if we see the Hawks bombing the ball going forward. They'll want to use their skills. They want to pick their way through, much like the Swans did against the Richmond defence. They'll want to pick their way through the Geelong team defence that way and get marks inside 50 and get shots on goal that way. So interesting tactical battle, which it always is when these two play against each other.
Let me ask you something. They're so ingrained into their culture of how they play, though. I mean, what Geelong are going to do. You know how they short kick all the time, but sometimes it's not positive. Sometimes it's just to hold the ball and hang on to it and those sorts of things. Nowadays, you can actually go forward really quickly, and hopefully they don't go sideways and backwards, because they're wasting time.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit of a shift. I think you still see sides build the ball from the back half a bit, lower risk footy, but utilising the extra space to go forward, as you said, the kick mark. But then certainly, I think what we're seeing over the first 3 weeks, forward of centre, I think of the Bulldogs and the Bombers the other night, that's where that overlap becomes really critical. And if you can break that line, with a runner like an Impey or a young Giath, or from the Cats' point of view, young Jordan Clark and Duncan, who's a really important player to them, we know. If you can break that line forward of centre and get over that 50 to 70, that launch pad, get over that mark, either get it in deep. That's where we're seeing the one-on-one contest really happen.
I think the centre bounce is critical, and ball into the forward line is really simple, and that's where the midfielders come in.
Mark McClure and Luke Ball with their match preview on Grandstand AFL. The two teams, Geelong and Hawthorn, just gathering themselves. One last collective meeting of the minds before they head to their positions. The final member of our team on Grandstand AFL is down near the interchange benches on a beautiful day for football. It's a good afternoon to Andrew Mays. Maisie.
Alistair, good afternoon. Beautiful conditions down here. It's about 18 degrees. One thing to keep an eye on in this opening quarter is the skills. It is quite breezy down here at ground level, so it will be interesting to see, watching a lot of players in the warm-up spray a few shots at goal. It is quite breezy, so one thing to keep an eye on early. Joel Selwood has won the toss. He'll kick towards the city end. Looking forward to a big day. And I tell you what, if they didn't want it rubbed in their faces anymore, Geelong have been advertising Isaac Smith in a Geelong polo for about 30 minutes before the bounce. So it's going to be very interesting to see him at the opening bounce this afternoon, Al.
And on behalf of the Grandstand family, Maisie, congratulations to your family on the arrival of little Emily in recent times. So to you and Claire, congratulations to all our listeners. Enjoy the footy this afternoon. Joe and Nick are on their way back from the family farm to Perth. They're looking forward to the call. Beautiful day here in the west, they say. Good to have you with us, guys. Greg in Emu Point in WA reckons he's looking forward to the call, but begs to differ on the opinion on the rule changes. I'd rather see a contest in all parts of the ground rather than a goal fest, says Greg. Thanks for your thoughts there, Greg. 0437 774 774.
What do you like, a 3-4 game, Greg? 3 or 4 goal
I
leads?
think I understand what he's saying. There's room for both. Some of the best grand finals, but think of that Eagles Sydney game. 50, low scoring. But
I understand.
And I think again, as the season goes on, we'll get a bit more of that. It'll play out, but just got an eye on just trying to find where's Isaac Smith. I don't think he'll get the Adam Treloar treatment, nor should he.
Wasn't that your old coach?
Clarkson.
What have they got for us this time? Geelong and Hawthorn rarely disappoints. Easter Monday football with Matt Clinch.
Isaac Smith, the start in the attacking 50 for the Cats. Chad Wingard on his return right in the middle for the Hawks. So we're underway on this Easter Monday blockbuster. McAvoy up against Stanley. Stanley gets the clearance. Couldn't get the hand pass away to Guthrie. Sliding in Atkins for the Cats. The hand pass to O'Connor and away they go. Back to Guthrie. Inside the 50. Long towards Hawkins. Frost in front. Providing good support to Hardigan. Peeled off and takes the defensive mark in the right back pocket for the Hawks.
Frost goes short to Hardwick in the blue boots, in the shade, on the southern side, near half back.
Looks like O'Connor's gone to Mitchell, Al, early on. So started on him at the centre bounce. And
it's a good idea.
Matthew Scarlett pre-game had suggested there would be a job again for Mark O'Connor in the middle. The short pass went to Impey. He goes back to the top of the goal square. And Burgoyne takes the mark in game 392.
It's amazing.
Off to Hardigan, back to Burgoyne. Burgoyne gets a hand pass away to Hardwick. They're still deep in defence. Back to Hardigan. His kicks, not great. Higgins a chance to put pressure on Frost, who takes possession. Tackle, got a hand pass away, releasing Impey. Now they're out through right half back. Impey sweeps the hand pass towards the boundary line. Morrison's kick to the wings, good for O'Meara, southern side.
They worked it to the attacking half of the wing and then to Bruce at right half forward. He chips it over the top as Lewis is free. He marks right on 50. Kicks into the pocket. Wingard's there. Moore as well. Kaczynski crashed the pack. A chance for Moore. Dribbles it to the goal mouth and misses to the right-hand side. Curling to snap on the right boot. Didn't quite have the penetration as it rolled end over end to the right-hand side. First score, a minor score, the Hawks' way through 90 seconds in the opening term.
A missed opportunity there. They were out. It wasn't a great kick to Lewis. Would have been a good... they just a bit more air on it. He would have run into an open goal. So would have. Disappointing.
Duncan to Stewart to... Guess who? Isaac Smith was copping the early boos. And his short pass ended up with O'Connor. O'Connor goes to the first gamer in Holmes. Holmes on the back point of the square. Kicks Geelong to the half-forward flank. They set themselves. Coming across the front, Evans couldn't take it. Picked up by Higgins. Spins out of trouble. Sweeping hand pass to Smith. He's going to cop it all day. He goes to the pocket to Hawkins. The former Hawk to the Hawk. He's got it left forward pocket, 30 out.
Well, you can thank Higgins for that because that was a brilliant move through the middle of the ground. Just a little flick pass or a handball straight out and then onto the left foot straight to Tommy Hawkins, who's the main man in this team.
Opens up the angle from hard on the boundary. Hawkins, the Coleman medalist, executes to perfection. Geelong gets the opening goal at the 2-minute mark. The Cats won straight. The Hawks one behind on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, good call, Sellers. Bit of class, wasn't it, from Sean Higgins? He'll come into his own. We think with as the season goes on, he's just finding his feet. In his new colours, playing mid, forward, but he was just clean, wasn't he? Below his feet, flicked the pass out to the handball out to Isaac Smith in space, who's covering ground already. You can see he's really keen to get his hands on the ball early, get on top of those boos, and then again an open forward line, going forward into an open forward line, and Tom Hawkins using his forward craft there. He's got Hardigan as the matchup, so he's one guy who in a battle of strength. You think should be able to go okay, hold his own. He's done okay against him, for the Crows in the past, but he's pretty tough to defend when the kick goes into that much space.
He's another one that could get 100 if he they actually used him well.
The Coleman medalist last year with 42 goals, opening blow to the Cats. Stanley back in the middle of the ground, wins down the tap for Geelong. It's hacked off the ground by O'Connor, gained 15 metres. Impey in front, claims the mark. The umpire determines it was 15 metres. So he'll take it on the back edge of the square. Kicks towards O'Meara, spoiled away from him. Morrison gathered the crumbs, hand pass to Bruce, works the hand pass to Segler, back to Bruce, kick smothered by Henderson. Bruce will gather on right half forward, retreats back by hand to Morrison, high ball inside the 50. Lewis and Kajitskis are both there. It's spoiled out of play and rolls across the boundary line, right forward pocket for the Hawks at the punt road end.
Frankie the Forester from Darwin's on the text. I'm nervous, but hope to see Impey light things up for the Hawks today. Thanks for your text, Frankie. 0437774774 at the boundary throw-in. Hawks in attack to the punt road end. O'Meara goes after it, wins it. A hand pass defensively. Lewis's kick on the left boot, a shocker. Blitzarv's in the way. Hand pass to Selwood. Selwood caught by Wingard. Hand pass affected. Holding the ball.
Great tackle.
He just dithered Selwood coming through the traffic. Wasn't certain who he wanted to give it off to, and ultimately didn't give it off quickly enough at all.
Yeah, we used to see him really... we're not used to see him get caught holding the ball much, are we? He usually really backs his strength, but you're right, he was just in two minds. Probably should have given that first one deep in... well, not deep, but in the defensive 50, but...
First
great
thought's
pressure.
always the best.
Yeah, forward 50 tackles.
He's played 11 games against Geelong, Chad Wingard. 7 games he's been goalless. Not today. Now, is that a mark or is that a goal? It looked to me, naked eye like that had crossed the line, but... I wonder whether Stewart might be paid the mark here on the goal line. They're going to have a look. It's going to the arc. So the mark was taken by Stewart. It's a question of whether the ball was beyond the line, and
I think it was over.
He's called a goal. Yeah.
That's a goal. Chad Wingard strikes back for Hawthorn. They're yet to confirm it on the big screen, but the crowd's seen the replay. We've seen the replay. And Hawthorn's going to be in front at the 6-minute mark. Here we go. Goal. Hawthorn 1-1-7. Geelong 1 straight on Grandstand AFL. We've played 6 minutes of the Easter Monday clash with Mark McClure and Luke Ball.
And the goal kicker comes off, which is unusual for me. It was fantastic. I don't like it because, you feel good about yourself and then you go and have a rest. But anyway, Chad Wingard has been impact already in the forward line. Good chase, good tackle. And Selwood got caught, and all of a sudden from outside 50 he bangs one through the middle. But that's what you want your small forwards to do: chase, tackle, harass, put pressure on, and huge impact. Cause the goal.
He used the new rule, didn't he? Then he wheeled out, and it probably gave him that extra metre to get the ball over the line. Whereas if he had a kicked over hands, it would have fallen short. So there you go. Yeah. That's happening a little bit as well. But yeah, well done. Good start to him in his first game for the year.
Luke Ball and Mark McClure, your experts on this Easter Monday. Chad Wingard for his first game of the season, overcoming a calf injury, on the board early. As the Hawks take the lead by a point. Bounce back in the middle. Stanley and McAvoy. McAvoy tries to drop it down. Parfitt on hands and knees trying to knock it out. McAvoy over the top. Stanley lost his footing. Cannon over the top of the pack. Buse is on the very bottom. He's got Mitchell and Liam Shields, and it's over the shoulder, the umpire says. So Geelong free kick in the middle of the MCG. Hughes gives the hand pass to the run from Stewart off half-back, drives a kick inside the 50. Frost came out, got hands to it. Myers roved at best, turns on the right boot. Superb finish. Barely had to look at the big sticks. He knew where they were. And the Cats answer straight back. Could we have a shootout on this Easter Monday? Geelong by 5 points, 2 straight 12 to the Hawks 1-1-7.
Smart player, he just knows where the goals are. He was a prodigious goal kicker as an underage player, and has started his AFL career that way as well. And that wasn't a matter of getting front and centre to the contest, was it? He actually got in behind it, and he had a pretty handy player who trailed him in too, in Sean Burgoyne. But you only need to give this bloke a couple of metres around goal, and he made him pay. So
the Hawthorn defence messed it up. They had 2 blokes at the air and didn't actually push it away.
It's got to go forward,
yeah. Had to go forward, didn't go back.
But again, that quick, ball use out of the centre was from a free kick from the centre bounce, but that overlap run, Tom Stewart getting involved, kicking the ball over the line, getting it long to a one-on-one contest. Things tend to happen.
You've got to trust yourself, though.
8 minutes in and already 3 lead changes between the Cats and the Hawks. Sets things up nicely from the middle of the ground. Tom Phillips' little kick intercepted by Duncan. He sweeps the hand pass to Parfitt. Gets away from Warple. Sweeping ball. O'Connor kicks inside the 50. Out on the lead, Isaac Smith had it punched away by Impey. The foot race on now. Clark comes to lend a hand for Geelong. Picks up, kicks laterally. The mark taken by O'Connor. Left half forward for the Cats. He's told to play on. He kicks to the forward pocket. Out they come. Hartigan playing in front of his opponent. Hawkins takes the mark in defence, goes back to the goal square, and Scrimshaw.
Scrimshaw had Howe up against the boundary. Wants to go more direct than that, where
Very
Phillips
good
takes
kick.
the mark. It was a good kick. Finds him in front of the debutant Max Holmes. He comes into the middle of the ground with a kick which finds Shields. He marks defensive side of the wing on the members' side. Spinning the footy in his hands. Chips laterally towards the boundary line, and Howe takes the mark.
Should feel confident to take the one-on-ones ahead of the ball here.
Yeah, I agree.
Long kick towards the top of the 50.
Well, that's
in the
why he's
end,
not.
Blitzhouse was waiting for just that kick and took the mark in front at right half back for the Cats.
Sorry, I mean, that's just got to come to ground, though. That's a genuine one-on-one, and to basically take an uncontested mark, not good enough.
Actually, it's a genuine one-on-one all over the ground if you watch the game. Watch it closely because they're all running together.
Cats have worked it to the outer side. Holmes to Clark, short to Henry, centre of the southern wing in the sunshine at the MCG. Kick comes back into the middle to Kolodjasny. He looks to the members' side to switch the play to Stewart. Behind the AFL logo, he takes the mark, kicks to half forward. Tui the target, has separation on Shields. He takes the mark 70 from goal.
Ooh.
That's 50
50
metres. Guthrie worked it perfectly. He went one way then the other and lured his opponent Howe into the protected area, and Tui will be marched to within 20 metres of goal.
Well, that's clever. That's clever by the Geelong player who just ran around the other side, and all of a sudden his play was caught from a yard off, and you can't be within inside 5 metres, which is the big problem.
So Zach Tui looking for back-to-back goals for the Cats.
Just lack of game awareness from Daniel Howe, wasn't it? I think he's got the match-up on Guthrie, but
he has
had to swivel his head and see where he was in the scheme of things.
2 goals, 1 for the season for Tui. He comes in and pops through the major for Geelong. They have 3 in the opening 11 minutes on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. The Cats 3 straight. Hawthorn 1-1-7 on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Howe's made a massive mistake there. He's cost his team a goal, and he knows it. He got caught trying to run around with Guthrie. His job is to be on him, so all of a sudden he got caught around him. He just got to walk away and let it go. And he just didn't do that. He was just fixated on his man and cost his team a hell of a lot. They moved the ball pretty well, Geelong. They've chipped it around. They hold the ball. They've given themselves a chance. They're finding space. The Hawks are still, I reckon they're still in the mode of zoning because they left people on their own all over the place, and there's too much easy chipping passing. So have a man on man or you're going to get hurt.
Reborn up the field a bit, hasn't he, Zach Tui, coming off a good game last week, 27 disposals and 2 goals, so
he's kicked
goals, a bit of a
in
sharpshooter, yeah.
6 of the last 7 games. The one he didn't was the grand final, but he's become a dangerous forward. Back in the middle of the ground. Segler one down the tap. Mitchell trying to get onto it. Parfitt slid in first. Buse over the top of the footy. Warple locks him up and the umpire will toss it up.
You don't have any idea how quick he is. He's really quick and a powerful kick.
12 minutes in, Tom Mitchell yet to touch the footy. Mark O'Connor's had 4.
Segler wins down the tap for the Hawks. Wingard soccers it off the ground away from Parfitt and then regathered. Clever footy. Got the hand pass to Morrison. Feeds it back to Warple. He's in trouble. Hemmed in, so gives it to Segler. Then back to Scrimshaw. His kick was partially smothered. It comes to Tui. And the Cats are off half back through Atkins towards Myers. Warple in front, spoiled it down. Clark with a good pickup.
Slick,
the feed hand pass to Atkins around the members' wing. And Hawkins takes the mark.
Hawkins pulls the trigger into the middle of the ground. Another mark for O'Connor and a possession coming up. A hand pass to Atkins. He wobbles one inside the 50. Awkward kick. Shields in the road. Tumble punt along the line of the centre square. Knocked to the advantage of Brockman, but he didn't take it. Kolodjasny did and fended off Brockman. Goes inside 50. Stanley, a juggling mark. 40 metres from goal. Hard angle to the left.
Just an experienced body. Winning a one-on-one against a young kid who learned from that, young Tyler Brockman. Very early on in his career, but Well done, College Asney. It was a genuine one-on-one. They had a player out ahead of the ball too, the Hawks, so it was a big contest. And John Segler probably should have done better then too to affect that spoil. But yeah, you're right. They look slick, the Cats, Sellers.
Stanley through the 50 to the City end. The kick was narrow all the way. And out of bounds on the full. He's missed the lot. Free kick, Hawthorn right back pocket. Scrimshaw going across to take it. It's the Cats by 11 points through 13 minutes.
Kicked a couple of goals the last time they played. Reece Stanley, so the battle between the two big men with John Segler spending his time in the ruck and up forward. Scrimshaw into the back pocket. The kick from O'Meara is wide, and in the end, Segler couldn't keep it in play as it spoiled out onto the Great Southern Stand, which is bathed in sunlight on this Easter Monday at the MCG. Such a great tradition as part of the holiday period. Thrown back in, Segler takes it out of the ruck. Pinching it, O'Connor for the Cats at left half forward, drives a kick inside the 50. Frost is free, sets himself in front of Hawkins, didn't take the mark. Trying to rip it away was Hardwick. Onto it, Myers for the Cats. He's tackled and dispossessed. Hardwick with a hand pass to Phillips. Then to Scrimshaw. Bounces the ball to half-back. Brockman worked underneath it. Parfitt can gather it left half forward for Geelong. Squeeze the kick to Guthrie, who marks on his chest at left half forward. Waits for the Leeds to present. Myers, short pass, marks right on 50.
That's outside his range, I think.
Well, but he can run right out here. He can, again, use the new rule and probably kick from there. We go.
He does. He veers out to the right, gets 10 metres. He's 45 out. It's offline to the left, and Frost was able to
fair.
Well,
see
it's
it
not.
through.
You're right. It doesn't look right. And, you know, having to wait for the umpire to call play on there, a player should be able to... I think
got to
it
be
is.
quicker.
Well, I think you're probably right. Yeah, we probably can't blame the umpire for that or the rule. The player has to know that that's going to happen and react quicker.
No, I mean the umpire needs to blow on more.
It's one or the other, isn't it?
Quickly.
Yeah, I think it's certainly one or the other.
Ball's on the half-back flank from the kick-in for Hawthorn. They're under serious pressure here. The ball has been locked in around Liam Shields. So the minute the player deviates off the line, then the umpire should play on.
Well, then the question is, you know, what's the natural kicking arc of the player when you think about a Franklin? Or it's a bit of a grey area. But
but if you move off the line, you move off the line.
You call play on.
Yeah.
One thing's not grey is the Geelong's dominance in the last 10 minutes. 10 inside 50s to 1 in the last 10 minutes.
Crystal clear.
A ball up, the Cats attacking side of the members' wing. Stanley punched it down. Hardwick goes after it for Hawthorn. He fends away from Smith. Hawks fans will enjoy that, but the kick they won't. Myers couldn't mark those. Shields bodied him out of it. Parfitt gets it. Hand pass pinched by Scrimshaw of Hawthorn. Off to Mitchell. A rare touch for him. Off to Shields, who kicks to the wing. Atkins playing in front of Bruce. Intercepts and gets one in the back. Surely that's 50. He held onto him forever. Not forthcoming.
Atkins now called to play
Good
on.
chase.
Bruce laid a good tackle. Got the hand pass to Guthrie, and Duncan on the bench has just come on. So he receives the hand pass to Selwood and inboard to Myers. Geelong have it on the members' wing. Myers wants to play on, runs away from Warple. It was a risky kick into the corridor. Wingard slipped over. Blitzarves was able to take a comfortable mark. Geelong just controlling possession, short to Selwood, into Hawkins, takes the mark.
Got a great pair of hands, this bloke.
Such an imposing figure and hands to match to take it at its highest point. There was little that Hardigan could do, and even Gaff coming in from the side couldn't prevent the kick to Hawkins' advantage.
Just gave him enough rope, didn't he? And the old best mate, Selwood to Hawkins. It's happened a fair bit over the last 250 games, hasn't it?
He's kicked a lot of goals here.
Took 75 marks inside 50 last year. Really imposed himself as the number one forward in the competition. He's making an imposing start here. Crosses 50 out to the right, puts it out to the left, and it won't come back. David Roden signals a minor score to the left. The Cats leading by 13 points.
Scrimshaw kicked it in, but 2 balls on the field. Sellers, so he'll have to do it again.
So the inside 50s now are 11-2. So twice that Hawthorn have got the ball inside 50 and messed it up probably both times, or only got 1 goal out of it. It's interesting because they just dominated from that moment on.
Scrimshaw to Jath, who kicks out to the half-back flank. Phillips the target, had it punched away back with the flight, but front on contact against O'Connor. Phillips plays on immediately. A hand pass releases the pacey Impey, but the pacey Smith goes after him. A bouncer kick to half forward. Warple back with a flight. Over the top, Blitzarves couldn't mark, did gather. Wingard caught him. Good nights. You got a reprieve last week, not this week, Mark Blitzarves. Free kick Hawthorn right half forward.
It's taken a while to get the ball to Chad Wingard, so it's allowed Geelong to push numbers into defence.
Good side for him, isn't it? Two run down holding the ball tackles.
He's out to the left, pops it towards McAvoy, never got to him. Off the hands of Henry, it rolls out of play in the right forward pocket at the punt road end for the Hawks.
Some people say that little kick that Chad Wingard did was a poor kick. It actually was just a little bit off, but that's exactly where you're supposed to put it. Keep it low, because then there's no push and shove and they push you out of the way. That's a really good kick in there.
McAvoy and Blitz have the Hawks deep in attack. Warple trying to knock it out. Selwood emerges with it for the Cats. Kicks to the southern wing out into space. It bounces end over end. Hartigan wants to deliver it. Umpire says it was. Well, I guess Geelong had no one there, so it did go straight to the boundary, and Hartigan wastes no time. Long towards McAvoy. Couldn't take the mark. At the back, Henderson gathers. Gets the hand pass to Guthrie. He can switch play to the right back pocket where Zach Tui has it at the punt road end.
Tui's kick's no good. Straight to O'Meara at left half forward for Hawthorn. Jager O'Meara with the injection to full forward. Tall timber there. Oh, losing it in the sun terribly. Was Kaczynski. He sort of shielded his body from it because he felt like he was going to be hit in the face.
And that's a poor kick in there too.
Well, it was, yeah.
Terrible.
I was about to say, they're just got to think their way through it a bit here, the Hawks, and lower their eyes and try and find a
target.
Yeah.
Blitzarves took the intercept mark for the Cats. Wobbles a kick out through the back flank. Jaff, the only one to fly. Two Cats stood front and centre, and then saw Jaff flying through the air and taking the mark for the Hawks. Into the corridor. Impey the target. Takes the mark.
Another one out wide.
70 from goal. He's going to go long, Sellers. Inside the 50 again. Kaczynski, can he see this one? He punches it away from O'Connor. Over the top of it, Phillips. Almost got one in the back. Henderson for the Cats. A hand pass to O'Connor. Used it well to the left half back flank. Near the boundary, it's Myers with the ball for Geelong.
Geelong by 13 points. As Myers now called to move it on. Veers out to the right and drives a kick long around the southern wing. Hawkins in a wrestle with Hartigan. Hawkins trying to use his body to clear space. It bounces out of play up against the line.
Pete from Darwin on the text, enjoying the call and the dulcet tones of Mr. McClure from Nightcliff Beach. Despite my Hawks likely to fall short, says Peter. We'll wait and see, Pete. They're going okay.
Thrown back in. McAvoy wins down the tap to O'Meara. Good tackle. Parford pinned the arm. Umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt, says throw it in. For the Great Southern Stand, the Cats by 13 points.
Blitzarves going in the ruck, and he's going to have to today. The McAvoy-Segler combo. He's going to have to chop out.
McAvoy once more wins down the tap to Mitchell. Phillips bumped off his kick. Selwood in there for the Cats. Hand pass out towards the boundary where Duncan gathers. Hand pass to Parfitt. Kicks towards Dalehouse. 2 to beat. And taking the mark, Howe for the Hawks. Back inside the defensive 50, and Scrimshaw has it.
Off to Giath, who goes on a jinking and powerful run. He kicks the Hawks out towards the wing. Beautiful pass to Wingard.
He's still going too, the kid.
Wingard plays on. Runs past the interchange. He's nailed by Clark as he got the kick, but Morrison marked off to Scrimshaw. 55 from goal. Into the forward pocket. It's sunny down there. Oh, terrible from Henderson. It would have been a mark to Bruce. He was barreled by Henderson.
It's 50 metres.
It has to be.
Oh, Ray. It's a mark. He's paid the free kick. This frustrates me. He's taken the mark.
Correct.
But he's paid the free kick. Well, if it's a free kick and a mark, it's 50 metres. I mean, this should have been a certain goal.
Bruce, 25 out, didn't need any help. He didn't need any help. He kicks it round the corner from 25 out for a goal. And the Hawks get their second at the 22-minute mark. Geelong 3-2-20. Hawthorn 2-1-13. Luke Ball and Mark McClure.
Great running by CJ. CJ is he's an asset, this kid. He ran the whole length of the field. He made the play, set it up, and that is a 50-metre penalty. Fair and square, but didn't make any difference in the end. Bruce just put it through. But the running of the young man who actually take them on, and he beat them off, most of them, and who caused that goal. That was just sensational.
Spiro's got a suggestion on the SMS, Paulie, 0437 774 774. Sellers should be on the AFL commission, says Spiro from Springvale.
He's turned it down a few times, I think, the last in all the thought.
I don't want to get a job like that. Why would you want to do that?
It's volunteer. It's not a job.
You never win that game.
Yeah. Just quietly, if you're in that room, Sellers, what would be your approach?
keep it simple.
No excuses.
And no excuses to be another one. Exactly right.
The KISS approach. Keep it simple, stupid.
Back in the middle, Stanley one down the tap. Shields at the Crumb kicks to half forward.
That's ball.
Henry with a great tackle, pinned the arm. The umpire waited an eternity. Kajitsky couldn't knock it out in the end.
He got a free kick. Can't believe it.
It's not his, actually. It's Dylan Moore who's going to have it left half forward. A couple of interesting moments for Ray Chamberlain. As Moore veers out to the right, puts it towards Brockman. Kajitsky's there as well, got a hand to it, almost claimed the mark. Offhand, Stanley lays the tackle. Bruce can't come up with it, Henry can. Hand pass back to Stewart. Brockman offers chase, gets the hand pass to Duncan. And Geelong are out of defence, a kick to the wing over Hawkins' head. Worked hard to get underneath it. Jaff gets back there first, can't take it. Hawkins, beautiful little tap onto Smith. Somehow screwed it back into play, into the path of Dalhouse. He gathers, McAvoy got him. Gets the half pass forward, Evans bounces it end over end into the pocket. Now that should be deliberate if they're consistent, and they're not. Throw it in.
Gee, they did that well, didn't they? I mean, that ball really should have been out here. Young Giath will learn from that as well on the wing. And all of a sudden, they just through experience, Hawkins involved. It was a Dalhouse involved, Smith involved. All of a sudden, they get a dangerous stoppage inside 50.
You couldn't pay that one. He was on the kick and getting hit.
Cats in attack. Guthrie Roves throws it on the boot, misses left-hand side, scrapes it in for a minor score from 25 out. Geelong 3-3-21, Hawthorn 2-1-13. We've got young Archie. He's a 6-year-old and loves listening to the footy on his way back from his Easter holiday. Archie, a pleasure to have you with us. Very pleased to hear you enjoy listening to the footy on the ABC. Keep doing it. 0437 774 774.
They're going into Brockman, who's under the pump. The Cats win it back through Higgins with a hand pass defensively, which really set his teammate up as Segler laid the tackle. Poor Reece Stanley slowly gets to his feet.
Done a good job, haven't they, the Hawks sellers?
Got themselves back in
momentum.
it.
Back in it.
For all the Cats' dominance, they only lead by 8 points. Stanley wins down the tap, and Higgins is taken high.
Was he?
As O'Meara was trying to emerge with the footy. So Sean Higgins, the new Cat, playing the senior experience role that Gary Ablett has probably left vacant in the midfield and in the forward line. Wide to Clark and back to Higgins by hand. Chips it wide of Selwood. Can't take it in with one arm. And here's a chance for the Hawks. Phillips to Warple. Works it forward to Bruce. Can they make them play? Kicks inboard to Brockman. Picks it up on the half volley to Phillips, who's corralled. Myers was coming, almost ran him down. He did, holding the footy. Geelong will take the advantage through Stewart.
And Stewart moves it quickly towards half forward. Jath there with Dalhouse. Hartigan gets across to help. Jath shoots it out to Hartigan near the boundary line. Got a hand pass through a tight gap.
They can't
with
get
two
him.
Cats. Jath runs away from Hawkins.
Keep going.
On to Frost and back
Sensational.
Jath. He's going to light things up at the MCG. Off to Moore. He screws a kick out to the southern side. Howe's all on his own. He's got a paddock. One bounce.
Come towards him.
Kicks inside 50. McAvoy punched away by Henry over the boundary line. The much smaller opponent won the day there for the Cats. A throw in 40 from the Hawthorn goal at the punt road end.
McAvoy ran backwards. You need to run towards the ball.
He did. Yeah, he probably thought I'm going to hide on this guy, but and the kick didn't quite have enough weight on it. But great contest by Henry.
Throwing back in, deep in attack for the Hawks. Segler flicks it over the back, but it's gathered for the Cats and kicked forward by Holmes up to the wing. No mark claimed as trying to lock it in as Burgoyne with the assistance of Frost, and the umpire will throw it up. And the AFL logo onto the Great Southern Stand. I reckon it's pretty hard looking into the sun at that punt road end.
Yeah, I was going to say, Clinch, I reckon it was probably a good toss to win because it'll be gone at quarter time.
Yeah. Segler wins down the tap for the Hawks. Howe couldn't get a clean disposal away. O'Connor picks it up. Hand pass to Higgins of the Cats. Selwood tackled, lost it. Holding the footy, holding the man. He got the hand pass away. According to the umpire, I reckon Luke Bruce is very unlucky there.
Yeah, he's a brilliant tackler, Luke Bruce, their rugby background. They probably ruled that the ball was knocked out and he held on. He had the head down, so he couldn't tell that the ball had been knocked out. Bruce, a bit stiff though, I reckon.
Selwood short to Stewart, still on the southern wing. Cats by 8 points at the MCG through 27 minutes. Stewart goes inside the 50. Hartigan comes and belts it away from Parfitt. Knocked down by the first gamer Holmes towards the boundary line. Stewart collects again. He chips towards the 50. Parfitt marks. Left half forward for the Cats. Wheels and goes. Kicks towards the pocket. Over the head of Hawkins, who was nudged out by Hartigan. Hartigan dives in to try and win it at ground level. Hawkins got it. Gave it to Hartigan. He's tackled. Dragged down by Clark. Shields gets possession of it for Hawthorn. Off to Mitchell, a rare touch for him, to Hardwick, and now to Howe, who kicks around the wing.
A long kick towards Henry and Koschitzky. Koschitzky worked him underneath it, trying to tap it to Bruce, but it goes out of play under the southern stand wing. Geelong by 8 points, 3-3-21 to the Hawks, 2-1-13. Matt Clinch alongside Al Nicholson calling the action. Mark McClure and Luke Ball with you. Andrew Mays down on the boundary line. Great contest between these two traditional rivals. Shields can't get a clean hand pass away. Isaac Smith head over the foot. He ran into a dead end. He knows no other way, and the umpire's circling. He's going to penalise the player on the bottom of the pack. It's going to be a Geelong free kick, and on the very bottom is Daniel Howe. So Guthrie's going to take it.
You got pinged. I reckon he saw an opportunity then, Daniel Howe. Isaac Smith, just a little bit vulnerable under a high ball there. Didn't quite get him, but got pinged for holding the ball himself.
Best and fairest of last year. Guthrie goes to Stewart. Stewart back out to the southern wing. Clark's taken the mark. He chips short to Myers. Perhaps the Cats can manufacture one more scoring chance before quarter time. Myers looks into the corridor, sees nothing on, goes back out wide. Kick didn't carry to the intended target. Holmes has got a problem.
A bit too clever.
Ripped away by Scrimshaw. Shields, though, gave it back. Little kick towards the attacking 50, taken by Guthrie. Guthrie off to O'Connor on the siren. Quarter time at the MCG. Geelong leading Hawthorn by 8 points, 3-3-21 to 2-1-13. The goal kickers for Geelong, Tui, Hawkins and Myers. For Hawthorn, Wingard in his first game of the season, and Bruce. Let's go down for the latest information on the boundary with Andrew Mays.
Thanks, Alistair. Yeah, in the dying moments there, Francis Evans just coming to the bench for the Cats, getting his right leg worked on at the moment. Didn't look good. He was pretty ginger on it. He's just getting some attention. So I'll give you an update after the quarter-time break. But Charlie Constable, the sub for them, already out there warming up.
Thanks, Maisie. A stack of your SMSs coming in on 0437 774 774. Remember to give us your name and where you're listening. Driving back from Canberra after seeing the D's have an awesome win. Enjoying the commentary, says one listener. That was a superb performance, albeit against a Giants side that had some nasty injuries to contend with again. Rick's in WA. Quality coverage, lads. Bally, how does Silk match up as some of the best opponents you played on? That's Sean Burgoyne.
Well, I've probably never had too much time on him directly, but he very, very top echelon. I mean, he is going to go down, it's an obvious statement, as an all-time great, isn't he?
He's a walk-up start to the Hall of Fame and a walk-up start to a legend as soon as he gets to
he's going to get the 400, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, early days Port Adelaide when he played midfield, he was an unbelievable stoppage player. So, yeah, he's right up the top of the tree.
8 games away to become the 5th player to reach the 400 milestone, which is one of the great milestones in our game. Not too many get there.
Rambo from Druin in Victoria. Lawns are done and time for a cool beverage. Always enjoy your coverage. I'm a Magpies barracker, but looking for a Hawthorn victory. And hi, I'm Vankatesh, listening on my way back from Melbourne. I love football. Go the Kitty Cats. Good on you, Vankatesh. Good to have you with us. 0437 774 774. Matt and Chelsea are loving the call, guys. Like having a good game on our hands. Happy Easter, and a happy Easter to everyone listening wherever you are around the country or around the world. To Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Hi, Heather Hewitt here. Join me for Backroads as we travel to the more remote towns and regions of Australia, from Cobar to Cloncurry.
Really good life, really.
Strawn to Cooper Pedy, and many more in between.
There are sands, there's dust, there's lots of flies, there's very large mosquitoes.
We discover all that magnificent rural and regional Australia has to offer and celebrate the amazing people living life just off the backroads of Australia.
Backroads, Thursday nights at 8 on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
Make sure you follow ABC Sport on social media, Instagram, Facebook and Twitter for more great AFL content.
AFL.
What have they got for us this time? Geelong and Hawthorn rarely disappoints. Easter Monday football spins out of trouble, sweeping hand pass to Smith. He's going to cop it all day. He goes to the pocket to Hawkins. The former Hawk to the Hawk. Opens up the angle from hard on the boundary. Hawkins, the Coleman medalist, executes to perfection. Geelong gets the opening goal. Lewis's kick on the left boot is shocker. Blitzarv's in the way. Hand pass to Selwood. Selwood caught by Wingard. Hand pass affected. Holding the ball.
Great tackle.
Played 11 games against Geelong, Chad Wingard. 7 games he's been goalless.
Not today.
Drives a kick inside the 50. Frost came out, got hands to it. Myers rode to best. Turns on the right boot. Superb finish. Barely had to look at the big sticks. He knew where they were.
Morrison marked off to Scrimshaw. 55 from goal. Into the forward pocket. It's sunny down there. Oh, terrible from Henderson. It would have been a mark to Bruce. He was barreled by Henderson.
It's 50 metres.
It has to be.
Oh, right. Bruce, 25 out. Didn't need any help. He didn't need any help. He kicks it round the corner from 25 out for a goal.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Solid crowd in on a sunny day at the MCG for Easter Monday football. Geelong 3-3-21, Hawthorn 2-1-13. You're with Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport with Al Nicholson, Matt Clinch, Mark McClure, Luke Ball and Andrew Mays. And you, a key part of it all on 0437 774 774. Felix is listening on the radio, going to Country Victoria after day in Melbourne. Go the Catters, says Felix. Neil says the Hawks are in it, but they're not helping themselves. Another listener's on the drive to Alice Springs today. A heap of you in the car. Karen from Sunshine, I'm a huge Cats fan. Come on, Cats, she says. Terrific to have all of you contributing and getting involved with the broadcast. Jason from Bustleton in WA wants to know, will Liam Ryan finish first, second and third in Mark of the Year? I reckon the longer the season goes, Jason, we might get 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th with his flying antics. Tim from Wodonga asking Clinchy, has Tom Mitchell got a touch yet? He didn't have too many in the opening term.
Got 3.
Got 3 and Mark O'Connor got 9.
9.
Leads in Commerce, yeah. So that's a big tick at the moment.
Give us a few thoughts, Paulie and Sellers, on that opening quarter.
Well, I thought that Geelong settled well early and they moved the ball very well, and they have inside 50s. Were pretty solid in their inside 50s when you think about it. They were 16-9 inside 50. They should have more on the scoreboard than they have. They've only kicked 3-3. Hawkins has been the leading man in that area, but they crowd him as well. Sometimes you need to spread. Sometimes you need to sacrifice your game a bit for the tall forward and then come in late, and they haven't done that because that's the way it works. But to me, I think Hawthorn fought back pretty well. I really like the way that their defence comes in and what they do with the way they move the ball. I'm really impressed. I'm really, really impressed with young GF. I love him on the half-back flank. He just moves the ball extremely well. He's quick. He backs himself. He gains metres. He moves the ball. But the biggest thing for me is Tommy Mitchell's had 3. O'Connor's had 9, his opponent. The midfield area, the statistics are very similar. There's 91 to 94. Not much difference in the end, but 1 goal in between them. But let me tell you, Geelong should have been further in front. They've squandered the ball. Hawthorn continued to roll back towards the goal when they're actually coming through the middle of the ground instead of coming towards the ball carrier. They'll have to change that, pick up an easy kick and then move again, so it makes it open. Some people don't understand that. They think it's great to run with the flight of the ball.
Josh is in the car with a bunch of lads driving from Adelaide to Melbourne. Says go Hawks and love the new scoring. Good on you, Josh, from Ballarat. 0437 774 774. A lot of people are out camping. Hi, I'm Henry. I'm 9 years old and I'm going camping, barracking for the Hawks today for my friend, even though I'm a Blues supporter. Go Hawks, says Henry. That'll make Mark McClure's day.
Does anyone like Geelong?
Let us know. 0437 774 774.
Besides me, of course. You know.
Second term is underway. A free kick out of the middle of the ground going to Hawthorn. Mitchell kicks to centre half forward. McAvoy couldn't mark. Could have got front on contact. Gave it off to Wingard. Wingard chips inside the 50. Back with a flight with courage. Blitzarves didn't take the mark, but it's gathered by Buse. Off to Duncan. Sweeping hand pass to the back pocket. Tui's in a bind. He kicks out towards half-back. Dalhouse in front. Knocked away by Frost. Ball goes out of play. Right half forward for the Hawks. They're going to the city end, that heavily shaded end of the ground in this second term. Geelong by 8 points.
A crowd of, we think, somewhere over 40,000 on this Easter Monday. Perfect conditions at the MCG. It clears both rucks from the throw-in. Duncan's hand pass too slick for Selwood. Couldn't take it. McAvoy over the footy. Higgins emerges with it for the Cats at half-back. Dribbles a kick end over end into the path of Myers. He's tackled by Burgoyne. Ricochets out to Dalhouse. To Guthrie through traffic to Duncan.
Good
Slip
hands.
hand passing to Higgins, who kicks towards Blitzer. Stanley it is who's gone forward. It's wide of him.
Well done, Hartigan.
And Hartigan spins out of traffic. Gets the half pass to Scrimshaw. And now to Tom Mitchell, a bit slow, got his hand pass away and Geelong take it back. Guthrie to Stanley, hand pass behind Higgins. So the pressure for both sides at the moment mounting. As Mitchell tries to rip the footy clear at ground level, can't do so. Guthrie got it clear. Hawthorn have the numbers. Burgoyne with a hand pass to Hardwick to Scrimshaw, and a tackle off the ball lingered. I think it's going to be Sean Burgoyne's free kick at right half back for the Hawks.
Yeah, the pressure's high. It is. It's a high pressure, high intensity game, which it has caused a few mistakes from both teams, hasn't it?
Burgoyne gets Impey going around the back. He floats a kick around the members' wing. Kolodjasny spoiled it away from Kajitsky. Rove by Guthrie. He's caught. Good tackle on him from Brockman. Got a hand pass out. Atkins near the boundary line. Left foot kick to half forward. Stanley up. Couldn't mark a post to Frost. Burgoyne's defensive hand pass goes to Hardwick. Hardwick hemmed in near the boundary in front of the Olympic stand. Dinks his kick out of defence. It's off the hands of Impey. And over the boundary line for a throw-in. Attacking side of the members' wing for the Cats. The Cats to the sunny punt road end in the second quarter.
Both sides being a little bit cute, I think, by foot. Even that kick there, you expect Hardwick to, under pressure, to bang it long out of defence and get a stoppage on the wing.
Totally agree.
Geelong to the punt road end in this second quarter. Blitzhouse taps it down. Gathered by Selwood, gets it to Parfitt, kicks inside the 50. Dullhouse had it spoiled away by Scrimshaw. Myers on with good tackle. Hardwick locked it up. Mitchell's hand pass to Howe was slick. O'Meara tried to step around Blitzhouse. That's no easy feat. Did get it to McAvoy, to Burgoyne. Then through the hands of Impey. Inside the defensive 50, out to Wingard. The kick to left half back. And the Hawks have done a lot of work just to get it out into vacant space at left half back.
Yeah, Geelong defenders did well then just to get to the outside of their opponents and stop off any leads, but free kick here.
Wingard to the wing, Lewis one over the shoulder, Bruce plays on to advantage. Him. Off to Phillips, runs towards the 50. His left foot kicks, not great.
They just don't do it. I mean, it's crazy. The bloke's running the goal square. What for?
Mark O'Connor intercepted with Kajitsky running back towards the goal square. O'Connor under pressure, off to Tui. Tui gives it back to O'Connor and lays the shepherd on Kajitsky. The kick comes out of defence. Should have been marked by Hawthorn. Not a good moment for Brockman. He's then caught. Morrison gets the spill. Hand pass off to Warple. Off to Impey. High ball inside 50. Lewis comes late. Couldn't mark. O'Connor at the back of the pack for Geelong. A hand pass to Isaac Smith.
Smith chips the ball. Finds O'Connor again. Sean Higgins it is who has it on the defensive 50. O'Connor up to 12 possessions. Guthrie with 11. Scrimshaw with 9 and Impey with 9 as well. As Higgins goes short to Selwood, who spots Bewes free at centre half back. Takes the mark between the defensive 50 and the back edge of the centre square. Flares the kick out to Parfitt, who marks on the southern wing. He's got space. A couple of bounces to get to half forward. Then where to? Blitzhouse forward. Not a great kick. It's wide of him, and Frost comfortably sees it out of play.
Well, both teams really breaking down, aren't they?
Yeah.
With their work forward of the ball, both their forward craft. I mean, you mentioned it was a young player there. That'll be a good one for him to review on the tape, where he had the whole 50 just to come back at the kicker and get an easy lead up. Both teams really struggling with their connection mid-forward.
From the stoppage comes the way of Morrison of Hawthorn. Shoots the hand pass through to Mitchell. Mitchell further afield by hand to Phillips. Phillips on the wing, a hand pass to a runner going by and Bruce. Bruce kicks to half forward. Henderson outpointed. Lewis didn't mark. Lewis gets it off to Wingard. He's a real threat here. Wingard from 40 out pulls the kick to the right and misses. The first score of the second quarter comes 5 minutes in. 3-3-21 the Cats. The Hawks 2-2-14 on Grandstand AFL. Andrew May's downstairs.
Yeah, young Evans has headed downstairs himself, Al, after sitting on the bike for the opening 3 minutes of this quarter. Gave a bit of a shake of the head after he tried to stride out, and he's headed downstairs for that final assessment. I think they might pull the trigger soon, the Cats, on that medical sub.
Duncan on the last line. Short, precise kick to Atkins, who dropped the mark off his chest. Broke the Warple tackle, though. Trying to grab at the back of the jumper. Stanley caught behind, and Frost dropped the mark. Still the Hawks have the numbers. Scrimshaw gathers. Hand pass to Phillips. Quick kick inside the 50. Trying to double back was Lewis. Brought the ball to ground. Bewes tackled by Bruce. Great pressure from the Hawks. Although Brockman overran the footy. And Atkins gathers. Fires a bullet pass to Clark, who marks still inside the defensive 50.
Next goal in the game is going to be a telling one, because it will be reward for a lot of hard work whichever way it goes. Myers marks at right half back, scrubs a kick around the wing. Hawkins taken without possession. He went to pick up the half volley but fumbled it and then was tackled without it. And now he's pushing and shoving and just needs to be a little bit careful, the Hawk. These things can get out of hand with him from time to time. Hawkins goes into the middle of the ground. Duncan can't mark. He's bumped off it by Mitchell. Bruce goes through. Hands and knees. He threw that out. That looked very much the rugby player you were talking about, Paulie. Phillips by hand to Morrison. From the wing, kicks to half forward. Kajitsky, 60 out, goes to the pocket. Lewis the target. Henderson back with the flight. Worked the spoil. And Stewart sees it out of play on the full. It bounced off his boot. Goes out of play on the full. Left forward pocket. Free kick, Hawthorn, 25 out.
Well, they got a bit lucky, but still no one coming at the kicker. They've had players out, haven't they?
Hawthorn could not ask to have this in better hands. Chad Wingard, who can kick balls into wheelie bins and basketball hoops, all sorts of trick shots in his kit bag.
Can he get it through a goal, though?
That's the big question, Sellers. Well, based on all the evidence, what he can do, this shouldn't be a problem. Wingard's banana misses. Just needed to plonk a wheelie bin in row 4 behind the goal umpire, and that would have been a major. 3-3-21 Geelong, Hawthorn 2-3-15, 7 played second quarter.
Duncan brings the Cats back into play to Buse, who marks in the left back pocket. Feeds a hand pass back to Duncan. So good off both sides of his body. A lace-out kick to Kolajasny, who marks at left half back. The Hawks with the first 2 scores of the second quarter, both behinds through 8 minutes. Long kick towards Stanley,
kick
pushed
there.
out of it early.
Stanley.
I didn't see it that way.
McAvoy got knocked over.
McAvoy pushed out of it. Frost took the mark. What's Ray going to say?
What?
He said it was...
I cannot believe
Stanley's way. That's long after protests are normally accepted. Stanley somehow has ended up with a footy, much to everyone's amazement.
So he changed his mind?
It seems that way. I didn't think umpires ever did. Inboard to Stewart and pushing forward. The mark is taken by Mark Blitzavs.
He's an important player. We spoke to
Matty Scarlett. Yeah, he can play everywhere, can't he?
Yeah, they need 2 or 3 of him, he talked about. And now you can understand why.
He's kicked 40 goals throughout his career. Through 182 games. Just the one so far in season 2021. He'll shoot from out to the right, from 40 metres out. The 2-time best and fairest winner. Mark Blitzavs comes in. Strikes it well. To Geelong fans' delight. Hawthorn couldn't capitalise at one end. Geelong can. And the Cats are out by 12 points once more. The biggest lead of the match. After they got out by 11 through Zach Tui's goal early in the first quarter. 4-3-27 to the Hawks. 2-3-15. 9 minutes gone. Second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Stiff there, the Hawks. I think they suffered a bit there from the confusion around the free kick. I think a few of the forwards had turned and taken off towards their goal and didn't realise that it was Geelong's ball. And it was the ball inside to Stewart that opened it up, wasn't it? And they had plenty of space out on the fat side. Been good, Stewart.
Very good.
He's had the 8 kicks going at 88%. So, and most of them, forward. Most of them really penetrating inside 50. And smart play from Blitzarves there, is I think was having a run in the ruck at the time to drift forward into that space.
That goal will please young William, who's 8 years old, and has sent us a text. He says, "Go Cats," from William from Raglan. Good to have you with us, William. Hope you're enjoying the call. From the middle of the ground, Wingard got taken heavily. Guthrie worked it up to Parfitt. Off to Duncan, kicks the Cats to the edge of attacking 50. Out come a pack of 4. Frost Sockers didn't get past the first game of Holmes. Shoots it up to Parfitt. His kick to full forward will be intercepted. Mark taken by Morrison at fullback. He goes to Wingard, who on return from the calf complaint has had some good moments this afternoon. He goes short to the back point of the square, and Warple
kicks to McAvoy, who marks defensive side of the centre circles. Hand pass to Impey, to GF, who feeds it back to Impey. Kicks out to the members wing for Howe, who marks on his chest. Parfitt came late and laid a good bump. Wasn't that far behind the mark being taken though, as Howe has it centre of the members wing. Kicks to Shields, who's running hard. He marks it right half forward. Now where to? This has been Hawthorn's challenge. Pokes the kick. Kajitsky on the lead.
Hooray!
Running to the player towards delivering the ball, which has been a frustration of Sellers throughout the match.
It's impossible to try and kick a ball floating over someone's head and hit someone perfectly. You can't do it. It's
Jacob
difficult.
Kajitsky out to the right. He'll start up against the fence. He's kicked 1 goal so far through his opening 2 games. This would take his best. Kajitsky comes in. Strikes it pretty well. Hits the post as it just faded to the left late. The traditional drop punt. We didn't see too many of them at Marvel at Docklands yesterday with Harry Mackay. The Cats by 11.
He was kicking them from 10 metres out dead in front, wasn't he?
Short pass, Duncan to Guthrie. Brendan Goddard wasn't loving every second of it, but it was effective. Out to Henderson from defensive 50. The kick goes out towards the wing, off hands over the boundary line. Outer side, on the members' side, Andrew Mays.
That medical substitute has taken place, Al, so on comes Charlie Constable, and Evans is out of the game with that right ankle complaint.
Thanks, Maisie. McAvoy reaches over, Blitzarves knocks towards the boundary line. O'Meara gets it for Hawthorn, a hand pass to Shields. And back to O'Meara. He balks around Tui, who goes down on one knee as if to propose to him. O'Meara said no, kept on running, kicks inside the forward pocket. Can Hawthorn get onto it? Lewis gathers, hand pass away, put O'Meara under terrible pressure. He got a hand pass out. It's in the mess. Phillips over it. He's tackled. A stoppage 35 metres from the Hawthorn goal at the city end. Geelong 4-3-27. Hawthorn 2-4-16. 12 played second quarter.
Inside 50s 8-4, the Hawks way in this second quarter. Segler wins down the tap. Moore slipped over, couldn't get a clean hand pass away. Tui in there for the Cats. Can't also clear the congestion. Guthrie can though. Hand pass to Atkins, to Myers at right half back. Kicks a high ball to Stanley out on the lead. Dropped the mark through pressure of Frost, although in the eyes of the umpire was chopping of the arm. So Reece Stanley to take it centre wing under the Great Southern stand. Chips it around the boundary line to Higgins, barely 15. Thought about coming back into the corridor. Now we'll run the boundary line. Got his full measure. Impey bumped into him as he got the kick away to half forward. Good mark, Scrimshaw. In from the side. Marks at half back for the Hawks.
Been very good, this bloke.
Scrimshaw told to play on. Goes for a trot and kicks to the southern wing. Morrison up in front of Duncan. Went through his hands. It slips to the back. Hawthorn fans wanted a free kick. Stanley gave it off to Duncan. He was barreled the moment he took possession. Ball dislodged. It goes out of play accidentally off the boot of Morrison. A free kick to Geelong. Defensive side of the outer wing, and Charlie Constable, the medical sub, coming on for Francis Evans with his first possession. A defensive kick to the back 50 and Stewart. And 50 metres. Stewart at right half back will be taken up to the wing.
Oh, he was right on the spot there, Ray, wasn't he?
And Stewart is off like a greyhound. Catch me if you can. He gets to half forward from half back. Long ball towards Clark and Holmes, and in the end it cleared everyone and rolled out of play.
That was
in the
deliberate.
right forward pocket.
Was that a deliberate kick?
Deliberate shot of goal.
It was. The adrenaline was pumping and the nostrils were flaring. There was a chance for a goal for the All-Australian defender. A smart player knowing that McAvoy couldn't get back in front of him. Throw in the right forward pocket for the Cats at the punt road end. Segler wins down the tap. O'Meara gathers. Brushed off the tackle of Isaac Smith. Kicks an end-over-end ball towards Phillips. He couldn't take the mark. Hughes lays the tackle. Phillips dropped it onto his boot. Cleverly got it out of play. Away to Bruce, and then the hand pass to Hardwick around his body. Kajitsky going back, dropped the mark and hit the turf. Warple slides in. Henderson, great second effort. Got one and then got two. Lockie Henderson defying time to play a good tackle against two players and win it back for the Cats on the wing.
Ray's in a particularly ruthless mood this afternoon. Surely you're paying that mark. Constable off to Blitzarves through the centre corridor. Blitzarves to full forward, a fly early from Higgins. Couldn't take it. Hardwick Rove jammed it on his boot. Still deep in the Cats attacking 50. Jaff. Defensive hand pass towards the goal square. Hardwick kick partially smothered by Higgins. Phillips gets it for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Scrimshaw. Off to Impey near the boundary. Did well to work it back in field to Mitchell.
Kicks inboard to O'Meara. The corridor's clear. The hand pass to Phillips. Over to Gia. Go for it, Ash. He does. Tucks the footy on his arm. Clark offers a good chase. Got there in the end. Had to release the hand pass. Moore gets it to Morrison by hand. On the Great Southern stand wing. Turns on the right-hand side. Long kick towards Lewis. And McAvoy. Big Ben in from the side.
Thankfully, Razor didn't overrule that one from the centre of the ground.
The footy did come out as he hit the turf. But McAvoy was positioned beautifully to fly in from the side. take the mark over Atkins and Kolajasny.
Yeah, players take a well-earned breather. There's a lot of hands on these. You look around, the ball's been pinging around this quarter. Only 16 minutes in, only 1 goal scored, so fatigue. But it was that man Giath again who made the play. Sellers.
He's a freak,
yeah,
isn't he?
He just
really
creates that overlap run, which just opens up the ground. And
the Hawks would love a captain's goal, and Ben McAvoy comes in and drives it home. Leading from the front, the Hawthorn ruckman, the first import captain the club's had in 76 years, but he's doing it all the right way, that even the yellow and the brown and gold would be loving that. The Cats' margin is cut to 5 points. 4-3-27 the Cats, to the Hawks 3-4-22. 17 minutes gone, second turn.
Yeah, the defence. Sorry. Yeah, I was going to say they've been able to turn defence into attack, wasn't it? And players again looking really fatigued at the moment. But it was a kick from Impey originally to Mitchell, who then brought it back inside. But then the overlap run that broke the line and allowed the Hawks to access the fat side of the ground. And McAvoy, which he's done so well, hasn't he, over his career, seizing the opportunity to drift forward and outsmart his opponent. Great hands and a nice finish.
Augie's listening. She's currently in the car driving from Bendigo to Ocean Grove. It's a close game, but I think the Cats will win. Go Cats. Thanks, Augie, for your contribution. Smother on the Parfitt, kick out of the middle. Mitchell, slick hands to Shields, off to Morrison. Here come the Hawks again. Morrison kicks to full forward downfield. Parfitt got into the back of Morrison, and a shot at goal will be the result. Lewis, 25 out, 45-degree angle to the right, and there is a bit of a stink on. Back on the half-forward flank with a few bodies flying about. Hawks need to be careful they don't have this overturned. Things have settled down.
Just to put them in front.
It would, Sellers. They haven't been in front in this game since the 6-minute mark of the first quarter. Lewis into the team, pulls his kick. It doesn't fade back, a behind and a waste. 4-3-27 Geelong. Hawthorn 3-5-23. A 4-point lead to the Cats. 18 played second quarter.
Lewis into the team for Tim O'Brien. He's got to be kicking those.
Yeah, the sort of ones that Alistair Clarkson would love a key forward. No Jack Gunston.
I'm not so certain there's not a hole in the wall in the box there somewhere.
Get on your mate, James Sicily. Guthrie around the boundary line, and Myers takes the mark.
Sorry, Clinchy, but they're into Ray on the SMS. The last 4 text messages have all been essentially calling for Razor Ray to hang up the boots.
Yep. Guthrie to
Not sure we've quite got to that stage.
I was just not adding to that. Shields, the hand pass to Impey. Inside the defensive 50, kicks to Morrison across the defensive 50, and he marks in the right back pocket for the Hawks to Lewis. He marks this time on his chest.
They're controlling the ball much better, Hawthorn. They've just controlled it. They've done well from half back, and they're still running. They're trying to work a way through. Just a little chip. That's all you got to do. Hold the ball.
Worked hard this quarter, Tom Mitchell.
Absolutely.
Runs into space and takes the mark. His 10th disposal coming up. Had just 3 in the first quarter.
They're all stagnant.
Mark O'Connor for company in the first quarter. Mitchell in 2 minds, looking inboard and then turn to the boundary. Eventually gives the hand pass to Impey. He turns on his right and kicks towards Lewis. Kolajasny nudged him underneath. Wingard at the back, couldn't get a clean possession. O'Connor in front, great bump. O'Connor got the hand pass away to Constable. The hand pass to Stewart. Worked through Holmes to O'Connor to Guthrie. The slickness of the hands from the Cats. Back to Holmes, kicks towards Dalhouse. Up goes Hardwick, spoils it down. Atkins onto it. Back to Myers by hand. Geelong through the middle.
Myers looks deep. Can he find a target inside 52? Hawks collide. Selwood and Hawkins are there. Hawkins hand pass. Did he throw it out in the tackle? Strong tackle now. Scrimshaw in over the top of Parfitt. A ball up. 30 metres from the Geelong goal at the punt road end. Umpire Chamberlain looks around and assesses. Now throws it up for Hawkins. Opposed to Segler. Holding on Shepherd.
No, it's a free kick.
Kept him out of
Blocked
it.
Him.
Free kick against Hawkins. Segler moves it by hand to Frost. Frost to Giat. He doesn't go for a run this time. It's a little chip kick out to the back flank. Too short for Howe. Ricochets off Howe. And Blitzhardt sees it over the boundary line on the 50 at right half forward southern side. The Cats by 4 points. 21 played second quarter.
He's got to do what he does best, Jaff. Run. And really take the people on, because they cannot catch him.
It's certainly becoming a fan favourite for the Hawks. McAvoy wins down the tap. Hand pass to Mitchell. to Jeff, who kicks too wide of Howe and out of the full.
Just looks tired. He just looks like, which a lot of players do. He'll be looking for the half-time siren.
Yeah, but they're supposed to be tired.
Zach Tui's a man who never seems to look tired. The Irishman kicks Geelong back into attack. Dalhouse came in from the side, laid a big bump on Hartigan. A chance for Geelong. Selwood kicks to the corridor. Guthrie out in front marks. The kick was back into the centre square by the time it was marked by Guthrie. He just squares the ball up. It was touched off the boot. Constable with a hand pass. Myers off the outside of the boot. On the bounce. Hartigan into the post, but I think he got a hand to it. Through for a minor score. Thought he was going to cause himself all sorts of damage running headfirst into the post.
Good
it looks okay.
It?
Geelong by 4.
From the kick in, the Hawks are out to the back flank in speedy fashion. Lewis kicks to the southern wing. Segler up in front, couldn't mark. At the fall, Moore shoots out a hand pass. Missed Howe, but he does go back and gather, and he gets away from Stewart. His chip pass is poor, though. Straight to Tui of Geelong, defensive side of the southern wing. He comes back infield. Constable gave to Smith, to Guthrie, caught by Wingard, back to Constable by hand. He kicks it backward 20 metres. The pressure was put on. Buse takes the mark. He kicks to centre half back, and Kolajasny.
He can switch across the defensive 50. Henry takes the mark. Geelong leading by 5 points. Risky kick inboard. Guthrie was able to take it as Constable couldn't take the mark, and Smith onto it. You'll hear the boos throughout the whole match from the Hawks fans. Wide to the members' wing for O'Connor. He chips it to Dalhouse between wing and half forward.
Just Cam Guthrie's having a quarter. He's up to 21 disposals for the game. 13 for the quarter.
Dalhouse with the hand pass to Isaac Smith. Long inside the 50. GF gathers. Tackled by Hawkins. Just got it away in the nick of time. Scrimshaw's hand pass doesn't clear the congestion. Henderson's forward. He gets the hand pass away to Selwood. To Constable. Around the body. The sub and into the action. Charlie Constable able to snap truly into the game for Fraser Evans, who's off unfortunately through injury, but a steadying goal for the Cats to return the margin to 11 points. 5-4-34 to the Hawks, 3-5-23.
Oh, it's a lot of scrambly stuff in that little bit there, but they just keep pushing it forward, the Cats, and all of a sudden Constable just pounced on it. It was a good kick right to the line, but scrambly. There's a bit of a fight going on, and you talk about defensive footy. Actually, the forwards are working hard trying to keep it out. The defenders are trying to do the same thing. It's been an interesting game of footy. They've just had a little bit more class, the Cats.
Composure, a lot of mistakes in the last 5 minutes or so. The nature of the first 15 minutes of the quarter being up and back, so a lot of fatigue. And young Hawthorn players making mistakes. Just a little bit of composure there from the Cats to be able to work the ball forward. And young player with fresh legs comes on, snaps one nicely around the corner.
So the Cats out by 11 again through 25 minutes of the second quarter. Clearance important for Hawthorn here, but O'Connor gets it for the Cats. Off to Stanley. Stanley kicks inside the 50. Punched away from Myers by Burgoyne. A big one back into the middle. Whacked forward by O'Meara. Over the top of it, Holmes for the Cats on the logo. Cuts his way through them. It's coming back, though. There's a free kick. The umpire has spotted to Geelong inside the 50. A long way off the ball.
Selwood?
Selwood's go to get it. Directly in front, 40 from goal. Didn't see the incident, but Frost told to stand the mark.
Someone can go to the line, can't they? Otherwise, it's just going to chip it over.
Well, there's no one on the goal line, Sellers, at the moment. Selwood in game number 313. He goes short to Hawkins. And he marks and got one in the back of the head, old school style, and 50 metres. The Cats fans leap out of their seats at the punt road end. And there's a bit more of a blue on behind the play. Hawkins goals. Tom Hawkins with his second, and the Cats now with the biggest lead of the game. It stands at 17 points. 25 played, second quarter on Grandstand AFL. Geelong 6-4-40, Hawthorn 3-5-23.
Well, I haven't had a look at the footage for the Selwood free kick, Sellers, but that'll disappoint Alistair Clarkson. They had enough time, the Hawks there, to get back.
I think the second one was there.
In the hole. Yeah, that was a classic. I mean, dare I say it, the late, great Spud Frawley. That was a classic ear massage, wasn't it? If you would have copped, how many of those a game did you cop, Sellers?
I can't remember, it's that long ago.
That's why you can't remember, Sellers.
But that'll frustrate Clark. It's been the last two goals been against the run of play a bit, haven't they, really? The Hawks, you felt like the Hawks were going well, but, again, that's Selwood to Hawkins' understanding, but there had to be someone drop back in front of that space, and way too much space to lead into.
Luke Ball and Mark McClure with you on Grandstand AFL. Sorry, Sells.
4 goals to 2 for the quarter. Pretty big difference.
In the middle, O'Meara gets the clearance for the Hawks, kicks inside the 50. Brockman clean onto it, hand pass to Warple. Can they answer straight back? The shot is out to the left and misses everything. So, yeah, Hawthorn 1-4 in this second quarter. Geelong's 3-1. They've had their chances, the Hawks, but haven't really been able to capitalise. Henderson will take it up against the right behind post. The City end deep in defence for the Cats. He'll hug the boundary line with a kick towards Tui, but he wasn't facing the ball, and GF takes the mark uncontested. Only he and Howe were really awake to it. Jath out to the right. Long ball inside the 50. Kaczynski a long way back. Henderson in front takes the mark.
It's just too easy.
No, it's just got to come. I mean, Henderson's been terrific. He's having a real late career resurgence, hasn't he? But it's got to come to ground.
Goes to the back flank. Holmes over the top, didn't mark, but Kolajasny worked it off to Smith. By hand to Kolajasny, off to Higgins, back to Smith. Smith to the wing. He got a couple of boos in that chain. And a couple of possessions to Stanley. Infield to Duncan. He played on, told to go. Corralled by Brockman. Caught, got a hand pass away. Stanley picked up. He's caught. Scrimshaw got him, got the hand pass out, it went over the boundary line. Gee, the temperature is rising inside the MCG. A boundary throw in members' side. Geelong by 17 points approaching half-time.
Dying stages of the half on this Easter Monday. Thrown in, McAvoy and Stanley tangle. Stanley swats it to the front. Morrison couldn't pick it up cleanly. A free kick for a hold.
Mitchell.
Hawthorn want to take the advantage. Wingard was trying to break clear. It'll come back to Tom Mitchell. He has a defensive side of the members' wing. Long kick towards Lewis. In from the side was Brockman, crumbing it nicely. It was Warple. His kick too sharp for Kaczynski. It gets to the back. Atkins and Moore. Moore trying to scrap well against a couple. Henderson, he's been so composed. Got it to Tui. Tackled by Howe. Back to Stewart. Geelong just always have one more answer as they get out of Joe once more. And Henderson finishes with the footy in his hands, receiving it from Tui as the halftime siren sounds. Geelong by 17 points at the main break. 6-4-40 to the Hawks, 3-5-23. So after Geelong led by 8 points at quarter time, the Cats with 3-1 in that second term to lead by 17 points. Tom Hawkins with a couple for Geelong. Individuals to Tui, Constable, Myers and Blitzabs. Meanwhile for the Hawks, their goals will come through McAvoy, Wingard and Bruce.
Been so good to have all your thoughts and comments, contributions on the SMSs. Yes, Sellers. It looks like
still at it.
Mark O'Connor and Tom Mitchell want to send each other a bit more than an SMS out there in the middle.
Forward too.
Yeah, a few more getting involved now.
Yeah. Tomahawk's got a bit of the dermies about him at the moment. He's in amongst the whole Hawthorn team.
He's got 20 about him and just on his own. He was anyway.
So they were starting to separate and then a few more decided to come across and get in on the act. There was nothing overly malicious about any of it, just a bit of a bump here and a bump there, and the two teams separate. Perhaps a word or two still being exchanged. Chris Scott's not involved this week.
I think he might be.
Where's Alistair Clarkson, Chris Scott? That would be interesting. The two teams go to their respective races. Tom Hawkins is still bellowing out at the Hawks as they leave the scene. So he's got the chest puffed out and the 2 goals to his name. The Cats by 17 points at half-time.
Let me tell you, they've had some history, these two.
My word. Haven't they?
Haven't they? What?
They do not like one another whatsoever, and Isaac Smith has added the extra layer to all of that. On the SMS 0437774774, Patrick's travelling from Adelaide to Cape Schanck in Victoria. It's well worth the drive, Patrick, if you like your golf. Great listening to the footy on ABC Radio. Just about to pass through Caniva. Caniva Hawks Geelong draw, says Patrick. Love the AFL footy. Good on you, Patrick. Love your work. Hello from the young kids, Byron, Archie and Maxie, driving home from an Easter holiday at Bright, listening to the footy on the ABC. So good to have you all with us. Good on you, Byron, Archie and Maxie. Hi, not going for anyone really. I'm a Pies fan, just enjoying hearing the footy call, especially after no family nor footy in Victoria last Easter. Still wondering how Carlton won by so much, says Fran from Melbourne. Yes, we echo your thoughts, Fran. It's so good to have Easter back with family and the footy back with crowds as well. Ned's gardening with his granny, listening to the footy on the radio and watching from Cobram, sitting on the river. Johnny, Stace, Georgie, Andy, Ellie and Dave. So many of your texts. We're trying to work through them. 0437 774 774. And Narelle and Stephen are listening to the radio coming back from tennis at Nathalia. No one likes Geelong, especially Hawk supporters. Cheers. Blunt, simple and effective. That's the thoughts of your average Hawks fan. 6-4-40 to 3-5-23. What are the thoughts of Luke Ball and Mark McCullough?
Well, they're pretty good that quarter, the Hawks. They had more inside 50s. They evened up stoppage after the first quarter. They were pretty good around the contest. Mitchell got going a bit. His work rate was good. They had some overlap run. It's just that connection, mid-forward. And look, they've got a young developing forward line. We know that. And you were tearing your hair out at times. There were some opportunities for both Lewis and Kajitsky to come back at the ball when players were out facing the goal and maybe get an easier hit up, whereas they preferred the option to run back towards goal, which
doesn't work.
I know infuriates. Well, it's just a harder kick, isn't it?
No,
it's a matter of them working on their forward craft, and they would have had some better looks at goal. They've kicked one goal forward to 3-1, so they've had more inside 50s, more shots on goal, but never really looked too threatening, did they? It was only McAvoy that was able to drift forward on his opponent and take a mark. And
Henderson was terrific. Stewart was really
good.
Yeah,
largely that Geelong defence has looked reasonably in control, hasn't it? And been able to come off and support each other. And Henderson, Stewart been really good players. From the Cats' point of view, through the middle of the ground, their experienced players got going a bit. Guthrie had a terrific quarter, 13 possessions. Mitch Duncan in his first game for the year had 9 for the quarter. Young Constable came on and had 9 himself. He's just one of those accumulators, isn't he? Who's really looking to take his chance. Connor has been an interesting duel with Mitchell. It probably freed up a little bit more that quarter after he had the better of him in the first quarter. But Alistair Clarkson be disappointed to control that mid part of that quarter in terms of a field position point of view, but just never looked like they had easy looks on forward easy looks on goal rather going forward. And then in the end, those last couple was a little bit of ill-discipline, wasn't it, from the Hawks. Opened the door for 2 late goals from the Cats, and they go in 3 goals down. So it's still game on. There's no doubt that the Geelong have been a bit scrappy too, and a little bit flippant with the footy too. I think Sellers, which will annoy Chris Scott as well. But they probably just had a little bit more composure at the moment in that first half.
This is not in line with what the other games have done. This is so small scoring that we've seen, and it doesn't surprise me with Clarkson. I mean, he knows how to lock them all up and do all those things. When he has got a side that can move, they move. But when he hasn't really got one, which is a young side they've got, he's trying to play a game, hold it, hang in this game, hang on, and we'll have a hit later on in the game. After half-time, they played against Essendon, if you remember, in the first game of the round, and they flogged them in the second half.
Turn it around.
Yeah, they turned it around, okay, and they moved it really quickly and moved on. Let's hope that happens, because that may open up the game completely.
So, Sellers, what can he do with an inexperienced forward line? Because it seems like it's a real issue with that last kick inside the 50. Kajitsky often back towards the goal square. Mitch Lewis is inexperienced. Can they isolate a Chad Wingard or a Jarman Impey?
Well, one of the things you've got to do is you've got a ball runner with a bloke with the ball in his hand. You must run towards him. The bloke cannot hit you, at 45 degrees and to the right or the left. If you run straight at him, he hits you easily. And it's a simple kick. You might be 35, 40 metres out. Big deal. But at least you've got a chance of getting it. And the defenders are already running back. So you've actually got a chance. I haven't seen it happen once.
They were spoilt for years, weren't they? The Hawks with that, Roughhead, Franklin. And then Gunston, Bruce,
he'd be
still
handy.
there,
Cyril,
and the way they all worked together, and they always would have had that. I think it was almost a rule the way they worked together. They'd always have someone coming at the ball carrier, and then someone could slide in behind. But you've got to give them those 2 options. So I'm sure the iPad will be out at halftime to these young, more inexperienced forwards. To answer your question, maybe it is a Bruce coming in behind or starting out of the goal square trying to isolate a matchup. But it's more around just the method, isn't it?
Method,
not necessarily the personnel. Let's just see if we can because they've had opportunities to isolate. They've had times where they've looked dangerous and there's been space inside 50, but they just haven't been able to use that sort of forward method to get a decent shot on goal.
Some people want to have their forward line up around outside the 50, so that's okay. You can do that. So you isolate one in there. So you have one, and then you pinpoint him and then charge at it. So you can do 2 or 3 different things. You can have them high or you can have them deep, and then move up towards it and have some smalls in front as well. So, but that's up to the sacrificing yourself, your own game. Sometimes it's not, you're not meant to get the ball. You're there to help someone else get it. Yeah. And you know what? And your teammates understand it and they know it and they love you for it. And they're not doing that at the moment. They're just all scrambly. You know, it's all, I've got to get a kick. And no, you don't. You don't have to get a kick.
They're just so organised, Geelong, in their back half with Stewart and Henderson playing the 2 key pillars with Blitzavs to get back and support, and it just always feels like they've got one extra number around the defensive 50.
It does, yeah. Young Atkins has gone back there too. He's looked pretty good, I think. Yeah, certainly very good one-on-one. He's he's really competitive and ferocious, and he's had 11 possessions. I've been impressed with his game. Stewart, yeah, you're right. I mean, all-Australian player. We know what he's capable of, and they just look strong. At times it's looked like, especially in the first half of that quarter, the Hawks were dominating field position. They just weren't able to pin them in, were they? Or at times it looked like they had, but the Cats defenders were able to get their hands free and get over to support and just find that outlet kick, which they've done so well now for the last 2, 3, 4 years.
Merrin in level 4 of the MCG today was asking about Tom Atkins, so I hope that answers your question there from Luke Ball. Jane, Jimbo and Plugger are travelling from Streaky Bay to WA listening to the footy. Cheers.
Plugger.
Yeah, Plugger. Good
There's
nickname,
2 of them,
Plugger. Yeah, well, sort of one of a kind, really, Plugger, isn't he? Mark from Bellreeve listening on the radio on my balcony. If we beat Geelong today, I wouldn't care if we didn't win another game. So much I don't like the way they are looked after, especially up forward, says Mark. Tom and Roy are in Hobart enjoying the call, just doing a bit of painting in the perfect Easter sunshine. Go Cats. Owen's been fishing down at the Tarwin River, South Gippsland, beautiful neck of the woods. Yeah, loving the commentary. And Alexander from Gisborne, 2.5 hours into a 3-hour drive on the way home from fishing in the Tarwin River. You might have crossed lines with Owen in the Tarwin River earlier today. You're making this drive easier. Thanks for the great commentary. Loving every minute of it.
You've been fishing down there, Al?
I haven't been fishing down at Lower Tarwin, but I've been down in the area. And that's South Gippsland. Those beaches down around there are stunning. Right around the Wilson's Prom. Walkerville, Waratah Bay, Sandy Point. Fantastic part of Victoria. One of our listeners, Jacko in Kojonup. How good is a hard-fought game with some biffo? Thanks for a great call, guys. Shout out to the mighty Kojonup Cougars. And Jacko is out burning stubble as we speak. So good to have you with us, mates. So many of your text messages. I reckon the traffic around Australia at the moment is absolutely horrendous. We've got a lot of people listening to the footy.
I just had a text from a mate 4 hours into a 7-hour drive back from the Rivulet with three girls under 5 in the back seat.
Well,
he wants to listen to the footy.
Nisha sends me the following text. Driving back from Bicheno to Margate. This is in Tassie, so from the east coast back towards Hobart. 2 boys in the back, 5 and 7. One is a Hawk supporter, one is a Geelong supporter. So the only biffo's not been out on the ground. It's in the back seat of the car. 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch.
How would you go with that traffic, Mark?
Well, I wouldn't drive on Easter Monday.
No, you would avoid it, wouldn't you? You'd leave a day earlier.
No, I wouldn't helicopter anyway. I'd have you in the car give me orders. I usually have someone else with long hair giving me orders.
Oh, nice. Well, cheerio to Verge. Keep critiquing, Mark.
If anyone can keep him in check, good on you, Verge. Patience.
I tell you, be careful, everyone, driving home, because there's a very busy road.
Absolutely, yeah.
And take your time, because we don't want to see anyone go down.
Just enjoy the footy with us and take your time, as Sellers says, to get back home safely. 6-4-40 Geelong, Hawthorn 3-5-23 at half-time. I'll bring you up to date with a few other scores from sports around the place in a moment. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. It's time for the latest edition of ABC News.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. 2 Australians who've been freed from house arrest and evacuated from Myanmar are calling for the release of a fellow Australian also being held in the country. As Southeast Asia correspondent Mazoe Ford explains, Business consultants Krista Avery and Matthew O'Kane left this morning.
Professor Sean Turnell is still in detention in Myanmar, not even in house arrest, but in detention. He's been there since 5 days after the coup when he was arrested. Krista Avery, in her statement upon her release from Myanmar, said that I hope that even if Sean cannot be released very soon, he can at least be moved into house arrest for his physical, mental and emotional well-being. So Professor Sean Turnell, now the only Australian that we are aware of, certainly, who is in detention in Myanmar and is one of 2,600 prisoners who have been detained since this military coup.
Australia's acting chief medical officer says it's likely that a case of blood clotting is linked to a patient getting their AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine. The case was reported on Friday in Melbourne after a man was hospitalised. The acting chief medical officer, Professor Michael Kidd, says that although the case is concerning, the benefits of the jab still outweigh the risks.
It is important to note that our colleagues overseas appear to be seeing 1 to 2 cases of thrombosis and thrombocytopenia reported in every 1 million people who receive the COVID-19 AstraZeneca vaccine. By contrast, we know that the risk of death from COVID-19 remains at 1 to 2 deaths per 100 people infected.
The British Prime Minister Boris Johnson's expected to announce a traffic light system of rules that will allow international travel to resume. People coming to England from designated green countries won't need to quarantine, although they'll still have to take a COVID test before travelling and after they arrive. Passengers returning from amber countries will have to take the same tests and quarantine at home for 10 days. Only British citizens will be allowed into the country from red countries, and they will have to do hotel quarantine at their own expense. The Liberal Senator Jim Molan has announced that he's been diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer. In a social media post, Senator Molan says he'll take leave from the Senate to undergo further tests to confirm the prognosis and begin treatment. The retired Army Major General says the news has come as a shock to him, but he's receiving the best possible care from his clinicians and his family. A family violence support agency says the coronavirus pandemic must not be used as an excuse for an increase in domestic violence assaults. SA police data shows there were 440 more assaults reported between March and August last year, compared to the same 6-month period in 2019. Over the 12-month period, there was almost 11% increase. White Ribbon Australia Executive Director Brad Chilcott says the increase is a result of more men using violence in their relationships, and it's time for more action to stop such behaviour.
If we compare the economic response to the pandemic to this ongoing epidemic of men's violence against women, we need to step up our response. This is an ongoing emergency and it needs an emergency response.
Commercial rock lobster fishers in South Australia will be able to carry over uncaught quota and have extended seasons. The South Australian government's made the changes to help fishers manage the financial impacts of the China trade ban. The current season will be extended on July 31st, with the new season then opening early on September 15. Limestone Coast Fishermen's Cooperative Chief Executive Justin Phillips says the decision will provide a boost for the industry.
Anything that provides our members with greater flexibility to deal with the current situation is certainly going to be supported by us, as these announcements are. And it's fantastic, I guess, in a time that's so uncertain. Anything that really provides us and our fishers with more options is a good thing.
Heading overseas, and the incumbent Prime Minister Boyko Borisov's centre-right party looks expected to take the most seats in Bulgaria's parliamentary election. However, it has only secured 25% of the vote, and a strong showing by anti-corruption parties opposed to Mr Borisov may prevent him from forming government. But the Prime Minister says that he is optimistic about being able to form a coalition.
So, my dear opponents, celebrate. You're in the Parliament. That's been your goal since last summer. You were saying that people didn't want us. Now you see, with the most peaceful, the most tolerant, the most positive, the cheapest campaign, we did it.
I'm Glenn Lauder. That's the latest ABC News.
Open your kids' ears to the world with these podcasts on the ABC Listen app. For answers to curious questions, listen to Short and Curly.
What are some things you think robots will be able to do when you're an adult?
Delve into Imagine This, a science podcast for the whole family.
What makes a star fall out of the sky?
Or explore the diverse languages and stories of Indigenous Australia with Little Yarns.
We've got some very clever jargons here.
Open their ears to the world. Download the ABC Listen app today.
Make sure you follow ABC Sport on social media, Instagram, Facebook and Twitter for more great AFL content.
AFL.
Long kick towards Stanley, pushed out of it early. I didn't see it that way. What's Ray going to say? What? He said it was...
I cannot believe
Stanley's way. That's long after protests are normally accepted. Stanley somehow has ended up with a footy, much to everyone's amazement. Inboard to Stewart and pushing forward. The mark is taken by Mark Blitzavs from 40 metres out. Mark Blitzavs comes in, strikes it well. To Geelong fans' delight. On the Great Southern Stand wing, turns on the right-hand side. Long kick towards Lewis and McAvoy. Big Ben in from the side. The Hawks would love a captain's goal, and Ben McAvoy comes in and drives it home. Leaving from the front, Scrimshaw's hand pass doesn't clear the congestion. Henderson's forward. He gets the hand pass away to Selwood, to Constable, around the body, the sub and into the action. Charlie Constable able to snap truly.
Selwood, he goes short to Hawkins. And he marks and got one in the back of the head, old school style, and 50 metres. Gee, the temperature is rising inside the MCG, and there's a bit more of a blue on behind the play. Hawkins goals. Tom Hawkins with his second, and the Cats now with the biggest lead of the game. It stands at 17 points.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time at the MCG, Easter Monday football. Geelong 6-4, 40, Hawthorn 3-5, 23. Alistair Nicholson and Matt Clinch calling the footy for you today with Luke Ball and Mark McClure. Andrew Mays is down on the boundary. On the SMS 0437 774 774, it's overwhelming the number of texts we've had coming in today. Die-hard WA Hawks fans, Phillips mob driving home through the fire zone, WA Gidgeganup, heading home to Dunsborough. Khan the Hawks. I reckon the West Australian place names are the ones I struggle with. Oh, do I need to go again, Sellers? I'll give you a crack in a minute.
No, I've got no idea.
They're the tough ones, although I did live in Brisbane for a while. Weather warnings in Queensland were very tricky from time to time. Gabrielle from Turners Beach, cracking down the northwest coast in Tassie today. Go Cats. Runs at the Mount Arapiles Fire Tower taking in the coverage today. Good on you, Ron. Nice to have you with us. The name's Mayana, age 11, and we're from Victoria and heading up to Sejuna. Left Port Campbell yesterday, enjoying the game. Good on you, Mayana. So nice to have you as part of our coverage today. Just heading home to Bendigo from the stall gift, catching up on the footy. Cheers, says Greg. Well, in the stall gift, Hayley Orman was the women's winner, Ed Ware the men's winner. Second half action on Easter Monday about to get underway with Matt Clinch on Grandstand AFL.
Done that stall drive a couple of times. It's always a good adventure. Second half underway. Stanley wins down the tap for the Cats, but O'Meara gets the clearance, kicks to half forward. Bruce spoils it down. Duncan front and centre gathers. Hand pass to Tui. Full 360 and back to Duncan by hand. So calm and composed. The hand pass to Clark and back to Duncan. Involved the third time at half forward. Why wouldn't you give it to him? When he kicks lace out to Tom Hawkins on the lead. And he marks on his chest.
Well, I mean, that's a 13, 14, what is he, 15-year forward. Understanding and using his forward craft, and he does it so well. And his eyes must light up every time Mitch Duncan gets the footy forward of centre.
And 30 disposals in the semi-final against Collingwood. Mitch Duncan going at 86% efficiency. He's a good guy to have the ball in the hands of. Speaking of which, Tom Hawkins from outside 50 out to the right, hit it flush, but it won't quite drift right to left enough. A minor score. Geelong by 18 points inside the first minute of the third term.
In the W League semi-final today, Melbourne Victory won yesterday 6-2 over Brisbane Roar to advance to the grand final. Sydney FC 3 leading Canberra United 0 late in the second half. Sydney were the Premier's Plate winners in the W League. And in the NRL, the first half at Stadium Australia, West Tigers 10, trailing Parramatta 20. Cats have won it back from the kick-in, taken the ball back inside the attacking
Dalhouse.
50, and Dalhouse has taken the mark. He's 40 metres out directly in front.
Well, a couple of mistakes there from the Hawks. I mean, Impey, credit to Impey, he is trying to make the play, and he's had the most possessions for the Hawks too, but just telegraph that, and that 50 to 60 metre long kick that hangs in the air is just easy pickings for the Geelong defence to pick off, and it was Sam Frost, wasn't it? He tried to reach out with the one hand. He had to body line the ball, and
he flat out the two, let alone one.
Turnover shot at goal.
Dalhouse from about 47. The right foot drop punt is away to the right, so 2 early behinds in this third term for Geelong, and the margin is 19 points 2 minutes into it.
Sean Burgoyne looking to bring the Hawks back into play. Chips the ball to Hardwick in the back pocket at the city end, around the boundary line by foot to Howe. GF free, takes the mark at left half back in front of Isaac Smith. He's got Lewis long down the line.
There's a lot of Hawks hanging around the same area. You need to move out of that area to make space for someone else.
CJ on the right drives it long towards Lewis. Worked underneath it by Blitzhouse, who takes a good contested mark. Just so good in those one-on-one contests. Chips to O'Connor, who marks in front of the interchange bench. Possession number 17 for him, and then to Cam Guthrie, who works it over the top to Higgins. It's sat up for a moment or so, and that allowed Warple to come in and spoil it out of play in front of the members.
You'll be pleased to know, Sellers, the listeners are giving me a rap over the knuckles for my pronunciations already on the SMS.
Well, just get in the queue with the rest of us.
A Rapalese. It was where the fire tower was. We learn something every day. Sometimes you learn a lot.
Never heard of it.
All parts of the country we go to. Blitzavs can't break clear. There's a bit going on with Smith off the ball. Warple brushes off and is keen to continue chasing the footy. McAvoy wins down the tap to Guthrie, kicks off the outside of the boot. Jaff going back, almost got Dalhouse high. He has a second go at it and sees the ball out of play. A good follow-up effort.
Did a good
which no
job.
doubt will get the encouragement of Hardwick and Howe, the two Hawks who get into his feet for a throw-in. At right half forward for the Cats, they lead by 19 points.
Definitely feels like it's reached the stage of the game where Hawthorn needs to find a goal, and reasonably urgently. At the throw-in, Blitzarves reached over McAvoy. Jath went through the pack, gathered, got a hand pass out. Warple, that half-back, a hand pass to Shields, gives to Howe, puts him in trouble. He's caught, but he got the hand pass back to Shields. His kick back towards the corridor. McAvoy, the tall timber, but a Shepherd and a free kick.
It was right.
Against O'Meara. Free kick to Clark, front point of the square for Geelong.
He protected him well.
It got him high. That was the only thing.
Jordan Clark laterally into the centre corridor. Stewart takes the mark.
Probably didn't need to do it, did he? I mean, he had McAvoy on Jordan Clark. He just had to disguise it a bit better. They were away, the Hawks.
Patient the Cats. Stewart to Duncan. Another short one to
Guess what
lead
they're
up
doing?
from Selwood.
There they go. Another leader.
They're owning the ball. Yet to take it inside 50, and they won't here. Duncan takes the mark at centre half forward. He's 60 out. Told to play on. Now the chip pass. Missed Hawkins. That's rare for Duncan. Hardwick gets it for the Hawks and dishes it off to O'Meara. He goes out towards the wing. Tui back with a flight. Couldn't mark. Kept it in front of him. Now he's tackled strongly. Caught by Moore. He's got a big problem. No free kick. McAvoy gets it anyway. Off the Warple. Off the Shields. Off the Moore.
Hand pass to Bruce. They've got players forward. Kaczynski's pushed forward. He found the flight. He dropped the mark. Atkins overran the footy as well. Kaczynski gets it to Wingard. He's tackled. The moment is gone for Hawthorn. Bursting into the open goal, and the umpire will circle and ball it up 30 metres out from the Hawks' goal at the punt road end. Oh dear.
The young man.
We get a camera on the Hawks coach's box. Yeah, we did.
Someone call the plasterer. Tap down. Snap on goal from O'Meara is across the face, and in the end it bounces out of play to the left. Another throw in. This time in the left forward pocket at the punt road end.
Oh, we laugh at it. You just got to take your chances, don't you? In a game like this, they're struggling to find ways to score as it is, and poor old Kaczynski.
Boundary throw in. Segler punches towards the boundary. Bruce is there, immediately tackled and rolled by Duncan. No prior. And the umpire will call for it. 20 metres out from the Hawthorn goal at the southern end of the ground.
Is it Kaczynski or
Kaczynski?
Weren't you in the team meeting for half an hour? We tried to work out how to say it.
Off the stoppage. Moore got it Gave it away to Shields. Gives to Bruce from the pocket. Curls it back towards full forward. Stewart, though, standing as the roadblock to Hawthorn again. He marks in the goal mouth and kicks out to the left back pocket. Duncan goes to the half back flank. Not a great kick for the first game of Holmes. It comes to the back. Impey infield to McAvoy, 70 out.
The Hawthorn captain has it, with the Cats leading by 19 points. Geelong have all but half a dozen players inside the defensive 50, and he screws a kick back into the middle of the ground and rolls along the turf. Hardwick has enough time to gather. To Hardigan, kick to GF, coming in from the side. Higgins lingered with the contact after spoiling. Jeff will get another chance. Veers out to the right. Pokes the kick into the direction of Lewis. He flies against a couple. Blitzavs and Henderson were both there. A good punch that clears the congestion by about 25 metres. Shields and Parfitt in from different directions. Howe got a hand pass forward. The Cats take it through Duncan and he chips it. And Stanley takes the mark on the members' wing.
He waits for everyone to flood back, stream forward. He goes short. Higgins marks a hand pass to Duncan. Duncan attacking side of the members' wing. The lead comes from Henry, who's forward for the Cats. On the bounce he collects, but he can't keep it in play. A boundary throw in 50 metres from the Geelong goal. Down towards the city end they go. The Ponsford stand end.
A little professional kick down the line. Push it over the line. Start again.
19 points to the Geelong lead. 8 minutes into the third quarter. Segler in ruck, gets the tap. Guthrie roved at hand pass, knocked down by Shields of Hawthorn. Howe's in and under, knocking it out. Parfitt takes possession. He's rolled in the tackle and the umpire will call for a ball up. 55 out from the Geelong goal at right half forward. The Cats 6-6-42. Hawthorn 3-5-23.
Tossed up, Stanley wins it down. Duncan somehow able to extract it for the Cats. Can't clear the congestion though as O'Meara tunnels his way through and forces a ball up right half forward for the Cats. 55 metres out from their goal at the city end. Segler against Stanley. Tap down, Duncan. Higgins roved it beautifully, kicks to the lead. It's Henry, it's wide of him. He's got enough time to gather, turn on the right, snap on goal.
Higgins has hurt himself here, so yeah, great goal.
Jack Henry able to push forward and for a rare foray was able to snap truly. Sean Higgins a bit worse for wear and he's turning and walking to the bench.
He didn't even watch, to Bud Hinclinchy. I just watched him. It was a brilliant, it was him at his best at the stoppage to set up this goal, but he didn't even turn. He didn't even watch that goal go through. He just turned and he's walking slowly. I'd say it's a lower leg injury of some sort.
Calf.
He knew straight away, yep. He's going really gingerly, isn't he?
Yeah.
We'll get Andrew Mays to keep an eye on that. So
the old man's disease.
Jack Henry with just his 10th goal of his career in his 68th game extends Geelong out to a game-high 25-point lead, 7-6-48 to the Hawks 3-5-23.
I tell you what they do, though, the Cats, they move. Everyone moves in that forward line. Everyone moves to a different space. It makes it difficult for the opposition to hang on to them and be with them, and it gives them control of where they can kick the ball. So they're doing a very good job.
Mark McClure on Grandstand AFL. The task is getting harder by the minute for Hawthorn. From the middle of the ground, O'Meara couldn't win it. Mitchell did. He's dumped in the tackle by O'Connor. Got a hand pass out. Stanley knocked it, but straight to Warple of Hawthorn. Off to Segler, off to Howe. Howe balks and barrels. A spiral inside the 50. McAvoy's there, but back with the flight goes Henderson, who did catch that one. He's at full back for Geelong.
Been good. Been very good, Henderson. Made it easy for him, though.
Mick on the SMS. What do you mean WA town names are hard? Great call, guys. Mick in Munyanuka. Thanks, Mick.
That's not right.
Thanks
that
very
won't be
much.
right.
Certainly not. I can put my hands in the air now as Clark goes for 3 running bounces and a 4th down the members' wing. Runs to 50. Goes in the Henry direction. He launches. Couldn't quite mark on the edge of the goal square. Soccer by Parfitt. Ricocheted off Hardigan. And they spill in around at 15 out. Ray's lurking. He's thinking. He's calling, holding the ball.
Whose way?
It's going to be a Hawthorn free kick, Sellers, in the right back pocket. That was plain mean, Mick. 0437 774 774.
I quite enjoyed it, Mick. Nice work. Phillips out of defence. Kicks to Howe one-on-one with Buse. Howe did well to juggle the one-handed mark.
He kept hanging on.
And Hawks fans thought there might have been 50 on offer. Inboard to Mitchell. Brownlow medalist inside the defensive 50. Call to play on. Selwood charges at him. Back to Howell. Hughes got him. Got the hand pass away at the last moment to O'Meara. Hawthorn under enormous pressure. The kick wide to Morrison. He has it at left half back. Around the boundary line. Good kick to Scrimshaw. The former son who's looked good today for the Hawks. Inboard. And O'Meara takes it on the second take.
He's got no confidence to penetrate now, the Hawks. They go forward, have they? They're going sideways and...
That's a long sideways
playing into their hands now.
Well, the Geelong's defenders have just been so dominant one-on-one in the air as well.
Man down behind the play. Mitchell has been felled by Mark O'Connor. So that's been an ongoing duel. That might have a bit of a postscript. Impey from half-back kicks to centre half-back. Scrimshaw takes the mark for Hawthorn. He comes to Giath. Perhaps he can cut a line. He's going to play on. Guthrie corrals him.
Free kick coming up here.
Free kick in the middle of the ground.
Oh, it's going the other way. Going to O'Connor.
So often the retaliator is the one that gets caught. And Mitchell, for an off-the-ball incident on O'Connor after he was felled near centre half-back, O'Connor goes short to Guthrie. Guthrie attacking side of the members' wing for the Cats, who lead by 25 points. Guthrie's indecisive. Now he's confronted. Hand pass puts Constable under pressure. Back to Guthrie.
Thanks.
You have it back and I'll do the same to you. And then it's socket over the boundary line, accidentally out on the full by Giath. And Guthrie gets another crack on the wing.
God, so what a messy couple of minutes. I mean, they're sticking up for your mate, isn't there? But then when you've got the footy, you've got to be disciplined, especially in the state of the game now. The Hawks can't afford any errors like that.
Just seeing a replay of the Mark O'Connor bump on Tom Mitchell. There's a hip and shoulder as he ran past, but not a lot in it more than that. So Mitchell did stay down for a while. Impey has it in the left back pocket for the Hawks. Around the boundary line to Scrimshaw. He's got 5 metres to play on. Pierces the kick into the middle of the ground. A bullet pass to O'Meara, who marks on the edge of the centre square. Half pass to the runner, Warple. He drives the kick towards Lewis. Henderson, one-on-one. Henderson punches it away. Stanley over the top of Brockman, claimed it like it was a mark, and then fed the hand pass back to Henderson. Geelong in complete control in their back six. The chip to Stewart and now to Isaac Smith. The Hawks fans slow to realise he's got it as he feeds the hand pass back to Stewart at centre half back, and he chips it out to Tui at right half back.
Tui to the wing for Guthrie members side. Guthrie coming up for possession. Number 27's been immense. He goes to Duncan. Duncan, the attacking side of the wing.
23 for Duncan as well. He's just getting better as the game goes on.
First game of the season. Kicks to Hawkins. Duncan to Hawkins.
Just get separation. And then
do it so often. Hawkins 55 out at right half forward, hard on the boundary. Cluttered forward line, so he kicks to Smith. Smith 60 out. He'd be loving this, Isaac Smith. He loves the banter.
Go the talk.
Cats fans drowning out the booze for their number 7. Smith sets it up to full forward. Giath in front, couldn't mark. Scrimshaw for Hawthorn. Hand pass to the goal square to Frost. Frost's chip kick is wide of Segler and goes out of play in the left forward pocket for Geelong down at the city end. The Cats 7-6-48, the Hawks 3-5-23, 14 played of the third. Andrew Mays.
Strange situation now with Sean Higgins. He went down the race after about 4 minutes of conversation with the doctor. The doctor hasn't worked on him at all. Now he's taken his seat at the back of the bench, which means his day might be over.
Yeah, looks like he's having a nice put on that right hamstring, Mays.
He knew straight. He just turned. It was a strange one. He just turned his back on the play and started walking off. So he knew.
Holmes' a shot on goal missed to the left. So Geelong leading by 26 points. They've kicked the only scores in this third quarter, 1-3-0.
Oh, please.
Off to Frost, he's in a bind. Dalehouse got a hand pass out. Scrimshaw knocked it down, then tried to paddle it out under immense pressure. Did well. Hardwick, hand pass at centre half back to Segler. He dishes it off. The Hawks come out of defence through Hartigan. Scrimshaw. And now Shields receives on the wing. Off to O'Meara by hand. He links up with Hardwick running up from defence. Hardwick kicks inside the 50. Bruce the target. Henderson back with a flight. Got hands to it. Not the mark. Picked up by Bruce. Knocked it out of the pack. Brockman gives it away. Moore's a crafty player. He bananas it into the post from 30 out. Howell Hawthorn desperately needed a goal and they weren't far away. A 25-point lead to the Cats at the 16-minute mark of the third.
That's their fourth inside 50 for 1 point for the quarter.
It's been hard work. Parfitt's kick looked close to the line. The umpire gave the benefit of the doubt to Dalehouse, who took it just inside. In front of the Geelong bench where Their captain Joel Selwood is awaiting to come back on. Game number 313 for him. Back inside the defensive 50. Kolajasny has it. Out to Henderson, who takes it on the southern wing. Inboard to Constable, the sub who's into the action. Fraser Evans out early with an ankle injury.
Blitzav's got a mismatch.
Constable short to Buse, who just takes the mark in front of Dylan Moore. And chips it further still to Atkins. This is just great controlling tempo footy from the Cats to Parford. GF came late. Parford was able to take the mark, gives the hand pass to Atkins.
Atkins kicks to the half-forward flank. Guthrie bursting out, takes the mark on his chest in front of Frost. Guthrie looks infield, not a lot there. We'll go to Atkins with a dangerous one, and McAvoy eats it up.
Run.
Intercepts, hand pass to Mitchell.
Need
Hasn't
someone
had
quicker.
much breathing room. Through the corridor he goes. Hand pass to Warple. Warple off
Drama.
the scrimshaw. Tackled. Lost possession. Holding the ball. No. It was over the shoulder. It was Phillips going through the middle.
That wasn't over the shoulder.
Phillips at centre half forward for the Hawks. The time has come for a Hawthorn goal. Lewis the target inside the 50. Back with a flight. Kolajasny hands to it. Not the mark. Brewster's there. Knocked out towards the pocket. Near the behind post. Moore takes possession. He's dragged down by Kolajasny. And there will be a ball up in the right forward pocket for Hawthorn. Have to strike now the Hawks.
Tom Mitchell looked up and there was only Mitch Lewis inside the attacking 50 and realised I'm an endurance athlete, not a sprinter. This is not a race for me. Thrown in. Here's a chance. Warple across the body. Misses to the right-hand side. Geelong's lead is 24 points at the 18-minute mark of the third term. So 2 behinds for the Hawks to 1-3 Geelong's way in this third term.
Smith kicks in beautifully to the back flank and Duncan. That was a poor miss from Warple under no pressure, 35 metres out. Duncan back inside the 50 to Guthrie. And Guthrie back to Duncan. They are racking him
pressure
up.
though, Al. A little bit of perceived pressure because they've been all over him.
Duncan's coming up for possession number 13 this quarter. Guthrie's had 10. Duncan's kick to the wing. Hasn't always used it as he usually does today. Duncan, he's a beautiful kick, but he's missed the target a few times. That no exception there as it's knocked out of play by Hartigan near the interchange.
Yeah, both Guthrie and Duncan have been a bit sloppy this quarter. They're certainly having an impact on the game, getting a lot of the footy, but not being that damaging with it at the moment.
Back from a calf injury, Mitch Duncan, one of the rock stars who appeared at Northport Oval, playing in the Geelong scratch match against Port Melbourne. Here's Duncan on cue, gets a hand pass to Blitzav's, got the hand pass away as he was tackled by Warple to Guthrie and short to Dalhouse. Cam Guthrie has had a lot of the footy, 31 disposals. Best and fairest last year. He's had some challenges with injury, but is finally showing what he's got.
Got a quarter to go.
Long
Going to get 40.
Yeah, Hartigan sported well. Hardwick couldn't gather. Duncan hand pass to Guthrie through traffic to Henry over the top to Hawkins. 30 metres out from goal. Feeds the hand pass. Parford one way, sold the candy. Back on the left. Beautiful finish. Brandon Parford was far too smart for any of the Hawks' defence there. Sold them candy and finished on the left to extend Geelong's lead to 30 points. 8-7-55 to the Hawks, 3-7-25. 20 minutes gone, third term on Grandstand AFL.
So 20 minutes, we've had 2 goals for this quarter. It hasn't been a great spectacle, but it's been a battle of wills, and Geelong continue to control the ball better than Hawthorn. I think they've had 10 inside 50s, is it, for the quarter? 10 or 11 inside 50s to 4. And eventually they're just going to pull away from these guys because they're just cleaner with the ball. They move it well. They share it really well amongst themselves. They feel good about themselves in this area, but it's been a scrappy game of football for mine.
It's an amazing quarter of footy from Duncan and Guthrie. So Duncan's had 14, Guthrie 12. The next best is 4 for Geelong.
They work hard, those two.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, 4 inside 50s. Duncan, yeah, he's really turned it on this quarter. It might be time to pay some attention to him. Daniel Howe or someone needs to go to him.
The inside 50s are 11-5, Geelong way.
He's going to get the takeaway from the middle. Selwood was tackled, lost possession of it, flying by Wingard, bumped as he kicked to the half-forward flank. Out comes Kazitsky, knocks it the way of the Hawks. Bruce couldn't pick up Atkins, had it, lost it. Selwood gets it, clean by hand. On defensive 50, Kolajasny. High left foot kick. Warple sets himself for Hawthorn. Back with the flight. O'Connor affected it, knocked it down. Selwood's tackled. really threw that out, and the umpire let them play. It goes over the boundary line. Hawthorn's attacking side of the southern wing. On the SMS, 0437774774. Joe and Graham are stuck in Easter Monday traffic on the Hume Highway. Thanks for your broadcast. It's saving our sanity.
The Hawks come up with it through Morrison, gets the hand pass to Phillips on the wing, sends it long inside the 50. Lewis nudged under it and held by Henderson.
That's a...
Yeah, it's going to Kaczynski behind him.
How?
Paid for a hold against College, hasn't he? Geez, there wasn't a lot in it. Luckily, because Henderson had taken another mark as well.
Nothing in it at all.
So they get a bit lucky there, the Hawks.
It's Razor, of course it's Razor.
Come on, Sellers, don't tip into that.
I'm going to fall into it, don't worry about it.
Finally got you, Sellers.
Jacob Kaczynski, can he kick the Hawks' first goal this third quarter? It's been hard work for them to try and get opportunities and shots on goal. Kaczynski, a slow start, crosses 50, liked it off the boot, and it carries the line just
an inch.
The Hawks get their first goal since the 17-minute mark of the second quarter. And it couldn't have come a second earlier as the game was starting to drift out of their fingertips. Geelong's lead is cut back to 24 points, 8-7-55 to the Hawks, 4-7-31, 22 minutes gone. Third term on Grandstand AFL. You with Mark McClure and Luke Ball.
It's not without range still for the Hawks.
No, and that's the one thing. They haven't been able to really get away from them, the Cats, haven't they? They've had a lot of the ball this quarter, but they haven't really been able to capitalise on that too much. And yeah, he gets a bit of luck there, Kaczynski, but well done. He went back and kicked it straight through the middle. And one more, Sellers, before three-quarter time. And yeah,
there's still a chance.
Certainly close enough.
Grant and Kerry, hi guys, great call heading home to Dongara, WA, Jager O'Meara country. Jager to get his hands on it a bit more.
Pretty good. He's had a
Hawks,
good quarter.
They're going to get over the line, Bally.
Yeah, 8 this quarter, 20 for the game, leading the Hawks.
Here comes Wingard out of the middle. Can he inject? He goes in the O'Meara direction inside the 50. It's punched away. Stanley Rove, top of the 50. Hand pass, pinched by McAvoy. Got it out. The Hawks still alive. Mitchell short pass to Bruce. He's 45 out. He's got a man, Kaczynski, on in the pocket, but he elects not to pass. He's going to take the responsibility of the set shot. No real angle. 45 metres from goal. Luke Bruce. One goal for the afternoon. Kicks from 49.
Beautiful.
Kick is good. Hopes rise among Hawk fans around the MCG. And those massive flags at the city end as big as Spinnakers on Super Maxis. They're up. And the Hawks have found a little something as well. Are they reaching and running home, the Hawks? 8-7-55 Geelong. Hawthorn 5-7-37. The margin back to 18 points at the 24-minute mark of the third.
Well, they found another one, and then they may find some more. And Luke Bruce took the responsibility, and I like that amongst the senior players. He had a little chip pass, and it came from Mitchell in the middle, and chip over the top, which they won. All of a sudden, he goes, I'm not going to pass it to anyone else. I'm going to do it myself. Take the responsibility and finish it off. And they're setting an example for the others. Hey, listen, we're still in this.
Yeah. It was a centre bounce. Wingard's going into the centre bounce. He got that clearance, so they're realising the moment. See if they can get one more even before three-quarter time.
Nicholson working a bit of his Sydney to Hobart work as part of the call there.
How do they get those flags in?
Guthrie couldn't get the clearance. It's a good question. McAvoy couldn't break clear. Here's a chance for the Cats. Onto it, Selwood gets the hand pass to Holmes, kicks into the pocket. Hawkins, Gia comes in front. Good mark, Jack, as he has it in the left back pocket. I think it was Mary on the SMS who said, I'm enjoying my time in South Hobart, which is pronounced exactly how you'd imagine.
South.
Yeah, but it was still a low blow because she said we're just home from WA where we stayed at GNARABUP. Cheers, Mary. Thanks, Mary. Never been done over by my fellow kin to such an extent.
Very good mark.
Kaczynski with a great contested mark at half-back in front of Henderson. The Hawks have it, trailing by 18 points, but they've kicked the last 2 goals of the match.
Short pass to Howe. So just some belief building for Hawthorn here.
Keep moving.
Howe's going to switch the angle back to Giath, who can perhaps explore the southern side of the ground. Hawkins gets back to corral him, but Giath goes. He uses it short to Frost. Frost on the far side of the MCG, southern side, comes back into the corridor. Too much on it for Shields.
No.
It's intercepted. Not marked in the end by Henderson.
Don't
Hand
give it to
pass is
Frost.
knocked down as well. In dispute in the middle. Little soccer Parfitt off to Holmes. Good hand pass. Selwood kicks inside the 50 over the head of the intended target, but a free kick for a push in the back. I reckon it was after Selwood kicked the ball. And it will be a downfield free kick to Geelong. Jack Henry to take it 40 out directly in front. Was it there, Mark McClure and Luke Ball?
No. Well, it's questionable because on the replay there was a push in the back after kick, but it didn't actually affect the kick. But
Late
the
or
rules are the
simultaneous?
rules. Oh, how do I know?
Hands in the middle of the back.
Ray's the only one who knows.
The world according to Ray.
I'm not sure it was downfield. Was I?
Nah.
Bring that back. It was pretty soft.
That is the rule, though.
What's the rule?
Henry.
Who changed it?
For his second goal, Jack Henry on approach. Oh, he looks every bit the forward. He puts it straight through the middle. Henry's got his second. The Cats have breathing space again. A 24-point lead at the 27-minute mark of the third. Geelong 9-7-61, Hawthorn 5-7-37.
That rule used to be when you push it back, you go back to where it was pushed from.
Well, depending on if it was as he's kicked, it's back where he's obviously deemed that it was after the kick. I think that's instantaneous. So I think that's a poor decision, but the Hawks might have got a lucky one at the other end. But we go back to the turnover. It was the Hawks not being willing to penetrate and go forward.
No, it's
they had the momentum, but even the Howe 55-metre long kick, a cross goal, in the back of centre, it's not what they're after. And then, Frost trying to bite off more than he can chew into the middle of the ground. And
should handball Frost. He's very good at that.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, but so your teammates, you've got to recognise that and get over there and be there for a release handball. So Hawks shooting themselves in the foot there.
Mick and Rick are sitting by the Jamison River listening to the footy. Ryan and Jess listening on their way back from the family shack, loving the Eagles last night. That was Saturday night. It's been a lot of footy on consecutive days. Wingard on half-back, hand pass to Scrimshaw in that Grant Birchall number 14. Howe with a little toe poke. Guthrie slides in, tackled by McAvoy. Was it over the shoulder? No. Hawthorn deep in defence under all sorts of pressure. O'Meara can't clear it. O'Connor's there. And hands and knees as Selwood on the very bottom of the pack, as you'd expect, and the umpire will throw it up 40 metres out from the Cats' goal at the City end. They lead by 24.
Hawthorn cannot afford to concede a goal in the shadows of three-quarter time here. From the stoppage, Parfitt gets it. He's pushed back towards the boundary line. Hand pass to Holmes. Holmes to the pocket. Little much on it for O'Connor. Hawkins a chance to gather paddles. Beaten by the siren. There's a glimmer of hope for Hawthorn, but Geelong looks in a commanding position. 9-7-61 the Cats. The Hawks 5-7-37 on Grandstand AFL at three-quarter time. The goal kickers for the Cats. Henry went forward in that quarter and has 2. Hawkins 2. Singles to Tui, Parfitt, Myers, Blitzabs and Constable, the medical sub who came on for Francis Evans. For the Hawks, 2 goals to Bruce, singles to McAvoy, Wingard and Kajitsky. Jordan from Wodonga out on the Hume. We're listening to the footy. Always nice to have the game on in the background while having a swim. Also, my dad Tim is confident Essendon will make the top 4. All right. They broke through for their first win. One listener says, leaving Nathan Kruger country and heading to Cameron country. Go Cats. So heading to Dartmoor. I'm not sure where they're going from. Nathan Kruger country.
Was that Canaiva? Was it the one they were talking about earlier? I don't know. How would I know?
How do you pronounce that?
Shitty kid. I got no idea.
I'm getting them everywhere, sellers. So Jane from Albany. Jane, I do know it's one. Albany.
I know
Al,
Albany.
it's near. Now, I'm doing this for your benefit, Jane, and for my own public humiliation. Nawangara, down the road from Nyabing. Thank you, Jane.
I'm getting real enjoyment out of this.
This
is a bit of my nightmare kind of stuff.
This is really hard work.
Get Pete at the top. He's got a winner for sellers, supposedly.
Does he? Rob in Williams, WA. Hi, fellas. Give these ones a go. 2DA. I reckon we've had that one before.
2DA.
Nawangara. And that is a blatant guess on my part, almost certainly wrong. Where's the other one? Nangara. Is it a silent G? Rob will let me know, I'm sure. Rob from Williams in Western Australia. Thank you very much for that, Rob. And we did have someone who was on the road. He'd been at the races, yes. Pete from Ballarat. G'day, gents. Tell Sellers I'll have a winner for him next Saturday in Sydney. Great call. All right, Pete.
Yeah,
we need a winner.
Add them to the rest.
We're struggling to Drew Morford Memorial Quaddy.
Craig from Ballarat. Love the broadcast, lads. Heading home from Hamilton. Watching my horse have a great win in the Cup. Just need my Cats to get up. Now, Craig, where was the tip, Craig? 0437774774.
Where was he coming from?
Hamilton.
Oh, you can pronounce
Country
that one
races.
okay. That goes all right.
Thanks, Sellers. Yeah, Hamilton, Ross, those kinds of places, no problem. Grandstand AFL at three-quarter time at the MCG, 9-7-61 the Cats. The Hawks are 5-7-37. In the W League semi-final, Sydney FC defeated Canberra United 3-0. So Sydney FC, the premiers through the regular season, will play Melbourne Victory in the grand final next weekend. Parramatta 24 leading West Tigers 10 in the NRL at Stadium Australia in the second half. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Conversations.
Crime and police, and that was my reality.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
Man, dilapidated houses and cockroaches and mice.
Someone who has seen and done remarkable things.
These people are trying to mould me into a murderer. And what did she say to you? She wanted to hear, what am I going to do differently?
Hear the latest conversations. Weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio. And follow on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Higgins roved it beautifully, kicks to the lead. As Henry, it's wide of him. He's got enough time to gather, turn on the right, snap on goal. Jack Henry able to push forward, and for a rare foray was able to snap truly. Duncan hand pass to Guthrie, through traffic to Henry, over the top to Hawkins, 30 metres out from goal. Feeds the hand pass, Parfit, one way, sold the candy, back on the left. Beautiful finish. Brandon Parfit was far too smart for any of the Hawks' defence there. Sold them candy and finished on the left to extend Geelong's lead to 30 points. Hawks come up with it through Morrison, gets the hand pass to Phillips on the wing, sends it long inside the 50. Lewis nudged under it and held. Now it's going to Kaczynski behind him. Kaczynski, a slow start, crosses 50, liked it off the boot, and it carries the line just.
Stanley Rowe, top of the 50, hand pass, pinched by McAvoy. Got it out. The Hawks still alive. Mitchell short pass to Bruce. He's 45 out. One goal for the afternoon. Kicks from 49. Beautiful. Kick is good. Hopes rise among Hawk fans around the MCG. Selwood kicks inside the 50 over the head of the intended target, but a free kick for a push in the back. And it will be a downfield free kick to Geelong. Jack Henry to take it for his second goal. Jack Henry on approach. Oh, he looks every bit the forward. He puts it straight through the middle. Henry's got his second. The Cats have breathing space again.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Great to have your company wherever you're listening around the country. Whatever place you're from, however you say it. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. We've had a lot of fun with you on the text today. 9-7-61 Geelong, Hawthorn 5-7-37 on Grandstand AFL.
We're going to have to add Tiger Webb, a pronunciation expert, as part of our team.
Where's Irene Poinkin gone when we need her? Mick and Rick are suggesting Daryl comes around for a beer, so that's what we've got to now. We're a public service announcement for a get-together. There you go, Sellers.
Okay.
All right.
Where are we?
One of our listeners asking you directly, what do the Hawks have to do to win the game? Go Hawks.
They're going to have to work really hard, because in that quarter we had Cam Guthrie and also Duncan, who've had 27 between them on their own. They need to knock them over for a start and stop them if they can possibly do so. Of the 92, the next best down is 6. So they've had 12 of 15 or something between them. So ridiculous numbers when you think about it. And no one's gone near them from Hawthorn. No one's tried to stop them. No one's done anything about it. And they just keep working and running the lines and changing the game in the way of the Cats.
Well, and these young key forwards just got to find a way to compete. At a very worst, halve the contest, bring the ball to ground, give the Bruce and who are the other small forwards down there at least a reference point. to be able to score as Razor bounces a skew if one.
Yep, and I reckon Mullet Cam was better than the half-time stuff.
Yeah, but Geelong's defence can't sit back and pick the Hawks off this quarter. It'll be game over pretty quickly.
24-point lead, secondary ball up. Shields sockers it. Selwood gets it for Geelong, gives to O'Connor. By hand to Guthrie. Guthrie off to Duncan. And back to Guthrie again. So possession number 33 for him is a kick towards half forward. Smith in front, couldn't mark, opposed to Impey. Impey over it. Smith's got the ball, dragged it into the chest of Impey, the umpire, to ball it up. So Guthrie now, with that 2 links in the chain, 34 possessions, which equals his career high against Adelaide in 2016. So he's set for a record today.
I thought Liam Shields might go and put an arm across him.
No, you give him a whack.
From the stoppage, Mitchell gets the hand pass out. Morrison tackled his opponent, O'Connor, without the ball. Wingard paddles it towards Impey, went to Soccer, missed it. Clark gets it for the Cats. A hand pass to Stewart on the members' wing.
Kicks into the middle of the ground. It's a good pass, and Holmes takes the mark. Attacking side of the 2 centre circles.
Yeah, Sherlock. This is his 14th possession.
They're just better organised, aren't they? This kid's been
Kick
really
inside
good.
the 50. Jaff takes the intercepting mark. Copped one. Go. The back of the head from Dalhouse, and he's off.
They can't cut him off because it's a 50 more.
There's a way
he's
to
still
that.
going.
He's still going. Raiders have a bounce. Almost too far. Into the centre square. It won't have the journey. And the mark will be taken to the top of the defensive goal square.
Could have gone number 5, couldn't he?
Well, he was going too fast for the umpire too. He was trying to step out his 50. He was going too fast.
I don't think Ray could even count the steps. He was going that fast.
Ray's steps are small.
Out of defence, and Guthrie takes the mark over the top of James Warple. Geelong by 24. We need a few moments like that in that last quarter.
Yeah, it's good.
Guthrie goes to Isaac Smith. Hawks fans again initiate a little negativity, and Cats fans bring the cheer. He goes around the wing. Impey up in front, punched. Scrimshaw collects, and he's tackled and taken over the boundary line by Selwood. Right in front of Andrew Mays on the boundary.
Yeah, Ray picked a bad time to go to the toilet as well. He popped up out of the race alongside Alistair Clarkson, who might have just been asking him a couple of questions about that late Selwood free kick down the ground as well.
Who was the tallest?
It was a draw.
Guthrie off the pack, gave it to Duncan, bumped as he kicked on the left boot, put it out of bounds on the full. He's filthy with himself too, Mitch Duncan, a player with great skill who holds himself to high standards. Scrimshaw's free kick comes infield to Shields, defensive side of the wing. He goes to the corridor. Wingard could be away here.
He is a player who can make stuff happen. No one on the mark, so he runs his full measure. Steers a long kick inside 50. Bruce started behind. Kolajasny spoils it towards the behind line. Henderson's got enough time to gather. His first back. Hand pass to Kolajasny. Fended off. Morrison too easy. A scrubber to half back. It's gathered by Shields. He fends off the tackler. Henderson, he's having a day out today. Gathered it beautifully at half back. The hand pass to Guthrie. Underground hand pass, a bit too creative, but Duncan made it work to Dalhouse. Got away from GF. Feeds the hand pass to Atkins on half back, and then out to Holmes, who has it on the Great Southern wing.
The first gamer, son of Lee Naylor, gold medalist in Kuala Lumpur in 1998 in the 4x400 metres. Fine athlete himself as a youngster. Went short to Buse.
Another example, Sellers. Wingard out, looking inside 50. No one coming at him, not enough movement. Just far too easy for Geelong's defenders to pick off.
Hawkins with strength as the long kick went to half forward. He out-bodied Hartigan and marked on his chest, 52 from goal.
The long kick has not worked once, Bally, going forward with Hawks.
For the Hawks, yeah.
Not at all.
Oh, Geelong's, it just plays so beautifully in Geelong's defence's hands. It's what they've been so good at for the last 3 or 4 years.
Probably 10 years.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Tom Hawkins had kicked only 5 goals in his past 6 games against Hawthorn. He's got 2 today. He kicks from outside the 50, a long ball all the way to the square. Touched by Burgoyne, but beyond the line. Razor Ray's going to get involved here. Are you surprised, Sellers?
No.
I'm certain the goal umpire was going to signal goal, and that goal umpire knows a thing or two about goals. Yeah, it's David Roden.
Usually backs himself, Davey, but this one looks tight. I can understand. Is that all the way across the line?
Behind.
That's a point. He's pretty good, Dave.
Well done, Dave.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a behind, and Hawkins' output for the day will be 2 goals 2, and the lead at the start of the last quarter. Well, 5 minutes into it, will be 25 points to the Cats as they continue to go back and forth, scrolling with the same result.
That's why they got the cameras. If they're there and then you're not sure, make certain of it.
Behind is signalled. Geelong 9-7-61, Hawthorn 5-7-37.
That is a good review.
Sean Burgoyne straight down the middle with a kick in to Wingard. And a shove in the back from Joel Selwood in the process of taking the mark.
Take your time.
Chips the ball to Jaff, who kicks out to right half back where Phillips can take the mark. He's got Segler long down the line. He heads in that direction. Kolajasny in a wrestle. Stewart trying to come in from the side. Oh, Segler through his fingertips. And Stewart's able to clean it up. Gets the hand pass to Myers. Back to Stewart on the members' wing. Kicks to Stanley. Sliding down low. Over the top was Frost. The Hawks have the numbers as Burgoyne gathers. Inboard the hand pass to Shields and short to Segler by hand.
Off to Phillips. Phillips wants to take on Buse. Confronted, tackled, got it to Segler on the bounce. Off to Wingard. Wingard towards Brockman. Oh, he dropped a sitter. He does bounce up. Top of the 50. Gather. Kick to full forward. Can they find a mark?
Oh.
Bouncing ball holding on. Free kick Lewis on the edge of the goal square. Mitch Lewis should kick the first goal of the last quarter.
Oh, gee, there's not much in that. They've got to take them, though. It's the only way he's been getting them today. Lewis again. I don't want to harp on it, but running away from the ball carrier. Gets his chance here, though.
Huge kick for Hawthorn. Goal. They are not without a chance, the Hawks. A 19-point lead at the 6-minute mark of the last quarter. The Cats 9-8-62. Hawthorn 6-7-43.
Yeah, as I said, he got a bit lucky there, I think. Just was able to turn Blitzarves around and slight grab of the jumper or the torso. Not much in it there, Sellers. You'd be happy to get those as a forward, but he went back and kicked it, took his opportunity, and now, as we've seen over the first 3 rounds, these set of bounces become really important, don't they?
They do,
yeah. You can, as fatigue kicks in, if you can win a clear ball out of the set of bounce, get the ball deep, things like that can happen. Defenders start making mistakes under fatigue.
So the Hawks have kicked 3 of the last 4 goals, but they'll need a few more in a run here to try and challenge the Cats. We have had the odd thrill up on the Easter Monday. Bounce back in the middle, McAvoy and Stanley. Clears both of them, and onto it is O'Meara.
Well done.
He darts away from Parfit and kicks to the members' wing. It's over the head of Mitchell. He's got enough time to gather. Wanted to give the hand pass away. Now turns and kicks inside the 50. Out came Lewis, dropped the mark. Wingard front and centre gathers. He's at 50 for the Hawks. Inboard to Warple. It goes the barrel off the side of the boot. It rolls into the right forward pocket. Gathered by Atkins, who kicks to Kolajasny. Couldn't take the mark. Mitchell slides in, competing for the footy. Atkins comes up with it. Retreats back to Blitzarves by hand, and then to Constable. Good tackle by Warple. An up and under kick as a result. Shields dropped it underneath.
There it is.
Myers lays the tackle. It comes to Wingard. His hand pass back to a stationary O'Meara. A free kick for a hold. It's going Hawthorn's way. I think it's Chadwin. No, O'Meara, who will take it at right half forward, 60 from home.
Simon on the text says he's joined Mick and Rick by the river. They're wondering where Daryl is. Good on you, Simon. Oh, we have had an enjoyable afternoon with all of you, wherever you are. O'Meara at right half forward, kicks Hawthorn inside the 50. Henderson playing in front, whacked it away from Segler over the boundary line.
It's a good kick.
Inside 50 stoppage for the Hawks down at the City end. They're 20 from goal. They trail by 19.
Unfortunately, the other blokes didn't know.
Toss back into play. If Hawthorn could find one here, it's game on. McAvoy's tap down. Warple couldn't get it. Moore did. Gave to Shields. Off a step. Floating. Snap. Misses on the left-hand side. Oh, if that had gone through. 9-8-62 Geelong. Hawthorn 6-8-44. They're coming a fraction. 9-minute mark of the last.
Stewart brings Geelong back into play. Short to the back pocket for Henderson. The block was put on by Smith. Allowed him to get around Lewis. Kicks to Kolajasny, who marks it left half back. Geelong by 3 straight kicks. An 18-point ball game as Myers takes the mark from Kolajasny's kick at left half back. Myers looking into the corridor. Nothing really on offer. So Myers looking a right boot down the members' wing to Stanley. They work that well As Clark put on the block, Stanley juggled the mark, but he didn't hang on as he went over the line. Razor says throw it in front of the two benches with Geelong leading by 18 points.
Ruck battle will be contested between Blitzarves and McAvoy. McAvoy takes front position. Blitzarves the tap down though to Holmes, who gives a hand pass out. Caught in the tackle. Constable not penalised. It spills Hawthorn's way. Warple scrubs a kick around the boundary line. It gets past Kolodjasny. He's got a backup man. Stewart at left half back with plenty of time. Measures his kick to O'Connor on the wing broadcast side.
Been good, Stewart.
Very good.
Yeah, just repelled so many Hawthorn attacks.
O'Connor short to Myers. Marks in front of the interchange. Plays on. Kicks Geelong to half forward. Fly at the back from Hardigan. Crashed the pack and punched it towards the boundary line. Guthrie knocked Warple over. The boundary throw-in is the result as the ball goes out of play in front of the Olympic stand. 70 from the Geelong goal at the punt road end. The Cats 9-8-62. The Hawks 6-8-44. 11 played in the last quarter.
The Hawks were the only goal this final term as it's thrown back in. McAvoy knocks it down to O'Meara. Kicks off the outside of the boot. Tui in front of Bruce. Gathers for the Cats. Hand pass to Guthrie. He's under pressure from Bruce. Got the hand pass away at the last moment. Possession number 37 for him to Atkins, who chips it back to Stewart. Tom Stewart, the All-Australian defender. Back inside the defensive 50 to Constable. Into the lineup for Evans as the medical sub. Back to Stewart at left half back. Just good patience and composure from Geelong. Waiting for options to present, which they don't. So Stewart drives a kick around the members' wing. Blitzarves in from the side, almost took the mark. Duncan crumbs at hand pass to Myers, looking for Smith. Bruce got in the middle, intercepted it for the Hawks. Now he's tackled by Dalhouse. Can't get a hand pass away, and the umpire will throw it up on the broadcast wing. Plenty of Cats fans below us in the Olympic stand. They thought he had prior.
Thrown in the air.
Of course I did.
Ball falls towards Blitzarves. Hand pass out the back. Warple to Phillips to Shields. Tackled by O'Connor holding the ball. Ooh, he's got a defensive edge to him, Mark O'Connor, that Geelong is really using to its advantage in recent weeks. Short pass to Isaac Smith. Three-time premiership Hawk, hounded from the word go, but the Cats fans loving every second of his performance.
What a great lead.
And when he finds Tom Hawkins at the top of the 50 with a pass like that, it's understandable. He's trying to tie his shoelace, and James Warple just pushed him over Isaac Smith. Oh, big flying defence from Frost. Frosty the showman takes the defensive mark and handballed off, and the Hawks come out of defence. Brockman knocked off it too easily. Buse dribble kick to the 50. Clark's hand pass missed the target at a free kick. I reckon Ray has paid more free kicks than anyone on the ground today, but he's calling it as he sees it.
That's
and a free kick at right half forward to be taken by Buse of the Cats.
Buse kicks into the pocket towards Hawkins. In front, Hardigan spoils it out of play. Sam Frost as a defender, not realising that when you take a mark like that, you have to go back behind your mark. Allow for the replay to be shown 3 or 4 times. Really absorbed the moment. Thrown in, deep in attack for the Cats. Punt road in, Hawkins doing the right work, worked out of it. He used his body illegally in the eyes of the umpire, and McAvoy will take the free kick.
Skinner and his two mates, Clinchy. How's this? Most people going home after their Easter holidays. Skinner and his two mates are driving from Geelong to the Northern Territory, just shy of Alice Springs. Great call, boys, making my day even better. That's a fair hike.
It's got to be a fair car trip. You want some good mates in the car to keep you company. Shields has it at left half back. Where to? Chips inboard to Mitchell, who wants to try and move it with purpose. Feeds a hand pass to Morrison. Around the southern wing to Bruce. A beautifully weighted kick as he marks between wing and half forward. Veers out to the right. Long kick towards Mitch Lewis. Tangle with Buse, who's holding him. Hawthorn take the advantage. Into the open goal goes Dylan Moore. And the Hawks cut it back once more. This game is far from dusted. Geelong's lead cut back to 12. 9-8-62 to the Hawks, 7-8-50. The Hawks have kicked 4 of the last 5 goals of the match.
It was a great lead from Bruce, wasn't it? Bruce, rather, to get in behind Geelong defenders really smart play, rolled on. And when he has been able to, he had the mismatch there. That was Mitch Lewis. He had Jed Buse, not sure what the Geelong defence, getting a bit disorganised there. Drew the free kick. Dylan Moore in the right spot. It's amazing. I mean, they're getting their chances. It's just whether they're good enough, the Hawks. And before that goal, the sense it just felt like they weren't good enough to be able to kick 4 or 5 goals. But
if you move it slowly, they're good enough. And if you move it quickly, it makes a difference.
Well, they might as well take a risk.
Yeah, they're going to take a risk.
And again, centre bounce clearances become so critical.
Another goal would be great.
Getting a sense of perhaps how much of a tight clash this is. Guthrie out of the middle, gets it for the Cats. Off to O'Connor. He kicks on the left boot inside 50. Impey rises and marks for Hawthorn. There's real energy in the golden brown at the moment. Impey goes short to O'Meara, still inside defensive 50. He goes out to the back flank where the mark's taken by Moore. Hand pass, overlap run. Morrison to Jaff. He takes them on, breaks one tackle, through the middle, he's irresistible. Kicks inside the 50, Wingard. 40 metres out directly in front.
He makes things happen, this Jaff.
You take the game on, you create opportunities. And the opportunity has been created for Chad Wingard, directly in front, 40 metres out. A chance to draw the Hawks back within a goal.
He's not frightened to get caught, he just takes his chance and away he goes. And he's made a special day here for most of the Hawks fans because he's a new kid and pretty damn good.
Wingard unloads from 50. Kick is straight. And through! How on earth was that not touched on the line? It should not have had the carry, but it looks like a couple of Cats may have bungled the attempted touch. We're going to go to the arc again, and this has serious consequence.
Listen to the umpire's call will be critical here. It looks like surely he's touched that Reece Stanley.
Well, he should have, Bally, yes, but is it conclusive?
No, but it hasn't gone past his hand, so we don't know. It usually moves.
Players are setting up for a behind, so they're pretty confident that...
I think they tend to. The umpire on the spot should have heard if it was touched. So I reckon this hinges on what the umpire's call was in a way. Yeah. And we haven't had that information come through.
Can't tell.
No deflection was there, so it's a matter of fingertips. But
the outcome of this is enormous in the context of the game. It's either going to be an 11-point lead to Geelong or a 6-point lead.
The goal umpire was in the perfect spot. The vision's not conclusive.
And it'll be whatever the goal umpire said, I reckon, Clinchy, and we unfortunately don't know that.
Well, they'll always set up for a kick-out because that's the way you should do.
It's on a knife's edge here. You can feel the tension inside the ground as we await this clutch decision, and here it's going to come on the scoreboard. What will it be? It will be umpire's call, and that means... Touched. And the umpire in the best spot to adjudicate. Yep. The kick didn't have the carry. It should have been touched, and the umpire on the spot thought it was. An 11-point lead to Geelong over Hawthorn, 18 played of the last quarter.
Duncan into Guthrie, long kick to the wing. Frost takes the mark. He's having a good last quarter.
He is.
Inboard to Impey. All of a sudden, the Hawks have found their ability to strike. He dashes through the middle of the MCG. Kicks to Hardwick on the members' wing. Now where to? Long kick inside the 50. Lewis a fair way back. Got hands to it. Couldn't take the mark. Tackled Henderson. We're not in possession. Brockman comes across. Lays the tackle on Duncan and forces a stoppage. 45 metres out from the Hawks' goal at the City end. 11 points Geelong's lead. Can the Hawks muster one here? Segler to do the ruck work against Blitzavs. Taps it down past Brockman onto Abuse. Ran into Brockman. Lays the tackle. It comes out.
Just got out, didn't it?
Tui somehow got it out to Clark. Dylan Moore gets it. Hand pass to Howe. Selwood careful with his tackle not to get over the shoulder as he brings him down to the turf, and a throw up 40 metres out from the Hawks' goal.
Got a sniff, don't they? And all of a sudden the Cats look desperate, just hanging on.
Thrown in the air, Blitzards the tap, rove by O'Connor, gave it to Tui, his kick out of defence is going to be deliberate.
It's deliberate.
Free kick Hawthorn, listen to the roar of the crowd. Attacking side of the members' wing, Impey, short to Howe. Howe 60 from goal. Geelong by 11 points. Howe's kicking into the corridor. Burgoyne the target, knocked away by Henry.
It's just
Free
not
to
his
beat.
go.
He goes for a dash. He beat them all. Hand pass away to the speedster. Clark to Hawkins. Hawkins on the outside. Henry back to Clark.
Great goal.
Goal. Breathtaking. The dangerous kick. Henry swooped. And Geelong, in one fell swoop, whizzed it down the ground. A chain of hand passes and a game that looked like it was going down to the wire. Geelong may have just taken the ascendancy and closed it out. 10-8-68, play 7-9-51, 20 played at the last.
Well, Henry was just spectacular there. He had an intercept, and then they follow up, and he just charged after it.
Isn't he?
Oh, he's incredible. And then Clark, who's the quickest of most people out in that ground, finishes it off. But that was a great team goal. One where it came from the blue.
A
poor kick.
Poor
kick across the ground. Not enough effort on it. Not enough power on it. And it was just taken away. And that is the end. They're home.
It was the type of dash that wouldn't have looked out of place at Stall. It has Geelong out by 17 points, and it might have squashed Hawthorn's late resurgence. O'Meara with the clearance, gets the hand pass to Howe, to Mitchell by hand, kicks towards Phillips, couldn't take the mark. Cleverly gathered by Brockman, but he's tackled immediately by Atkins. And can't break clear at left half forward. Geelong have never been able to see off the Hawks despite getting out by 30 points during the third quarter. Duncan at half-back, can't take it cleanly. O'Meara can. Snaps across his body towards Kaczynski, spoiled away by Kolajasny. Straight to Brockman, who swoops, strikes and goals. Tyler Brockman arriving at exactly the right moment. The West Australian immediately cuts it straight back to 11 points. That pulse is still there. 10-8-68 to the Hawks, 8-9-57. 22 minutes gone, final turn.
Hey, Luke, I think I might have gone a bit early.
The early crow? The early crow?
I think I might have.
No, you were
I'm good at that.
You were on last year's time. See, this is the beauty of extending the games back to their full 20 minutes. See, we would get finishes like this. And
we've
it's a
still
great
got
advert
7 minutes
Plenty
of
of time.
time.
It's all about composure, and that's what we were saying before. And before the Howe mistake, really, the Hawks are going to get their opportunities here. It's just whether they're good enough to execute, composed enough, and skillful enough to execute. And well done, young Brockman. He hasn't had much of an impact on the game. Only his second kick, but
well, it's a good one.
It was a beauty. It was, and we go back to the centre.
These two teams don't do boring late night movies in the wee hours. It's all blockbuster between the Cats and the Hawks. From the middle, a crucial clearance needed here. Guthrie farmed it out towards Smith. Smith towards Myers. He couldn't win it. Scrimshaw tackled off it. O'Meara gets it for Hawthorn. Off to Mitchell. Southern wing. Hand pass to Hardwick. Hardwick drives it long to the half-forward flank. The chance for Kaczynski. Strong hands. Had to be paid. Is paid. Henderson was about to run away with it. No, out of play, Sellers. I thought he got more than enough of that.
No, didn't have enough control.
Okay, boundary throw in 60 metres from the Hawthorn goal at left half forward, 50,030 in.
Floodlights on at the MCG. Blitzouts won it down to Duncan. He was tackled. Throw.
Geez, all of a sudden the Hawks are getting the 50-50 ones, aren't they?
So Ben McAvoy has it at left half forward. CJ's pushed into attack. McAvoy puts it in the teeth of goal. Kaczynski was in the pack, couldn't take it. O'Connor run out by Geoff. Somehow got rid of it. Guthrie dives on top. Shields is in there as well. And the umpire will ball it up.
He looked on, didn't he? But he just got a hand free and a handball away. Good decision.
He did handball it, yeah.
40 metres out from the Hawks' goal. McAvoy wins it down to Wingard. McAvoy tries to knock it forward like a bulldozer. It's taken by Parfitt at half-back. Kicks around the body towards the boundary line. It hits on its point and bounces towards the boundary line. It couldn't have worked out better for the Cats. A boundary throw in at right half forward for the Hawks, with Geelong leading by 11.
24 played of the last quarter on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sports. Toss back into play. Blitzarves in front, palmed it down. O'Connor, a hand pass to Guthrie. Guthrie to Duncan. Gee, we've called that a lot today, but we've called this too much. Duncan's put it out on the full. On return, his first game of the season, he's just had a few uncomfortable moments with ball in hand.
He's only had 34. He's getting a bit weary.
Guthrie's had 42 disposals, a career high by 6.
Incredible.
Yeah, only 130 metres gained. I mean, I think he's been the best player on the ground, but yeah, they haven't been that effective.
Impey to Scrimshaw, who loads up inside 50, but Stewart intercepts for the Cats. He's at left half-back.
25 minutes gone, final term. Geelong leading by 11 points. They are a player down with Sean Higgins off the ground with a hamstring injury, so be interesting to see if they tire in this last quarter. Clark out of defence. Oh, Blitzhouse dropped the mark. Uncontested at half-back, so a few errors starting to creep into the Cats game. Blitzhouse having a run in the ruck against Ben McAvoy. Thrown back in at right half forward for the Hawks. McAvoy in front position. Blitzhouse tries to work to the front. Blitzhouse taps it towards the boundary. O'Meara onto it. Hand pass to Burgoyne. Over the top to Phillips on the left boot. Great kick. Finds Shields at right half forward. Wanted to give the hand pass to Bruce. Wanted to give the hand pass to Howe. Now he kicks towards the corridor. Wingard going back. Couldn't take the mark. Gathered by Holmes. Feeds the hand pass defensively to Stewart. His chip kick is too wide for Myers and it goes out of play. Mitch Lewis is very slow to rise inside the Hawthorn attacking 50, Geelong by 11.
Well, he's either got to get up and try and get off the ground or get to the goal square if he can, because they're a player down at the moment, the Hawks.
McAvoy and Blitzarves to contest the ruck at the top of the 50. Blitzarves the tap, a good one. O'Connor couldn't take possession. Brockman soccers Hawthorn's way inside 52. He back with a flight, didn't take it, top of the goal square. Henderson caught, dropped it. Hand pass comes out.
Fumble.
Wingard to Lewis. Off to Howe. Howe snaps.
Do it yourself.
Straight to Lewis. Left foot snap towards goal. Off hands are behind.
Fumble.
Dear oh dear. That was a moment for Hawthorn to strike. And they must strike with every moment now. A 10-point lead to the Cats at the 27-minute mark of the last.
Still over 4 minutes to go in this clash, so Hawthorn have had some chances, but they haven't had the composure to capitalise. Tui long out of defence. Giath in from the side. Scrimshaw brought it down. O'Meara gathers. Here they go inside 50 again. Shields to Howe. Screws it towards the top of the goal square. Lewis in the pack. He's got it.
Wow.
Mitch Lewis plucks down an impressive contested mark. And the old coach's addict that only get any smaller as the day goes on lives true. You didn't see too much of that throughout the 4 quarters of the match. To make it a 4-point ball game. Mitch Lewis with 1 fourth quarter goal already. Directly in front, 25 metres out. We've got a thriller. Nestle to the front of your seat. Hang on, here we go. Geelong by 4 points, 10-8-68 to the Hawks, 9-10-64. The Hawks with 4 goals to 1 in the final term. They're coming home like a wet sail.
I reckon you want to be on them too, Sells. They look tired, the Cats. They look exhausted. A lot of hands on knees as Lewis lined up for that goal. Well done. He's had some good moments. He's had some real moments to forget, hasn't he, this game? But if you stick at it, and Clinchy's right, the big blokes, and we know with these quarters now going back to full length, fatigue kicks in, and the big guys, you just got to keep putting yourself into those positions where you can impact the game, and he did. Beautiful contested mark, and went back and kicked the goal.
Might have to eat a bit of humble pie.
Listen to this.
They just got all the run, the Hawks, at the moment.
4 goals to 1, Hawthorn's way in the last quarter. Geelong led the game by 5 goals. From the middle, Guthrie soccers the Cats forward. Dalhouse picks up, he's caught by Scrimshaw. Hand pass out to Duncan. 60 out, low ball inside 50. Hawkins had fallen over and it skids out of play. Right forward pocket. Cats in attack to the punt road end where their cheer squad sits, nerves jangling, hoping, praying.
Where's Isaac Smith?
For a goal that might put them 10 points clear.
Hawkins and McAvoy. Giath onto it. Oh, great composure. Runs towards the defensive goal. Where to now? Chips it to Howe. Clark from behind. Can't spoil. Great mark, Daniel Howe.
Got time. Don't need to panic here. Take too many risks. Work your way through.
Kick to Jeff is over his head and it rolls out of play in the right forward pocket for Geelong at the punt road end.
How long we got?
2 minutes 44 seconds.
Plenty, Sellers. Plenty. Can the Cats find a steadying goal? They're under siege from Hawthorn. It's at the right end of the ground for Geelong at the throw-in. Hawkins tapped it down. It ricocheted off O'Connor to McAvoy. Here's hand pass pinched by Myers. Off to Selwood, top of the 50. He gets around one. He chips to the forward pocket. Hawkins launched himself at the ball. Marks on the boundary line. 25 out, right forward
pocket. Is he
pocket.
over the line?
Well,
obviously not.
He was in plenty of space. I was about to say where was his opponent, but he was in the ruck, so he'd taken the stoppage, and then McAvoy had followed the ball out of their defensive 50, and Hawkins lingered around the contest. Quick ball comes in.
He's been a key part of the history between these two clubs. Hawkins hits the post. As if we couldn't cope with any more drama. A behind, and the margin is 5 points to Geelong at the 31-minute mark of the last.
Still 2 minutes, so they're going to get the ball in their experienced, good users' hands here. Don't need to panic here, the Hawks. Get the ball in your experienced hands. Burgoyne has it now.
Kick into Scrimshaw. Back to Burgoyne, out of defence to left half back, and Frost takes the mark. Looks into the corner. The kick sits up. Impey underneath it, spoiled down by Parfitt. Jeff tackled, lost it, and Hawkins locks it up on 50 for the Cats.
He
just needed
think.
some run and dash at the end.
Sellers?
Can we
get the ball to our users?
Give it to Frost.
Sam Frost, not one of our users.
50 out from Geelong's goal. They lead by 5. Hawkins wins down the tap. O'Meara rows it. Hand pass to McAvoy in front of Wingard. Couldn't take it. Atkins charged forward. Got it to Parfitt, to Selwood, to Myers. Taps it back to Atkins. Dragged down by Shields. Up by circles. He'll pull it up.
Oh, Tom Atkins, that was huge. Just bodylined the footy. Big play. Hawks were off to the races.
We've all been here before. How will it end? Thrown in the air. McAvoy knocked it down. Little kick out of the pack from Selwood. Myers knocked off it by Scrimshaw. It comes to O'Meara. Gave to Morrison. Clearing ball is marked by Parfitt. Chose to play on. It was touched. It was touched. He got a hand pass out into contention. One over the shoulder. Free kick Geelong to go to Duncan. Duncan 70 from goal. A minute on the clock. Cats by 5 points on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. Mitch Duncan to the pocket. Jath across the front. Couldn't take it for Hawthorn. In dispute near the boundary. Dalhouse flicked it out. It's knocked back into the mess. Hawkins has a go. Can't get it clear. They've locked it in around Burgoyne. A ball up. Right forward pocket. Cats in attack. 25 from goal. They lead by 5. 33 into the last.
Hawkins up against McAvoy. Tapped down. It's screwed around the body by Morrison. A high ball to half back. Duncan in the pack up. Couldn't take the mark. Phillips sliding in. Keeps it in play. No. Trying to feed the hand pass back to Jaff, and it's across the line.
Well, got to take a risk here. Flick it over the back. McAvoy in the ruck. See if we can get Impey, Giath on the run, on the move through the stoppage.
Geelong setting up
set
really
up
well.
behind the ball, haven't they? They're going to have to run it.
They've got 2 or 3 back.
It's Paddy Ryder territory. Hawthorn need a set play. Stanley tries to take it out of the ruck. Lost his footing. Mitchell lays the tackle. The Hawks over the top. They can't clear. It's still 55 metres out from Geelong's goal.
The Hawks could win the ball, but they're still not going to get it because they've got 2 or 3 behind it.
Got to move it quickly. Hawthorn here. Selwood working hard in the pack. Morrison flicked it out. Jath, who's been huge. He's caught though. Dragged down by Selwood. Umpire calls for a ball up. 45 from the Geelong goal.
Big play, skipper. Yeah, Duncan, Selwood been huge in this last minute.
Up it goes. The Cats look like they're going to hang on. It's been yet another classic in modern football's great rivalry. The Cats hang on against the fast-finishing Hawks. Geelong by 5.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. At home or far away. Our banners fly high from goal to dawn.
great for Hawthorn. Gallant in defeat, but there were moments where they just lacked the fraction of composure. Came hard at the Cats in the final term, despite trailing by 24 at three-quarter time. Hawthorn got as close as 4 points in the last, but the Cats win 10-9-69 to 9-10-64.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high, from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
Added to the list. Great games between these two since the 2008 Grand Final. They have now played on 27 occasions, 13 times have we had a margin of under 10 points. It's the great modern football rivalry, and we saw another great instalment of it today. Geelong 10-9-69, Hawthorn 9-10-64. The goal kickers for the Cats, Hawkins 2 goals, 3. Henry kicked a couple when he went forward in the third quarter. Singles to Tui, Parfitt, Clark, Myers, Blitzarves and Constable. While for the Hawks, 2 goals to Lewis, both of them in the critical stage of the last quarter. 2 goals to Bruce, singles to McAvoy, Wingard, Kajitsky, Moore and Brockman. Geelong moves to 2-1, 10-9-69 to 9-10-64. We've got half an hour to wrap it all up. Keep those texts coming in, 0437 774 774. What did you think of it all through the airwaves of Grandstand AFL? Mark McClure and Luke Ball can sum it all up for you from their perspective first.
Well, you'd think Geelong would have just cruised home on this game, but the actual passion and the thought process of Hawthorn is that they've never ever been out of a game against this mob. They have keep coming at them, and they had their chances, and they had plenty of them. They made a mess of most of them. They some inside kicks sometimes by a few players who probably shouldn't have the ball in their hand. I'm not going to name them, but that's not where you go in this game. You've got to be careful, you've got to control, and I think Geelong did that better for longer. When you think about it, Duncan and Guthrie were just spectacular. I really liked the game of O'Connor. I thought he was really, really good. And Stewart down back, he was the stalwart in the back half who really ran the ball out and created havoc for the opposition. But still didn't separate them by much. When you think about it, you got a 5-point difference. There's hardly anything in this game at all. And the Hawks were brave at the end. They kept at it. They didn't look like it at any stage, but they were brave and they hung in there and they just worked their backside off until the end. So they should be really proud of their effort. Thought they were terrific today. Are the Cats the real deal? That's my question. Are they? Because to me, they've struggled in a lot of games. They haven't really finished anyone off. They get a lot of the ball. They use it, but they don't score a lot.
Yeah, they're just going a bit. I think, I get the sense from, go back pre-game, Matthew Scarlett interview, I think he was acknowledging that, that they're not quite sure the effect of the quicker turnaround. They went all the way to the grand final last year. Quicker turnaround, plus the changes to the game. They're not quite sure how that affects this team yet. That might have a say as well in terms of their more experienced legs and more experienced defenders. How that'll, even though they were terrific today. I think you're right. I think full marks for effort for the Hawks. They had a crack. They just in the end weren't. They had their opportunities. In the end, weren't good enough to take them. I think Geelong. That'll concern Chris and the coaching staff about how much opportunity the Hawks were given, and in the end they shot themselves in the foot a bit just through unforced errors and giving the ball back and not making good decisions going forward. Yeah, just not making the right decision and recognising the moment, and some of their young players will learn from that. But it's a great finish. I'm not sure it was a great game. I don't think it was in terms of some of the great games these two teams have played going back over the years, but certainly the finish is what we've come to expect and what we really loved, and it was gripping at the end there.
To me, does it look a bit like what they did in the finals? Against Richmond last year, they get to the top end. They're 22 points in front or 21 points in front at half time, and then blow their chances because all of a sudden they fiddle too much. They did it the year before in the preliminary final against the Tigers. They did the same thing, and they're doing it again. So there's no change really to what they actually do. It just continues on, and they keep trying to win. And seriously, if there was a half a better side with a bit more cohesion, they would have lost that game.
Yeah, well, it's 2 weeks in a row. They've got out of jail, haven't they? You know, they got out of jail last week against Brisbane down at home as well.
Yeah,
the Lions aren't up and going either. So I still think that their best footy's to come in the second half of the year. You know, they've got some players out, we know, some players coming back who'll take a little while to get going. But it's whether whether they can match
the big boys.
Yeah, well, the big. I mean, it's hard to say they're not a big boy, but whether they can match the dynamism of a Richmond, the Bulldogs, we've seen how they're playing. Port
Probably
Adelaide.
Sydney.
Now Sydney with Port Adelaide and the Eagles, we've seen how they're all playing at the moment. But I still think they're a watch. And no doubt their best footy's to come in the second half of the year. But
that's
they got
the
out of jail today.
How important just to bank the wins in any fashion early in the season, and particularly when you've got Cameron to come in. And Matthew Scarlett told us pre-game that he would be expecting Cameron to come up for the next match against Melbourne here at the MCG next Sunday. Dangerfield round 5 back. Menegola not far away with the shoulder.
Yeah, Menegola, of course.
Rowan to come back from suspension in round 5 potentially
Well,
as
it looks
well.
like Higgins will miss a few, today. So they're going to need. I mean, we know that you need a squad, don't you? And that's what they've compiled by bringing these players in. Be fascinating to see how Cameron fits in. I think they certainly need another avenue to goal, don't they? They're very Hawkins centric at the moment.
He's still not bad at it though.
Oh no, he's an all time. There's no doubt about that. But they, to go all the way, you need multiple options, don't you?
You do.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he slots in if it is next week.
For the amount of ball control they had, they only had 20 more possessions, Geelong, in the game, and it didn't look that way to me. It looked more that they controlled the ball better at times, but they just didn't finish. They can't finish.
We'll get you into the Geelong rooms very shortly on 0437 774 774. One of our listeners says Cats give up leads as they lack fitness, same as the grand final last week against Brisbane. And today, Greg from Creswick's been taking in the broadcast. He says, great broadcast, lads. Massive AFL fan. Love following the umpires. They do a great job. Is Razor Ray the best we've had in the last 10 years, says Greg. Well, the umpires do a good job. That in a very fast-moving game. There's no doubt about that.
There's no doubt about it, but I don't think there's anyone barracking for him.
Other than Greg.
I'll just add to that, as commentators, it's got harder and harder to read the play. So imagine for umpires trying to work out sometimes where there's tugs of the jumper here and there, it's getting harder and harder.
Yeah. And players so good at trying a bit of trickery.
It's the hardest game in the world to umpire. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, Benjamin's been listening from Mount Gambier. Fantastic football coverage by the ABC. Great game by both teams. Geelong, great teamwork. Thanks to you, Benjamin, for tuning in. Cracking Arvo driving west. Footy cranked on the radio from Plug, Jane and Jim Moe. Great to have you with us, guys. Appreciate you tuning in this afternoon. 10-9-69 Geelong, Hawthorn 9-10-64. Let's take you into the winners' rooms. So the Cats winners by 5 points over Hawthorn. They had led by as much as 30 points, approaching the 22-minute mark of the third quarter, the Cats, but the Hawks did come back gallantly. If anything, it probably showed where they are in terms of their development sellers. They gave effort, just not quite clinical enough in the end.
For mine, I thought they were just fantastic at the end. They fought off. But this happened. Why I'm talking about Geelong is because this happens to them so often in a big game. They take control and they lose it, and sometimes, and that's a worry for coach, players, and the whole thing. But for Hawthorn, they're a rebuilding side. They're a side that should be on the bottom. They're a side that should be down around 15, 16, but they're not there. They're up against a pretty reasonable team and taking them to the wire. That's what I liked about him, and I love this kid Jaff. Gee whiz, he's got some something about him, hasn't he? He's just great to watch. He's compulsive to look at.
It's an amazing. I was lucky enough to coach him for a year at he came up and boarded at Xavier College, and born in an Ethiopian refugee camp.
Sure.
I mean, those sort of stories, they're just inspiring, aren't they? To think what his life could have been like, and he was just a young kid wanting to learn, I'll tell you what he is. He's a magnificent athlete. He's a sub 50-second 400 runner.
Wow.
Saw a bit of that.
Oh, well, that's right. I mean, we see it. Yeah, he's still doing it at the end of the game. So it's a good start, isn't it? When you can do that. Yeah. And he's obviously worked on his kicking. He can kick on both sides. So plenty to go, obviously, but it's great to see him out there doing well.
To the other guys who are really... Mitch Lewis is another one who stood up at the end and got a couple of goals. I mean, they were proud of him for that. He had a tough afternoon, and he just took a couple of grabs and did all those sorts of things, and I really liked that. They got some good young kids. Kaczynski's another one who's... did I pronounce that right?
Kaczynski, yeah. You're slotting it in there for some reason. But they're work in progress, aren't they? And to think, Sicily, Gunston, hopefully
Sicily's
comes
out,
back in there. Sicily's out. So they do a good job around that. Based on, I mean, I thought O'Meara we haven't spoken about him. I thought he was terrific as the game. When his second half was magnificent. He's out with 14, 34, 12 clearances. I thought he was their best player.
One of our SMSs, 0437 774 774. Come on, call it. Howe has to go. Too many mistakes. And the umpiring was terrible. And Desi from Lake Grace in WA, that's Nat Fife country, says, just wondering if you could sub out the coach for the medical sub for Geelong, says Desi. So he's obviously not a rat for Chris Scott. And Kieran on the text, hi guys, thank you for the great call today. I think you may have tried to pronounce a place Narrabip today. It is pronounced with a silent G. I grew up close to this fantastic place. All the best to you for 2021 and go the D's. Thanks to you, Kieran. Thanks to everyone who tried to make life hard for me pronouncing place names in WA today.
I really enjoyed it.
All part of the fun.
Great day not to be hosting.
If anyone out there
chuckle at it.
has a guide to the pronunciation of West Australian place names, PO Box 9994 Melbourne 3001.
You did bring it upon yourself, Al. I feel like you did sort of invite
you encouraged it.
Yeah, totally. If I have to provide amusement at my own expense for others, I'm happy to take one for the team. We'll get down to the Cats at ground level with Andrew Mays in just a minute. 10-9-69 Geelong, Hawthorn 9-10-64. And next week Hawthorn heads to Perth for the last match of round 4 in the AFL. They're taking on the Fremantle Dockers ahead of Melbourne and Adelaide. The Cats next week play Melbourne at the MCG Sunday afternoon footy. Clinchy, you'll be calling that match, and that is going to be a cracker, with the likely in for Geelong being Jeremy Cameron all going to plan. That's if Matthew Scarlett's not got his wires crossed and is a good judge of when a player is going to return. He was in the pre-game with us today. So the Cats go Melbourne, North Melbourne at Cardinia Park, and then West Coast at Cardinia Park as they get through that first block of matches. Still waiting for someone to pop up the race from the Cats to speak with Andrew Mays. 10-9-69 Geelong, Hawthorn 9-10-64. Guthrie, to continue on from the form of last year when he broke through and won a best and fairest, made the All-Australian team, and now finds himself with 43 touches of the ball. And when you think about the involvement of him as a footballer, he was often used in that defensive type role in the midfield. He's now very much a proactive player.
That's right, and often that's a good way to cut your teeth, isn't it, to run around with the best midfielders, and I'm sure he'd say that as well. But yeah, it's just work rate for him. You watch him, he's just constantly on the move. He's got a good mix of a blend of speed and endurance. And he's getting some more inside ball. I mean, he had 15 possessions, 10 clearances. So, he's you're right. I watched it. It was interesting. The O'Connor Mitchell battle was certainly on early in the first half. The second half was Tom Mitchell trying to get to a Guthrie or a Duncan to shake the tag. But it didn't really work because he didn't quite see it through. And that, I mean, when you look at that, that's allowed O'Connor to have 26 as well. And what's Tom ended up with? I mean, he worked hard at 24, so 18 handballs. But that sort of ring a rose. He didn't really work for the Hawks, and Guthrie and Duncan, especially in the second half, were given way too much space.
And O'Connor.
And they're good players, so they're going to go and get the footy. Now, they didn't hurt them, certainly by foot. Duncan's first game back didn't quite hurt the Hawks by foot. What did he go
162 metres he went.
That was Guthrie, metres gained. Duncan was a bit more penetrating. Didn't quite hit the target as much as he usually did, but it was a pretty good return game from him.
Luke Paul and Mark McClure with their thoughts on Grandstand AFL, and we'll dig a little deeper into the Cats and the Hawks. Geelong by 5 points over Hawthorn in front of 50,030. We can go downstairs now to Andrew Mays.
Jack Henry's the man of the moment with that keen to set possession at the end. Describe what that last couple of minutes was like, because obviously you were pretty much in control of the game until then.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic. They just sort of had their bit of momentum, and they were pretty good. They were running off half back, and they were pretty strong. So, just trying to hold on really at the end, and it was pretty tough slog.
So in that situation, who are you looking to? Are you looking to your leaders down back, down forward? Where's the main voices coming from? Or are you looking over, because the bench is signalling all sorts of things on the sideline as well?
I think we practice enough at training to sort of know what the situation's like when it's a close game, and we get a bit of chat from the bench, and we sort of know what to do, and then we were just really fighting hard at the end there. Some good key tackles late to stop up the play. So
there's been a lot of talk about opposition players going and playing against their old clubs. Of course, Isaac Smith was the story coming into today. What was the treatment of him out there like? Because the crowd are fairly brutal for a three-time premiership player. But what about his ex-teammates out there?
Personally, I didn't see much with the ex-teammates or anything. I think even if they did, it would have been a bit of fun and games. I think they've all still got a lot of respect for Isaac, and we do too, so we're just trying to look after him if there was anything, but I don't think it was anything too sinister.
Mark McClure and Luke Baller upstairs with a few Jets.
Jack, well done on the win. It was certainly a tight, tense one, as we said. Tell us quickly about the decision to move you forward, and have you spent much time there at training? Obviously, your athleticism and versatility means that you're able to do that. Tell us a little bit about who made that call and what the message was when you went forward.
Yeah, I just got a tap on the shoulder at half time, and I think they just wanted a bit more tall representation down there. So I played a little bit there in my second year and first year in the VFL. So I wasn't sure how I'd go. I thought it might be a bit rusty, but sort of got on the end of a couple, which was nice.
Jack, they won by a point last week, won by 5 this week, just got rolled by Adelaide. The games are so close that it's a very, very interesting season.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely making it pretty exciting on the field, and I'm sure off the field. Hopefully not too many more like that, but I think it's good practice to try and nail what we want to do under pressure. So I think we could take that out, and at least we're getting on the winning end of these type games as well. So pretty happy.
We had a chat to your defensive coach, I think Matty Scarlett, before the game, and just spoke about you going all the way to the grand final last year, having a slightly quicker turnaround, I guess, and a shorter off-season. And, his words, a little bit of an unknown as to where you are right now compared to the opposition. Throw in that, the rule changes and stuff. Have you got a bit of, you're a super fit guy yourself. Have you got a bit of a feel, Jack, for where you are as a team? And I guess these changes, how have you felt those in the first 3 rounds, the lack of rotations?
It just seems to open up a lot more, and just more often. So it's a funny one, because you watch a fair bit of footy during the weeks as well, and there's been just some unpredictable games, and it's really hard to predict who's going to win and by how much by as well. Like, there's been some crazy games, and I think it is early in the season, and we're still finding refining anyway our gameplay, but we still think we've got a good enough strategy and everything to hopefully take us all the way. But early days, we've still got to just keep winning each week. So
Jack,
I think that
where do you think your best position is?
Me?
Don't forget the coach. Where do you think your best position?
I think I'm a good defender. But obviously, I'm happy to go wherever they want me. So.
Bit of optimism for the Boom new recruit to make his debut next week, Jeremy Cameron. You might have to head back. Is that a good chance that happens, do you think? Did you play on him much over the off-season period?
I've been playing on Jeremy a fair bit. He's a star, so I think he'll hopefully he's definitely close next week, so it'd be great to have him in, and he's a star.
Jack Henry's with us on Grandstand AFL. Lockie Henderson's a player who looked like his footy career might be coming to a close at the end of 2019. He had another great day in defence today. You must have real confidence in that back six with Tom Stewart down there, yourself, and Mark Blitzavs to come and assist when needed.
Absolutely. I think over the past sort of 4 years, since I've been in anyway, so we've built some good friendships, good culture, and we just really enjoy playing with each other. So Lockie's a huge part of that, and hopefully he'll keep going well this year. I'm sure he will.
Jack, good to chat to you, mate. Congratulations on the win today. Have you got another close one in your next week against Melbourne, do you think? Or a nice little 4 or 5 goal win might just ease the heart palpitations a fraction?
They're going all right as well, so we're going to have to be pretty good, but hopefully not this close. And it's it's pretty tough when you got to slog it out like that.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Jack Henry kicked 2 goals, and as Clinchy and Maisie had mentioned, through the middle of the ground, that breathtaking passage of play that he instigated when he intercepted the Howe kick off the half-back flank, beat 3 Hawthorn players in the middle, and they went end-to-end, the Cats, with immense speed, probably a speed of ball movement that we didn't see as much from them today. We saw it from Giath on occasions for Hawthorn, but the Cats weren't able to move the ball as clinically as they can. But early season, and Mitch Duncan, surprising the number of times he actually missed the target today for a very efficient player. But a bit of rust, you would imagine, for a player coming off a calf injury. Only played, I think, a half or 3/4 of football last week against Port Melbourne.
Yeah. I think so. And it was that sort of game too, wasn't it? It was a bit scrappy. Yeah, it was. It was all across the field. It was a lot of mistakes, not a lot of stoppages, so the ball was whizzing around a bit of fatigue. So I thought he was pretty good. He's a very important player to them, especially with Dangerfield spending a little bit more time forward when he comes back. He's the best player in the grand final, I thought, last year. Duncan,
by far.
In the first half, he had the Norm Smith medal around his neck in the first half, didn't he? So very important player to them.
Those two guys, Guthrie and Duncan and O'Connor, that's the best thing that can happen. So Dangerfield's not there. So they have to take control. And all of a sudden, they got to run the show. So you find out a little bit about them, how they operate and how they work, and see if they're well respected by the others. They both mostly are. Yeah. But you know what? But you got to stand up every week and do it and do it and do it. So that gives them a bit more confidence in themselves.
Young Clark,
without them.
Yeah, sorry.
Right.
Yeah, young Clark was pretty good again. Yeah, he stands out, doesn't he? Just that his point of difference is his speed and his ability to run and carry. And actually, young Maxie Sherlock Holmes was pretty good. I actually got them mixed up a bit. Yeah, number 6 and number 9, they look pretty similar.
They were upside down.
Long locks.
Both with the red boots. Looking forward to the votes. How did you see the matchup, I guess, between Cam Guthrie, Bawley and Jaguar O'Meara, given Guthrie had 43 and 10 clearances, 6 inside 50s. O'Meara had 34, 13 clearances and 4 inside 50s. So they both had pretty good days, but you probably felt like Jaguar was a bit more brutal with his use of the ball.
He was. In his second half, he was really the reason the Hawks were able to get back in it around the contest, and he looked the most dynamic out of the middle for the Hawks. It was really O'Connor v Mitchell, and then a bit of a free for all. Other than that, which allowed Guthrie and Duncan to find plenty of space and plenty of footy. I thought O'Meara was powerful around stoppage, and in particular the centre bounce as the game went on. But probably across the 4 quarters, I think, Sellers, you're going to do the votes. Don't want to try and influence.
So you're trying to influence me.
Well, I am, but I'm
Drew Morford used to do this.
Did he?
Yeah.
Wasting your time.
No good.
Wasting your time.
I just put a line through him straight away.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, can you fire away, Sellers? Give us a 3-2-1 in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Well, I give one to young Jaya. I thought he was sensational. He's a must-watch person, and he's exciting for people to look at. I mean, we can all talk about and waffle about the midfielders who are in there getting 10 and 12 clearances and all that sort of stuff. But this bloke actually excites you. When he gets it, he runs, he moves, and he'll get better. He's got so much growth in him. So I gave him 1. I gave 2 to Guthrie. Guthrie just continued to win the ball. He had something in the 10 clearances, and contested ball was right up there as well. It was 15 of those of his whole 43. So it was a big day for him. Lots of running. Guess what? He didn't run out of juice. He just kept going from go to woe. So I love the way he went about it. And I gave Duncan 3. Thought he was terrific. Really worked hard, used the ball. He's a clean player. I know he made a few mistakes with the foot in hand, with the ball in hand sometimes, but who doesn't do that? And he meant 566 metres against Guthrie's 162. So Guthrie must have kicked backwards 10 times or something like that. I don't know what he did, but he had a lot of possessions and went 162. That's not a really big advantage. I like to see them get some advantage, and that's why I went with Jaya. It would have gone more than that, I think. I can't remember what he went to, but he went 365. No, 444 metres, Joe, with running and I've just missed.
I reckon he ran 100. He ran 100.
He
did, yeah.
He?
What about the 50-metre penalty?
He ran 150 metres.
You obviously don't have to bounce it when you're charging up to get your 50 metres, because he ran. I would have had the stop. Talk about the stall gift. The stopwatch on him for that 60, 70 metre sprint.
So did he play on?
Quick.
He played on.
He just ran. But they didn't.
What's the rule?
I don't know, Sellers. Yeah.
I don't think anyone knew.
Make it too technical there.
And
Tom Stewart, a bit stiff, Sellers?
Tom Stewart was very
Thought he was
stiff.
great, yeah.
He was terrific, but he's a backman. No one goes to footy to watch backman.
He's
you know
still
that.
trying to influence his sellers. They're in the book,
They're in the
Paulie.
book.
You've
Fair
got to
enough.
know what you're
All right.
dealing with
Yeah.
sometimes.
You can have a go next time.
0437774774 is the SMS number today. So many of you texting in, which was wonderful throughout the course of our coverage on the road, around the place. Chris and Brian, hi guys. Grey Nomads from Jamison, Victoria, listening to you from Isisford, Queensland. Hubby's a Hawks fan. Fabulous call. Good weekend as I barrack for the Bombers. Thanks to Chris and Brian on the text there. Leanne and Andy from Darwin. Go Cats. Cheers for the coverage, gang. Exciting finish. Heaps of young talent in the Hawks. Another honourable loss for Hawthorn. They are pathetic. So predictable, says Ian in Perth. Another listener says, I was sitting in a Hawthorn fan area and saw no one booing Izzy, although I could hear it. That's Isaac Smith, the former Hawk. The trouble with booing is it only needs 1 out of 100 doing it to make it feel like a majority. It wasn't. And Jeff in Mildura says Geelong is missing Tim Kelly's class. So that's his observation on the SMS. The final score at the MCG, 10-9-69 Geelong, Hawthorn 9-10-64. In about 5 minutes' time, Corbin and Ben on ABC Sport Digital. If you want to listen to all things sport and a wrap-up and further analysis on today and the week of football, Brendan Goddard to be part of the program as well. So that's starting 6:30 Melbourne time on ABC Sport Digital. So if you've got a digital radio, you can listen to Corbin and Ben there. Otherwise, go to the ABC Listen app and you click on the sport button. You can get that program and they will analyse the weekend in footy and other things as well with Brendan Goddard, the former Bomber and Saint, to join them. In the NRL this afternoon, Parramatta defeated West Tigers 36 points to 22. And in the W League, it was a 3-0 win to Sydney FC over Canberra United, which means that Sydney FC, who won the Premier's Plate, will play Melbourne Victory in next weekend's grand final in the W League. We're going to have more footy for you in a few days, of course. The undefeated Sydney up against Essendon at the SCG on Thursday night.
And it
What
comes
about
around quick,
Friday night? Port Adelaide versus Richmond in
Fabulous.
Adelaide.
Yeah.
How this season is setting up beautifully. Sydney could potentially be 4-0 to start the year if they bring what they brought here on
They can
Saturday
be
afternoon
7.
against Richmond.
I went through the list and I wrote down before. They can almost be 7.
Bally was talking a bit about the young kids and the longer quarters and perhaps that playing a part later in the season. We wait to see whether that will apply to Sydney, and because what they brought was so exciting. It's a question of how sustainable it is in a long season. But everyone very impressed so far.
Yeah. But I mean, they've got enough senior bodies there too. So, yeah, they might just have the mix. You know, obviously, if Buddy can stay well and Sam Reid can stay well, they've got enough experience, haven't they? And Kennedy and Parker in the middle of the ground to be able to buffer and shield the young guys from too much or from overuse. So, no, they're exciting. They're great to watch.
That was a great round of footy, wasn't it?
It was.
When you think
Excellent.
about it,
For all different reasons.
You go to Collingwood and Brisbane, point in it. Bulldogs
The
tear
magnitude
them
of the
to
win.
shreds.
10 goals kicked by Bruce.
unbelievable.
I want to look
and then
forward.
Then you go to Adelaide and Suns. I mean, that was a reasonable game. 10 points.
Tex Walker, 6.
Well, I loved Sydney, what they did to Richmond. Now, let me tell you, Richmond, that everyone goes, oh, well, it might be a little aberration. But let me tell you, you fall over quickly. Once you've gone to the peak, it's not hard to fall.
All right, pencil it in.
Now, like so many
Write
of our
that
listeners,
down.
we're going to be on the road on Saturday. We're going to Ballarat,
Yes,
Sellers. You're going to drive
yes.
the bus, the Bulldogs and the Brisbane Lions.
We've got to
I think
get
I
to
will.
Ballarat.
How many can I fit in?
Well, there's
People
4 or
or-
5 of us.
I'm going to have to get rid of the clubs out of the back and throw you in there.
I'll go on the
I
boots.
thought you were talking about the Esky.
Get him in there with the clubs, I reckon. You can give him a clean for you, Sellers.
How many have we got? 4 or 5?
Yeah.
We'll
Okay,
have a
we'll
full
get that easy,
complement.
yeah.
It'll be us texting into radio stations in the car on the way to Ballarat.
Who are
Just
we going
like
to
everyone-
text into?
Somebody.
Could have
Well,
been.
Could have been. Could have been. He could have been.
Now, that'd be fun.
Corbin
we
and
should.
Ben.
It was really great to have all the contributions today from our listeners. 0437 774 774 right throughout the season. That's the number to get in touch with our call teams, and you can bring a bit of banter and fun as we enjoyed your company today. 10-9-69 Geelong over Hawthorn, 9-10-64. The Cats move to 2-1. And the Hawks are 1-2. Remember, Corbin and Ben coming up for you on digital radio or on the ABC Listen app next with Brendan Goddard. But for everyone else, let's take in the moments of the day as described on Grandstand. What have they got for us this time? Geelong and Hawthorn rarely disappoints. Sweeping hand pass to Smith. He's going to cop it all day. He goes to the pocket to Hawkins. Opens up the angle from hard on the boundary. Hawkins, the Coleman medalist, executes to perfection. Hand pass to Selwood. Selwood caught by Wingard. Hand pass affected. Holding the ball.
Great tackle.
Played 11 games against Geelong, Chad Wingard. 7 games he's been goalless. Not today.
Frost came out, got hands to it. Myers roved at best. Turns on the right boot. Superb finish. Barely had to look at the big sticks. He knew where they were. Turns on the right-hand side. Long kick towards Lewis and McAvoy. The Hawks would love a captain's goal, and Ben McAvoy comes in and drives it home. He gets the hand pass away to Selwood, to Constable, around the body, the sub, and into the action.
Selwood, he goes short to Hawkins, and he marks and got one in the back of the head, old school style, and 50 metres. And there's a bit more of a blue on behind the play. Hawkins goals.
To Hawkins, 30 metres out from goal, feeds the hand pass, Parfit, one way, sold the candy, back on the left, beautiful finish. Sold them candy and finished on the left to extend Geelong's lead to 30 points.
The Hawks still alive. Mitchell short pass to Bruce. He's 45 out. Kicks from 49. Beautiful. Kick is good. Hopes rise among Hawk fans around the MCG. Kick to full forward. Can they find a mark? Bouncing ball, holding on. Free kick, Lewis on the edge of the goal square. Huge kick for Hawthorn. Goal. They are not without a chance, the Hawks. Powell's kicking into the corridor. Burgoyne the target, knocked away by Henry. Free to beat. He goes for a dash. He beat them all. Hand pass away to the speedster. Clark to Hawkins. Hawkins on the outside. Henry back to Clark. Goal. Breathtaking.
Snaps across his body towards Kaczynski, spawned away by Kolajasny, straight to Brockman, who swoops, strikes and goals. The West Australian immediately cuts it straight back to